Hello and welcome to a new series that I will be calling The Danish Deception. And throughout this series, I'm going to be going through the details and events that happened throughout my 3-year relationship with a man from Denmark who I truly believed was going to be the love of my life and the father of my children. And I now believe him to be the most despicable, two-faced, narcissistic, evil person I have ever encountered in my entire life. And I know a lot of you are probably thinking that's a very heavy statement to make. Believe me, I mean every single word. I know a lot of you are probably wondering, why are you sharing your life's most intimate and traumatic experience with a sea of strangers? Well, there's a multitude of reasons, but there's 3 big ones. And I'm gonna share with you the first 2 reasons. And the third one, I'm going to wait and share with you at the end of the series because I don't wanna give anything away. But the first reason is that this is my way of telling the world that love is a powerful, powerful drug. And if you're someone that's knowingly or unknowingly in an unhealthy or toxic relationship, I want you to know that love is a powerful drug and it clouds our judgment and it makes us think in ways we wouldn't think otherwise. And if you're someone that's also trusted the wrong person, you're not alone and you need to give yourself grace and compassion because it happens every day. The second reason is that this is my way of protecting others, and whether it be someone that might encounter my ex, or let's be real, there's some horrible people in this world. I want to protect other people from going through what I went through. And if there's one person that can watch these videos and see some signs in their relationship that they didn't see before, and they can remove themselves before too much damage is caused, then it's 100% worth it for me to do what I'm doing. What you guys are about to hear is going to be one of the most beautiful love stories you've ever heard in your entire life. And for that reason, I need to make sure you guys all prepare yourselves because it's gonna take a very drastic turn. And this is gonna be one of the most insane roller coaster of emotions that you guys have been on. And if you were a fan of the Who the Fuck Mary series, unfortunately, the story you're about to hear is significantly worse, and it pains me to say that. This next part, I'm actually going to channel my inner Risa Tisa because I loved the way she did her introduction and disclaimer video. Everything you're about to hear is the truth and can be verified by multiple people in my life, and I actually have a folder in my phone that's labeled evidence, and it can support probably 80% of the things I'm gonna say throughout this series. So if my ex or anyone else wants to come forward and say I'm fabricating any of this, I will be more than happy to release the receipts to the world. I'm gonna tell the truth, even if it makes me look bad. And there's gonna be times that you guys are gonna be looking at me crazy. And refer to reason number 1, love is a powerful drug. I'm gonna be using a mixture of aliases and real names because I don't have everyone's permission to use their names, and my priority is remaining respectful to everyone that was involved, everyone except for my ex. And in case you guys are wondering, I'm going to be referring to him as my ex throughout this series, mainly because I feel like if I say his name every day this frequently, it's gonna cause me to become physically ill, and I do not want that. I don't know how many parts this is gonna be, but I know it's not gonna be 52 because I don't have the patience for that, but I will try to get these out as quickly as I can. I'm a real estate agent, so my careers can be very demanding unexpectedly at times, but I will try to get these parts out as quickly as I possibly can. I come from a beautiful, strong Nigerian family that was built on deep respect and unbreakable support. And we have never experienced trauma at this magnitude. So this situation completely rocked us to our core, but I truly believe that we will come out of this stronger than ever. And I just wanted to take a moment to just thank my friends and family for giving me the courage and the strength to be able to come forward and share my story because I feel so much love from the people around me and I wouldn't be able to do this without them. And I really just wanted to end this video with a message directly to my ex. And frankly, I don't think he's gonna be watching this because he's a coward. But in the event that he is, this message is for you. You have lived a life where you've hurt so many people and you've created damage in the lives of many, and no one has ever truly held you accountable for your actions. I was silent for a very long time, and that silence only benefited you and it never benefited me. And I'm sharing my story for my healing, for my strength, and for my growth. And you might not believe this, but this is not about revenge. This is about protecting others and reclaiming my power, because I survived a story that I never asked to be a part of. And I'm gonna tell it with honesty, intention, and power, because my voice will no longer be minimized. So you guys, welcome to the Danish Deception, and it's time to get this thing started. So let's head on over to part 1. The Danish Deception, part 1. Okay, so it all started in June of 2022. I was in a place in my life where I was working 2 jobs. I was working like a dog, and I knew I needed a break. So I reached out to my friend, Sarah, who was living in Germany at the time with her husband. And I said, let's take a trip. Let's go somewhere in Europe. And she was so down, and we were trying to decide where we wanted to go. And we decided to go to Hvar, Croatia, because we wanted somewhere that was like a cute local town that was by the water, but it wouldn't be as crazy busy as other places in Europe. And so we decided to go to Hvar. We flew to Split first, met there, took a ferry over. And at first I was just so amazed at how beautiful this place was. And so the first night I was a little bit jet lagged. So we kept it very chill, grabbed dinner, then went back to our Airbnb. And the next morning when we woke up, we had literally 2 things on our agenda, and that was to eat and drink and be by the water. And well, I guess that's 3 things, but yeah, eat, drink, and be by the water. So we went to Hula Hula, which if you've been to Hvar, you've been to Hula Hula. It's this beach club that's very well known there, and it's right on the water. And we're laying in day beds kind of off to the side, minding our own business, sipping mojitos. And I look up and I see this very attractive man. And the first thing that came to my mind was, this man looks like he is walking straight out of a Calvin Klein ad. And I'm telling you guys, 6'3", blonde hair, blue eyes, chiseled skin, so tan, muscles everywhere. I was definitely taken aback, and I feel like it takes a lot for me to really double take a man just based on his looks like that. And 100%, I was a little bit just in awe. I didn't even realize that he was like with a friend at first. And so I'm still minding my own business, keeping it chill. And he looks over at me and he says, "How are the drinks?" And I said, "The drinks are wonderful. We're just sipping mojitos." He said, "Should I get us all around?" And I said, "Absolutely. Number 1, he's cute. Number 2, who wouldn't want a free mojito?" So I said yes. We got a round of drinks, and we're sipping our drinks, and we just start small talking. And I asked them where they're from, and they say that they're both from Denmark. My ex was living in Copenhagen, and then his friend was living in a smaller town called Aalborg, which is north of Copenhagen, and that was actually my ex's hometown, that his friend was still living there. And so we were just small talking the whole time. We didn't really talk about a whole lot of things. It was just like, "Where are you from?" and just basic things. But they were asking us, "What's your plan for the rest of the trip?" And we told them, we're doing a full day boat excursion tomorrow, and then we're going to dinner tonight at this place called Dalmatino. And he said, "Oh, how's the dinner spot?" And I was like, "I don't know, but I got recommended by a friend to go there." And he was like, "Okay, well, maybe we'll meet up with you guys again later." And I said, "Sure." So we're getting a little bit tired, so we decided that it's time for us to leave. And so as we're leaving, I decide to make a bold move and just ask him for his Instagram. And obviously I'm trying to be a little sly, so I asked him and his friend for their Instagrams, and we exchange Instagrams. We get into our taxi to go back to our Airbnb, and we're literally en route to our Airbnb, and I get a DM from him, and he basically said, "It was so nice meeting you. Have fun at Dalmatino. Maybe we'll see you guys later." Didn't read anything into it. I just was like, it was fun to just have a conversation with a cute guy. And so we go back to our Airbnb, we get dressed, we get ready for dinner, and we're like on our way to dinner, and he is like messaging me about the restaurant and asking us details about it. I didn't like think anything of it. But we sit down, we're having dinner, we have a spectacular dinner, and we're finishing off the evening with our desserts, AKA espresso martinis. And I'm sipping my drink and I look up and I see him and his friend at the restaurant. And they walk up over to us and I'm like, oh, hey. He's like, yeah, like they're a little booked up, but they said they can like seat us in like 20 minutes. I was like, oh, cool. Well, we're about to be done, but you know, we'll go grab a drink. Maybe we can like meet up later. And he said, okay, sounds good. So it was kind of awkward timing because we were finishing up dinner while they like hadn't even been sat yet. And so we went to a bar across the street and we were grabbing drinks, and I just like, I hit a wall and I was like, okay, now I need to go to sleep. And I was super jet lagged. And so I sent him a DM just basically saying, hey, we are so tired. We have a full boat excursion tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna stay out much later. And he was like, that's totally fine. And so the next day we wake up, we get on the boat, and I start obviously posting like all my cute photos. Like, remember I took a photo driving the boat, and like we were just, you know, having fun. And I was like looking at my Instagram story and I see he's like hearting every single story, and like he's responded to a couple of them. I am not the type of person that reads very much into activity on social media like that, but it was something that I noticed. And so, you know, we continued on with that for like a day and a half. And then he reaches out to me and he says, hey, like, what are you guys doing? And at this time, it is our last night in Havar. And he said, what are you guys doing tonight? And I said, we don't really have plans because we didn't. And he said, well, do you guys want to come to dinner with us? And me and my friend were like, absolutely, sure. And she wasn't really down to go. I kind of forced her because I was like, this guy's hot and it's a free dinner. Like, let's just go. It'll be fun. And so she's a good friend, so she came with me, and we get to the restaurant, and him and his friend are sitting across from each other. So obviously I took the seat next to him. I was sitting across from my friend, and we're sitting there, we're having a wonderful dinner and drinking tons of wine. And I come up with this idea to play this game where I'm asking his best friend to describe what my ex's type was. And because we were obviously like vibing with each other, and I was just curious. And so his best friend starts listing off everything, like good morals, hard worker, all these things. And like, I felt like he was describing me. And after his friend was done talking, my best friend basically said, you know, aside from being a good cook, she checks off every single box. And I remember I looked at him, my ex, and I said, but I will become a great cook for a good man. And he starts laughing. I remember I put my hand on his leg, and that was the first time in my life that I felt that instant electricity from someone's touch. Like, it literally felt like I was getting shocked. And we instantly like had this physical attraction towards each other. And we started talking about what we did for work. And I told him that I was working as a real estate agent and in tech. And then he told me, I'm actually chief commercial officer for a ad tech company that does marketing for real estate companies. So I was working in real estate and tech, and he was working in real estate and tech, and everything just like felt like it was aligning. But again, I'm like, this guy lives in Copenhagen. There's nothing that's gonna come from this. So after dinner, we go and grab some drinks at a bar nearby, and we grabbed one drink, and they're definitely gearing up to go back out. And it was our last night, and my friend really did not want to go out. And I am not the type of a girl to ever leave my friend for a man, never in a million years. So I ended up just saying, hey, I think we're gonna call it a night and we're gonna head out. And he was respectful of that 100%. And I remember we just hugged goodbye and we left, and that was it. And so we're going back to our Airbnb, we're walking home, and I get a DM from him. And he said, it was so nice meeting you. I hope it's not the last time. Also, South Africa's happening. I can see it. And the reason why he said that was because I was telling him that I had wanted to go to South Africa for that following Christmas, and because my family was going to be traveling. And he said, I've always dreamt of going to South Africa. And I jokingly was like, well, you're invited if you want to come. And so whenever he made that comment to me in the DM, I was like, okay, sure. I am not thinking anything of it, right? At this point, whatever, like this guy lives 5,000 miles away from me. I'm not thinking anything of it. So the next day, my friend goes back to Germany and I go to Barcelona to meet up with some friends. And again, I'm like posting throughout my trip, and every time I look at my phone, it's like he's DMing me, messaging me, and he's continuing all of this. And I'm just a little bit shocked, but also like very interested still at the same time. And he was remembering things that I told him at dinner. Like I had told him that I was going to buy a Chanel bag because I wanted to reward myself for working hard. And he had messaged me and been like, hey, did you get your Chanel bag? And I was literally like drunk off sangrias in my bikini and cover up in the Chanel store when I got that DM. And I sent him a selfie and he said, this is the best photo I've ever seen. And I just like felt like I could just be myself with him already. And, you know, we were just getting along and having good conversation. So again, he doesn't even have my phone number at this point. We were literally just flirting through DMs. So I end up leaving Barcelona the next day and I land and he sends me a message and he said, what are you doing this weekend? Do you want to go to Ibiza? And I saw the message and I was like, what? And we will continue in part 2. The Danish Deception, part 2. Okay. So he sent me this message saying, you should come to Ibiza this weekend. I'm going with a bunch of friends. And he's like, I'll send you the flight. Everything will be paid for. And I thought about it for a second because come on, who wouldn't want to go to Ibiza? And then I thought a couple of reasons why I didn't want to go was mainly because I just bought a Chanel bag. So I was like, I want to work and make more money. And also I felt like this is the type of guy that things come easy for him. And this is not something that's going to be easy for you to obtain. And I didn't want our first weekend to be like just partying together with all of his friends. Like that's not what I wanted. So I ended up telling him no, but I just ended up saying that I needed to work. And I thought he was never going to talk to me again, but somehow this like lit a fire under him and he became even more persistent and he started pursuing me even more. And he was sending me messages like, when are you going to come visit me in Copenhagen? Or I would love to come to Dallas to come see you. And I was just like, who is this man and what's happening? Still not really taking him serious. And then maybe like a couple weeks later, he sends me another message. And at this point, we're still talking pretty consistently on Instagram. We still do not have each other's numbers. And he sends me a message. He says, hey, I have a work conference coming up in Monaco and I would love for you to come. And I read that message and I was like near the south of France, like that Monaco? And he was like, yeah, like I can get you your flight and everything will be taken care of. And I was like, okay, well, give me some time to think about it because I didn't want to say yes on the spot, but I was like, okay, this is something I definitely want to consider. So I thought about it for a while. I talked to my friends about it. I talked to my sisters about it. At first I was like, I don't think I'm going to do it. Like, this is crazy. And then over time I started like talking myself into it. And then one morning I woke up and I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go to Monaco. So I sent him a message and I said, hey, I've decided I'm going to come to Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, this is the best day ever. I'm so happy. Send me your passport and everything. I'll book the flight. So I sent him a picture of my passport. And I also was like, oh, and by the way, here's my phone number. He was like, I've been waiting for you to give this to me for now like weeks. And I said, okay, here you go. Thank you for like inviting me on this trip. So I give him my phone number and he sends me a message and he said, it took you long enough. And I said, oh yeah, well, sorry. I'm just a little bit more reserved when it comes to like dating and men. Like, I just like to make sure like I'm a very intentional person. And he was just so respectful to me. I remember when he was booking the flights and everything, he was like, don't worry, like I'll get you your own hotel room. Like, he was just being so respectful. And so I remember our very first phone call so perfectly because it came completely out of the blue. It was like on like a Tuesday and I'm sitting at my work desk and he sends me a message. He's like, can I call you? And I was like, oh, he wants to call me. And I'm literally discombobulated, freaking out. Like, what am I going to do when this man actually calls me? But I was like, you need to get together. So he calls me, I answer the phone, and he's actually in a cab to the airport. He's about to go on a work trip. And we were just small talking about our day. And I felt like those like butterflies that I felt whenever we had been together at dinner in Croatia. And I remember getting off the phone with him and I was just sitting there like cheesing, like, which I don't ever do. And I was just, this guy is special. And he sent me a message and he was like, you are so cute. Like, I love talking to you. And I said, I love talking to you too. And so basically from that moment on, we just started talking on the phone all the time, like for 1 hour, 2 hours a day. We started talking about a lot of things, about a lot of different aspects of our lives. He was telling me that, he was living in Copenhagen. He was living in this condo. Obviously, he knew that I lived in Dallas. And then we started talking about past relationships. And I told him, I was very honest. I said, I actually haven't had like a truly serious relationship before. I have always been a very independent person, but I do want to meet someone. I do want to like get married and have kids, but I don't feel like that pressure to like force it. Like, I have such a great example with my parents, and I really want to have like an amazing love in this lifetime. And so I'm going to take my time to find that. And I asked him, like, what's your history with your dating? And he was like, yeah, well, I actually was in a relationship with a girl and we were together for about 4 years. And I actually broke up with her about 4 months before I met you. And I said, oh my gosh, like the 4 years is a long time. He said, yeah, like it needed to happen for a while. And really what happened was that she told him that she was ready to have kids and he wasn't ready to have kids. And I guess that forced him to realize that she wasn't the one, and they were living together. So it was like a really hard situation to get out of, but he finally was able to do so. And so I was happy to hear that had been about 4 months since they broke up, because if he had said like they had just broken up, I would have been a little bit more hesitant to pursue things, because I know like you go through a breakup, you need time to heal. But I felt like, okay, 4 months should be enough time. And then we started talking about like our families a little bit too. I told him I'm super close with my family. He said I'm really close with my mom and my little sister. I do have an older sister that I don't talk to, and basically something happened and she was like being like physically abusive, verbally, physically abusive towards his mom. And he decided to cut her out of his life because she's crazy. And I said, listen, I get that. That makes sense. Like, you should not have her in your life. And I think just like over the course of a month, we're talking on the phone for just hours. And I tell people all the time that it felt like we fell in love over the phone, because from the time that I had decided to go to Monaco to the time that I actually left for Monaco, it was a month. And we had this plan that we weren't going to FaceTime at all, because we wanted the next time we saw each other to be in person, which I thought at the time was super romantic. And so, we started talking about like hypotheticals. I remember he told me one day, he said, if we ever end up getting married, you're going to meet the queen. And I remember just like laughing at that comment. And he said, no, I'm being serious. And I said, what do you mean I'll meet the queen? And he said, well, my family has a royal title. And I was like, wait, what? And he sent me this link to this site. It's called the Order of the Elephants. And he said, you can do some research and then we can talk about it. And I said, okay. So I start going through the page that he sent me, and I see someone that had the same last name as him, like some old guy from like the 1700s. And I remember taking a screenshot and I said, is this your great great grandpa? And he goes, now you're getting on track. My next question to you is, how's your etiquette? And I was like, I think it's okay. And so I'm sitting here like, who is this man? He's attractive. He has a great job. He has a royal title. Like, is there anything wrong with him at this point? And I have always believed in the term, it's too good to be true. But and I was feeling that 100%. Like, I felt like, when's the other shoe gonna drop? But it didn't drop that first month. It was just like, we truly fell in love over the phone. And so we are getting closer and closer to the trip to Monaco, and I start packing, and I feel like that's like when the nerves start hitting me, was when I'm packing, like, oh my goodness, this is actually happening. And I remember my sister was like, you need to put air tags in like all your bags. And I'm like, I don't need to put air tags in anything. Like, I trust this man. Like, I know like it's gonna be okay. Like, every part of me felt like so safe with him already, which was crazy because I hadn't really spent much time with him. Maybe this is trauma from being on The Bachelor. I'm not sure. But I felt very safe with him. And so the day comes where I'm supposed to go on the trip. And so I order my Uber, get to the airport, and I felt like it was kind of like a good sign, because I posted that I was at DFW, and one of my really good girlfriends texted me that lives in a different state. She was like, hey, I'm actually in DFW too. And I was like, oh my gosh. So she comes, meets me at my terminal. She's like, where are you going? I go, I'm actually going to Monaco to meet this guy that I met in Croatia. And she was like, this is insane. And so I just felt like seeing that friend was like a good sign. I don't know why. And I ended up just boarding the flight. I remember boarding that first flight. I had a layover in Madrid, but boarding that first flight, I was sitting there and I was like, this shit is really happening. And all the nerves are just taking over, but I'm like, take a chill pill. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna get there. It's gonna be fine. And at that point, I was like, okay, the worst thing that happens is like, he's a crazy person and I have enough money where I can like just book my own hotel and I'll just have a good time by myself. Like, it'll be fine. So I like had that backup plan. But yeah, I had my layover in Madrid, and then my next flight was to Nice. And so I boarded my flight to Nice. It was like a really quick flight. And I get to Nice, I land, I get my bags and baggage claim. I sent him a text. I said, I'm here. And I'm rolling both of my bags, about to walk out, freaking out. And let's continue on in part 3.
No, Islanders family, listen, so far, this one has me at the edge of my seat. So I came across this series on TikTok and I had to come over here and talk about it because this story, child, let me tell you, TikTok has been in a chokehold ever since Onyeka dropped this 27-part series that she called The Danish Deception. Now, of course, Islanders, you know, I'm not going to hold it, so please go on ahead and like and subscribe this video. And remember, the creator is tagged down in my description box. So go on ahead and just jump over to TikTok or feel free to show her some love. And of course, I'll be back in intervals with my opinion. So make sure you leave yours, of course, down below. With that being said, let's keep watching.
The Danish Deception, part 3. Okay, so I'm walking out of baggage claim. I have my bags. And at this point, worst case scenarios are playing in my head. I'm like, what if this whole thing is just gonna be so awkward and we're not gonna have that connection like I think we have? But I also told myself, you're gonna have to figure it out and let's just do this. So I walk out of baggage claim and I'm scanning the scene and I see him. And everything in me feels peace and joy. And I just make a beeline to him. Like, it's one of those, like, I'm walking, but like low-key I'm running. And I finally get to him and he hugs me, but like he picks me off the ground and he's hugging me and I'm hugging him back. And then he puts me down and he looks at me, he goes, hi, Bambi. And that was a nickname he used to call me. And I was like, hi. And we just proceed to make out in the Nice airport for 2 straight minutes. And I am not the type of person to ever do that, but I just felt so much attraction towards him and I just did not care. And I remember that we were in the taxi going to the hotel and we had to put ourselves at like an arm's length because we were just like going at it, like kissing. And I was like, this taxi driver is gonna start feeling super uncomfortable. So we're like, we need to stop. And so we get to the hotel, we check in, we get to the hotel room, and let's just say we had a wonderful time, multiple times. Mom and Dad, I am so sorry for that part. We ended up going to dinner afterwards, and I just remember sitting here and I was like, I feel like this is my dream come true being here with you. And he said, I feel like this is my dream come true. Like, I'm so grateful to be here. Like, you're like my dream girl, and you were even better than I remembered if that was even possible. And it just felt like everything was aligning perfectly. And so the next day we had a car rental. So we went to Monaco, and that's where his work event was. And I remember he told me, he's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring you to all of the events. And I told him, you know what? I'm going to be in Monaco. So if you can't take me to things, that's fine. I'll just go explore the city. And I remember we get there and he had like a kickoff event, like first things first when we arrived. And so I wasn't invited. I also didn't really want to go. So he went to that, and I was just like exploring Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, hey, you're going to be able to come to the event tonight. Do you have something to wear? And I remember being like, I didn't bring anything like for like a professional cocktail party. And he was like, oh, well, we're in Monaco, so you wear whatever. And I said, okay. So I remember I put on this green romper and we went to this hotel, and I remember being super nervous because I'm used to like networking, but not with like Norwegians and like a bunch of people that aren't like fluent in English, which actually people in Norway, they all are fluent in English. I was very impressed. But I just started talking to different agents because these were all real estate agents, and I'm a realtor, so I felt like I could connect with them so well. And I remember I was talking to this man. Me and my ex were talking to this man, and he was like so interested by me, and he said, "Are you coming to the boat party tomorrow?" And I knew there was a boat party coming up the next day, but I also just like assumed I wouldn't be able to go. And I said, well, I looked at my ex, I go, I don't know, like, am I? And my ex looks at me, he goes, well, you're talking to the CEO, so I think that's fine. I said, oh. The CEO was like, yeah, I'd love for you to come. And he was just so nice. And I met so many great people, and also just watching him in his element working, and he's just so charming and charismatic, and everyone, when people talk to him, they're just so fascinated by him, like I was. And so we had a great night, and then the next day was a boat party, and I remember I was just hanging out on the boat, again, just watching him go talk to all these big customers, and I didn't understand a word he was saying, but I just felt like he just looked like he was super smart. And later on that night, I remember they had another event, and I wasn't invited to that event, which is fine, but I came and met up with him afterwards, and we got drinks, and the next day we decided to head to Saint-Tropez. And I remember we get to the hotel in Saint-Tropez. This hotel is so nice. I've stayed in 5-star hotels before, but like I've never stayed in like 5-star hotels that are like a full suite with like private pool. And I like looked up the room, and it was like 1,500 to like 2,000 euros a night. And I'm like absolutely not used to this. And I remember telling him that, because I'm not the type of person to like walk into something like this and be like, oh yeah, like I'm used to this stuff. I'm not gonna be fake. So I told him like, I am not used to staying in hotels like this, or like especially specifically suites like this. And he was like, well, you know, while we're together, I want you to know, like, I want to give you the world. And I was like, I like, thank you so much. Like, I feel so grateful. And I remember telling him that in that moment. And later on that night, we go to L'Opera, and we're having a wonderful time, drinking great wine, having good food. And if you've been to L'Opera in Saint-Tropez, it's very much a party restaurant. Like, you have dancers on the tables. It's like, it's a party scene, but like, you know, that's also like kind of like my vibe when I'm like, you know, have a couple of drinks in me. And we're sitting at dinner, and he's talking to me about his mom, and talking about how he's so protective over her, and how much he loves her, and how he like would do anything for her. And I remember just like looking at him and just being like, this is like everything I want in a man. If a man is going to treat his family with respect, the chances of him treating your family with respect are so much higher. And I just felt like I saw his heart, and it just made me just fall for him even more than I had already. And I guess my thoughts had translated to my face, because he picked up on some expression, and he was like, what is it? And I was like, nothing. He said, tell me. I go, nothing. And then he grabs my face, and he pulls it close to him. He goes, tell me. And I say, I'm in love with you. And then I started bawling my eyes out at L'Opera in Saint-Tropez. And this was a sweet moment, but it was also very uncomfortable and embarrassing, because all the workers are all thinking that I'm getting dumped right now, when I'm really just falling in love for the first time, and like don't know how to control my emotions. And I remember just like bawling my eyes out and being like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what this feeling is. Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, and he's just sitting there smiling, and he's like, this is like one of the best nights of my life. And he looked at me, he goes, I want to say it back to you, but I also want to have my own special moment, so I'm not going to do it right now. And I said, thank you, God, because I would not want you to tell me right now. And honestly, never in a million years did I think that I would say I love you first to him, but he pulled it out of me, and I felt it. So I said, you know what? I'm going to say it. And I did. And it felt so good. And I remember we went back to the hotel that night, got some sleep, and the next morning we went to Bagatelle, and we had just like a beach day. And I used to tell everyone that this was the best day of my life, because we spent the whole day just swimming and laughing and eating and having such a great time. And I just thought to myself, like, I could do this forever. And like, I also thought to myself, like, I don't care if we're on a couch in Dallas, Texas, like, I just want to be around him all the time. And so that night we go to dinner, and I remember just asking him, what are the things that you think are important as we like enter into this relationship? And he told me, if you give me respect and loyalty, I will give you the world. And I told him I can do that. And then I told him, there's a few things you should know. Number one, your money is great, but it's the cherry on top of a great sundae. You could lose it all tomorrow and I would not go anywhere. Like, the money is just like this little added benefit, but I love you for you. I'm here for who you are as a person, not the money. Also, cheating is 100% a deal breaker for me. I just feel like I always need to like put that out there. I don't care if you've been married for 15 years with 4 kids, I will leave. I will not put up with cheating. And also, my family is my world. I'm a warrior for my family and friends. And please don't ever put me in a position where I have to choose, because like I love my family so much, and that would be a situation that would cause me so much pain, and I just would never want to be in that position. He said, I understand completely, and I love that about you. So we set those ground rules, and the next day we go to Cannes. And I remember that first day in Cannes, we were having a great time. We went to the beach for a little bit, and then we decided we're gonna go shopping. And he tells me, you can pick out whatever you want to buy, you can get it. So we're going to like Cartier, we're going to Chanel, we go to Dior. I see this yellow bag I fall in love with, but I felt so uncomfortable because I don't want this man to think that I'm with him for his money. And I didn't want him to feel like I was using him. So I remember just being like, oh, it's okay. Like, I love this purse, but I was like, it's just okay. And we end up going to Dolce & Gabbana, and I pick out this nice pair of $200 sunglasses. And he looks at me, he goes, dang, you're cheap. And I said, I'm a simple girl, even though I wanted the Dior bag. But I wanted him to know that I was there for the right reasons. Oh my gosh, bachelor trauma is still kicking in. And so later that night, we decided to go to dinner, and we're eating dinner, and I go to the bathroom, and I had myself a fall going to the bathroom, going up the stairs, and everything went black. And I will continue on the series in part 4. The Danish Deception, part 4. Okay, just to recap, we went to Monaco, then we went to Saint-Tropez, and we ended the trip in Cannes. And the very last night we had together, we were at dinner, and I'm walking to go to the bathroom, and I fall, and everything goes black. And let me tell you, I am a clumsy person. I know I'm a clumsy person. I'm always tripping over myself. And that day specifically, I had been tripping over my dress pretty frequently throughout the day. But I've never had like a serious accident before like this. And it was completely out of the blue. I was walking up the stairs, and I remember walking up the stairs, and the stairs in France are extremely narrow. If you've been, then you definitely would probably agree with me. And so I basically came to after falling, hitting my head, and I see these 3 men above me, and they're wearing like these bright turquoise polos. And I remember that they were the waiters. That was what they were wearing. And I remember just like coming awake and being like, what the f happening? But no one was speaking any English. They're all like screaming in French, freaking out. And so I pass out again, then I come to again. And finally I'm able to say, someone go get my boyfriend. And then I pass out again, then I come to again. And then my ex is sitting next to me, and I see him, and I'm like, what is going on? He's like, I don't know what happened. I think you fell. And I'm like, I don't remember anything. I don't know what happened. And he looked at me, he goes, do you have a history with epilepsy? I'm like, epilepsy? No, I don't have any history with that. I was like, why? He said, because you've been having seizures for the past 10 minutes. And I was like, seizures? I have never, ever had a seizure in my life. So this was shocking news, but I also wasn't like all the way there. So I was just so confused at what was happening. And I remember touching my head, and then I looked at my hand, and there was so much blood. And then I like started looking around, and everything felt wet. And I was like, oh my gosh, I was going to the bathroom. So I look at him and I ask him, I'm like, is this pee? He was like, no, they just like dumped water on you. And I was like, okay. And so they basically told us that because the streets in Cannes are so narrow, they couldn't bring an ambulance. It had to be a fire truck, which I didn't care. I just wanted to get to the hospital. So these firemen come and they get me up, and I stand up, I look down, look at the puddle of water, then I smell my dress. I go, oh my gosh, this is urine. So you're telling me that I've been dating this man for 3 days, and he is now sitting in a pool of my urine and my blood. watching me have seizures. I was just I couldn't believe that this was the reality of what was happening. I get into the truck and they take us to the hospital, and I'm still freaking out at this point because I literally don't know if I have like a severe brain bleed or what's going on. And they take us into the waiting room and they're about to take us back. And I remember the nurse said that my ex couldn't go back with me because they still had super strict restrictions from COVID. So he had to wait in the waiting room. And I remember just freaking out because no one is speaking English at this point. And I don't know what to do. I'm so terrified. I feel so alone. And I remember just looking at him and he could just see the fear in my eyes. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. He's like, just stay calm. I was like, okay. And he ends up leaning into me before they tell him that it's time to go. And he tells me, before you go, I just wanted to tell you that I love you. And I just remember being like, really? Here of all places? He was like, yeah, I wanted to tell you. And I said, I was so grateful to hear it from him, but also I was like, are you only telling me this because you think I'm about to die? And so a lot of things were going through my head, and I ended up going back, getting a CT scan. They ended up saying, hey, everything's good. You just have a severe concussion, hence why I had seizures. And they're like, you're gonna have to get 4 stitches in your eyebrow. You guys can kind of see the scar. I'm wearing makeup, so you can't really tell. So after I get my stitches, I go back out to the waiting room and I see my ex, and I automatically just feel this sense of protection and safety because he made me feel so calm, and I was just so grateful to him. And if you watched the Who the Mary series, I truly believe that this whole experience was the equivalent to Risa Tisa's tire blowout before she met her ex-husband. And God was telling me to run far away from this man. My bad on misinterpreting this message. And I just thought that this was God's way of telling me that this man's gonna keep me safe. And clearly that wasn't the case. But we leave the hospital and we go back to the hotel, and obviously I couldn't sleep because I had a severe concussion. So we just stayed up talking all night. And the next day I went to go get all my prescriptions, and then we went to the airport, and it was a really, really tough goodbye because I was just so sad to say goodbye to him. And he had already booked a flight to come visit me in Dallas in 10 days. He booked it before I even went to Monaco because he told me he was so sure of me and of us. And so I knew I was gonna see him in a little bit over a week, but it just wasn't enough. And I just wanted to be with him 24/7. But I said my goodbyes to him, and I was like, you know what? It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna see him soon. Hopped on the plane and went back to Dallas. And it was really difficult to come home for multiple reasons. The biggest reason was that I had to tell my parents that not only did I have this crazy accident, but I also am in love with this man that lives in Denmark. And that's just not a easy conversation to have with the Nigerian parents. And if you know Nigerian parents, or if you have Nigerian parents, you can already assume how this unfolded. Obviously, they support me and they love me and they're wonderful parents, but they were also scared and like, what are you telling me right now? But I dropped the ball, and over time, like, they were so supportive of me and my decisions. I will say the bigger challenge was healing from the head injury because I was just doing crazy ass shit. Like, I remember I got into the shower with my socks on, and then I ran out the door with my bonnet on, chasing Smokey through the streets because I thought he ran away, even though he was inside the house. And to this day, I still think I have lingering effects because I'll add all these filler words, and like what I want to say in my head, I think it, but I can't figure out the words sometimes. And it's very frustrating at times, and you will notice it throughout the series. And it's not something I used to do, but overall, I'm fine. My brain's fine. So obviously we're talking on the phone every single day because, you know, we're in a relationship, and he calls me and he says, hey, I'm considering offering on this apartment complex in Copenhagen. And we had talked about his real estate investments back in the south of France. He had told me that he owned 3 apartments in Copenhagen, 2 of which were rented out, one of which he was occupying as his personal residence. And this apartment complex he was interested in had 34 units. And then there was a top floor that was unfinished, and it could be converted to 10 penthouses. And he said, it's fully rented out. It would be such a great investment. The cash flow is great. The only thing is that it's going to take up a lot of my cash liquidity and also like stocks and crypto and everything. And obviously I'm going to be traveling to the States and I want to be mindful of like finances. That's why I like want to bring it up to you. So what do you think? And I said, well, at this point, we had been dating for like a couple weeks. So I didn't feel like I was in a place where I could insert my opinion. So I told him, like, whatever you think, I'll support you. And I also didn't know jack shit about real estate investments in Copenhagen. And also, I had just gone to the south of France with him. That whole entire trip, I had spent 15 euros the entire trip. I tried to pay for stuff. He would not take a dime from me. So at this point, I like almost am like searching for a way to prove to him that I'm not with him for his money. So I told him, I go, if I need to, take on some more of like the financial responsibilities in this relationship, I'm more than happy to do so because this is a partnership and you're there for me when I need you and I'm going to be there for you when you need me. And he said, I appreciate you saying that, but I don't think it's going to come to that. But thank you for saying that. I said, of course. So he offers on it and his offer wins apparently by like 1,000 euros. And he decides he's going to move forward with this property maybe a couple days before he came to visit me in Dallas. And I was fully supportive of him buying this property 100% because he's a successful businessman. And if he thinks this is a smart move, then I trust him. And also the money was a whole separate other thing. I didn't care. All I cared about was being with him. So he's coming to Dallas and I'm getting excited, not just because he's coming to see me, but this is the trip where he's going to start to meet my people and it's getting real. And so I remember he was flying into Dallas. It's the middle of September. And I made this sign. It said, "Welcome to Dallas, my Danish man." And I'm waiting outside baggage claim, waiting for him to get through customs. And I'm holding this sign super high, waiting for him to come through. And I will continue the rest in part 5. Danish deception, part 5. Okay, so he comes out of the baggage claim past customs and I see him and immediately I'm hit with a realization that I've got it so bad. And if you've never been in love before, falling in love for the first time is like getting swallowed by a current and you don't even know it's there and you're good one moment and then before you realize it, you're in deep and there's nothing you can do to control it. And that's how I felt. And I knew this man has the power to destroy me. And that was exhilarating, but also terrifying at the same time. And I was just really excited to integrate him with my people. And most importantly, I was excited for him to meet Smokey, who is just my world. And watching the way he was with Smokey, they instantly became best friends and Smokey grew really attached to him. And I mean, I knew I had fallen in love with him, but I realized I hadn't even scratched the surface when I saw him with Smokey. And so we did a lot of things that trip. So we went to a Cowboys game. We went to a retirement party for a partner at my accounting firm. We went to a couple dinners. And then we also just stayed at home. I cooked a lot. I remember I made him red stew and rice, which is my favorite Nigerian food. It's a staple. And I put a lot of habanero peppers. And I remember being nervous, like, can he handle spice? And he ate it and he loved it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this white boy loves spice. This is perfect. And everything just felt like, again, it felt like everything was aligning. And so I wanted to plan something special for him to meet all of my close friends and family. And so I was like, oh, well, maybe we can go meet for a drink. And he said, we can go out to eat. I'll pay for everything. I was like, are you sure? He said, absolutely. So I planned a brunch and we went to brunch here in Dallas, and it was a handful of my really close friends, and my 2 sisters were there, and my cousin and his now wife was there too. So we sit down at brunch and everyone's like asking him questions and everyone is just so impressed by him. Again, we're dealing with someone that's very charming, very charismatic. And the thing about my ex is when you meet him, he's so good at asking questions and he's good at listening. And so it's really easy to get into good conversation with him and it's really easy to connect with him. And so we had a great brunch. I remember I was like in the bathroom and my friends followed me and they're like, oh my gosh, he's amazing. Like, we're so happy for you. And I just, I was so grateful to call him mine. And so after brunch, we go grab a drink at a place nearby the restaurant. And at that point, we're all just kind of like chit-chatting, and my cousin and my ex are having a conversation. And this cousin is like a second brother to me. We're very, very close. and I desperately wanted to get the stamp of approval from him. And so obviously they're shooting their shit, and I'm eavesdropping on the conversation 100%, and because I can. And I'm like overhearing them just like, you know, talking about random stuff. And then I hear my cousin ask him, you just have the build of an athlete. Did you play sports? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually played handball. And my cousin goes, isn't that an Olympic sport? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually went to the Olympics twice. And I immediately inserted myself into the conversation. I go, you went to the Olympics? What? And he goes, you know what? I was like the backup of the backup. I didn't even play. I don't like to brag about it because I don't think it's that big of a deal. I was like, well, did you get medals? He was like, yeah, I got a bronze and I got a gold. I was like, well, that's amazing. Like, I'm so impressed. And so now I'm thinking, this man is so humble. So let's add humble to the list of all the reasons why he's such an amazing man. So obviously we had a wonderful trip. He came to Dallas again. I did not spend any money while he was here. I obviously like paid money for groceries when he wasn't around, but other than that, he wanted to pay for everything. He didn't even want me to like pay for ice cream, like small things. He was like, I want to treat you. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So I remember he was leaving to go back to Denmark, and I was so depressed. And if anyone has been in a long distance relationship, you know how difficult it is to say goodbye. And so I was so depressed, and I'm saying goodbye to him at the airport. I'm bawling my eyes out. We finally say goodbye. He goes through security. I go home, and I just am crying for like hours. I'm so depressed. And I remember I was supposed to go to a birthday party that night, and I texted my friend. I was like, I literally cannot stop crying, so I can't go to this birthday. And I hate canceling things. And so that's how bad it was. I was actually depressed for literally days. And after he got through security, he was like, I can't even walk to the terminal. Like, I'm so depressed. Like, I just want to walk back out and just come back to you. And I was like, I want that too. And he said, you know, we need to start having the hard conversations on like what we want for the future. And I said, absolutely. And so he was like, you know, we need to decide whether or not we're going to live in Denmark or live in Dallas. And I still can't believe this came out of my mouth. But I told him, I said, listen, I know you already have like a very much established career. And so if you want me to move to Denmark, I'm more than happy to have that conversation with you and like discuss it. And he said, you know, looking at you with your friends and your family this past week has made me realize that I don't want to take that away from you. And you're really close with your parents. They're driving distance away. And like, I live in Copenhagen. My family lives in my hometown in Aalborg, which is hours away. I don't have family in Copenhagen. And I want us to be around family, especially like if we're talking about having kids one day. Like, I want that support, and I want you to be around the people that you love. And so I was so happy because realistically, I did not want to move to Denmark. And so I was so happy that this man is willing to give up everything to be with me. So I was so excited about that. So he was gone for about 3 weeks to a month at this point, and he hadn't booked his flight back to Dallas yet, and then he booked it on like a Thursday, I remember it. So now we're in the middle of October of 2022. He books his flight, and he said, okay, I'm coming next week, Wednesday. And I said, okay, perfect. And I'm getting all excited again. And so I called him Friday morning, and keep in mind that there's a time difference. So it's like about 7 hours. So whenever I wake up at like 5 or 6, he's basically halfway through his day. And so I called him that Friday, and I said, hey, like, how's your day been? He's like, it's been such a stressful, intense day. I go, what happened? And he's like, I found out that the apartment complex that I bought is dealing with some major foundation issues. Like, it could affect safety of the tenants, and I'm really stressing out, and I need to get it fixed. And I was like, oh, okay, like, did you schedule the repair? He's like, not yet. It's gonna cost like a hefty chunk of change. I was like, how much is it gonna cost? He's like, $50,000. I was like, $50,000? What? Like, that's obviously a lot of money. I'm sure it's a lot of money to a lot of you. It's a lot of money to me. And so I was like, okay, like, what's the plan? He's like, I mean, I have a good portion of it, so I just need to ask my dad for a little bit of a loan. And so I remember being like, I can never in a million years ask my dad for a loan of $50,000. So at this point, I was aware of the fact that like they had this royal title, they had this family trust that like, and like the family had money. I didn't really know like how much or the details behind it. But he told me he was gonna call his dad and ask him for a loan. So a couple hours go by, he calls me, and he's really upset. He's like, I talked to my dad on the phone. He will not loan me the money. He says, I've been acting super irresponsible, traveling, doing all these things. And so he just doesn't wanna He thinks I need to like learn from my actions, and if I'm not prepared for something like this, then there's nothing he can do to help me. And so I felt really bad for him because he essentially felt like his dad was abandoning him, and I felt really bad for him. And so I said, what's the plan? He's like, I'll figure it out. Like, even if I have to like sell some things, like I'll figure it out. And I was like, okay, well, keep me updated, like whatever you need. And so a couple days go by and he's communicating that he's still stressed out about coming up with this money. And so I said, you know what? Like, I can loan you the money. And so at this point, I had paid off my student loans, paid off my car, bought a house. Like, had a decent savings. I was in a really, really good financial position. And so I wanted to help him, especially because like this man has like treated me so well and done so much for me. And I truly felt like we were in a partnership, especially like when you're talking about the future with someone. And so I told him, like, let me loan it to you. He goes, I would never in a million years borrow money for you. And I was like, it's okay. Like, I don't mind helping. He's like, that's like not even a discussion I want to have. And I said, okay, that's fine. So a couple of days go by and he's still stressing out about coming up with this money. I asked him, like, how much do you need? He's like, it's 10,000 I need. And I was like, again, like, let me loan it to you. He said, no, I'm not taking money from you. And then a couple of days go by and he says, okay, like now I need 6K. And I was like, okay, again, let me give it to you. He's like, no, I still don't want to take money from you. And then basically like 2 days before he's supposed to come to Dallas, he tells me, he says, just letting you know, I'm not be able to come to Dallas because I need to figure out this issue. And I'm at this point I start freaking out because I'm like, no, like I 100% like want you to come still. Just let me loan you the money so that you'll be fine and we can, you know, be happy and be together. And so after some thinking, he was like, okay, fine, I will borrow the money from you, but you have to promise me that this will be the only time and that you're 100% comfortable with giving me this money. And I said, absolutely, I'm 100% comfortable. And we will continue on in part 6.
I'm not sure about anybody else's interpretation, but this really looked like a classic case of love bombing, and that is just my opinion. He created to me like the perfect romantic fantasy, exaggerated trips, multiple countries, covering all the bills, you know, sweeping her into this luxury whirlwind. But the moment there's an issue with his property or his finances, suddenly he has no money. Suddenly all of these investments can't cover these urgent expenses. That is odd to me, to say the least. You know, what stands out even more is that although he repeatedly declined her help at first, he eventually played what we would call the reverse Uno card. He knew exactly how she felt about him, and he knew that she wouldn't want him to miss that trip. So maybe instead of him, you know, asking directly and declining how many times she offered, he positioned it in a way where she would feel compelled to offer, and clearly she did. In my own experience, one of the worst decisions a woman can make is start lending a man money, especially at the early stages of dating. According to her timeline, they were only together for maybe about 3 to 4 months thereabouts, and she's already financing him. Girl, Onyeka, come on now, man. Oh, yes, guys, and I almost forgot this part. When they started discussing where he would eventually live, or maybe where she would live, he suddenly insisted that he would be the one moving to the United States instead, because he admired the relationship that she had with her family. At this point, I'm looking at the both of them with, you know, the bombastic side eye. Anyway, guys, I'm not going to hold any longer. Let's keep watching.
The Danish Deception, part 6. Okay, so I've decided to loan him this money and he's agreed to it. So I download this app, it's called Revolut, and it's kind of like Venmo where you can send money internationally instantly. So I download it. It took like a day to like verify all my information, and I was able to send him the 6K, and the next day he flew into Dallas to come be with me. And so that trip was really fun. We really didn't do a whole lot. I remember we just like went to the state fair and we went to dinner like once, and the rest of the time we just hung out at home. And I remember it was hard for him because he was dealing with some really bad back pains, and I think it was just because he was flying a lot, and he said he injured his back when he was playing handball. So I remember I was giving him like back massages like almost every single day because it was really, really bad. And so this trip was very, very short. He was only there for a week, but I would say this was a very special trip for us because this was like the first time that he actually started making friends, like through me. And I started watching him start to make guy friends. And so this was when I got even more excited because I felt like we were really starting to, build a life here in Dallas together. So he leaves, obviously, again, I'm depressed again. And at this point, I know he's definitely planning on coming to Dallas for Thanksgiving to meet my parents. But I didn't know when he was planning on flying back. And so basically he's gone, and I feel like the second he leaves, like everything just kind of like starts to like fall apart for him. And so for starters, his back pain was getting like much, much worse. He was complaining about it every single day. Like he would text me in the middle of the night being like, it hurts so bad. Like, and I felt terrible because I wanted to help him, but there was nothing I could do because I'm living 5,000 miles away. On top of that, his uncle, who was really sick with cancer, had passed away, and he told me the funeral was gonna be the next week. And I remember telling him, I will fly to Denmark if I need to, if you want me to be there for you. And he's like, no, it's fine. Like I can handle it. It's okay. And so basically that happened. And then I remember I went to Charlotte to go visit one of my girlfriends who had just had a baby. One of my girlfriends that I've been friends with for years and years since college. And so I'm in Charlotte with my friend, and I get a text from him. He's saying, hey, my dad's in the hospital. And I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? And he was like, we still don't understand what happened, but the doctors are running tests. And so later on that day, he told me that he had blood poisoning, and he had like, his infection numbers were like going crazy. And I remember telling him, well, if you're not able to come to Dallas in November, obviously I'll understand, especially like if your dad's in the hospital, like I understand completely. Again, I told him, I'll be there for you if you want me to. He's like, it's okay. Over the course of the next couple days, his dad started to show some more improvement. So he ended up deciding to come to visit me in Dallas. So now we're in November of 2022. So he comes back to Dallas, and basically this was a very exciting trip because number one, I used to be on the board of an organization called UIU. It's a nonprofit that celebrates Igbo Nigerian culture, and my culture is so important to me. And so I was the event coordinator for the Dallas chapter, and I was so proud of this. Like we had just won chapter of the year out of all the chapters in the nation. It was just such a huge accomplishment for me and my whole board. And I remember my cousin, who I told you guys I'm really close with, he was the president. And so we had a huge gala that we planned that year, and we had people flying in from all over the country to come. And obviously it took a lot of planning, and I was working really hard to make sure it was executed perfectly. I remember the day of the gala comes, and he is helping me set up, do everything that entire day. And this was the first time that I fully like integrated him with a bunch of Nigerians. And I was really curious to see how he was gonna react to being with all these people, because obviously Nigerians are so much fun, but some people might think we're a little bit too much. Forget them, but I wanted to make sure that he wasn't one of those people. So we have the gala, he helps me set up all day, and I'm just kind of watching him at the gala, just talking to people, and he's getting along with everyone. He's dancing to the Afro beats, and I just feel like, okay, he really takes my culture seriously. Like he wants to make sure that I know that he's gonna make sure this is a part of his life too. And I remember just being really happy about that. And so after the gala was done, it was a couple days, and my parents came to visit me in Dallas for Thanksgiving. And so I remember he went to go stay at a hotel because my parents, obviously, they're Nigerian, very traditional. We wanted to be respectful. So he went and stayed at a hotel, and my parents came to visit, and he was here when my parents got in town. And I'm telling you, my parents fell in love with him immediately. And I think watching him with my dad it just warmed my heart because they just instantly connected. And my dad, like everyone else, was very fascinated by him. And I remember the following day we went to African market with my parents. It was just me, my ex, and my parents. And he's talking to my parents about the Olympics, and they're asking him all these questions. And he was like, yeah, like the gold medal I gave to my mom, she has it. And then the bronze medal, I actually donated it to charity. And I'm just like, this guy is just so freaking amazing. And so We had an amazing Thanksgiving. It was his first Thanksgiving in the state. And my grandmother had recently just passed away. And this is my dad's mom. It was really, really sad. And he was talking to us about the plans for the burial. And so he said, we're gonna do the burial in May. It's gonna be in the village in Nigeria. And he looks at my dad and he says, I'll be there. And I remember looking at him like, I don't think you really understand what you're agreeing to. And he said, I don't care. I'm gonna be there. I'm like, we're talking about the village in Nigeria. We're not just talking about like a big city where you can get a little bit of culture shock, but you like, you know, or go back to your hotel. And no, we're talking about being in the village. And he said, I don't care, I'm gonna be there. And so that was when I realized like this man really takes my culture seriously. He wants to be there for me. He wants to be there for my family. And that meant so much to me. And so at the end of the trip, I told him, I said, this week has showed me that I know that I want to spend my life with you. And I'm just, thank you for being the man that you are. And he said, I want to spend my life with you. And I'm going to let you know, like, I already know that I want to marry you someday. Like, and I don't want you to ever doubt that. And so he asked me, he's like, I have a question. Like, do you have an idea of what ring you would want? And I was like, I mean, I have some ideas, but I have not thought about it really extensively. And so he said, what are your thoughts on us going ring shopping? And keep in mind, at this point, we've been dating for like 4 months. And so I was like, okay, let's do it. So we found a jeweler. We went and we tried on some rings. I remember I'm trying on lab grown and natural. And I'm like looking at the price differences. And I'm like, I am not allowing you to buy me a natural stone because that number is just crazy. I'd rather us spend money investing, doing other things. And he said, well, let me look into it because I kind of do want to get you natural. And I was like, no, we're getting a lab grown. And I remember like, if you've, you know, gone ring shopping, you know, the price difference is like astronomical. And so I remember I picked out a ring that I really liked, and then we left, and that was basically the end of like the rings for that moment. And so he goes back to Denmark, and the plan was for me to go on a trip with him for Christmas. As I mentioned previously, my parents were traveling for Christmas, and him and his older sister do not have a relationship. Like, they can't be in intimate settings together, so they alternate Christmases. Like, he had last Christmas, so this Christmas was her Christmas. So we already had planned to spend Christmas together. And so originally we were talking about going to South Africa, like I mentioned before, and then we started looking at flights, and he was like, it's a long trip, I only want to fly business, and they were like $12,000 round trip. And he's like, well, maybe we can make it work. I was like, we are not spending that much on flights to South Africa. That's not happening. And so I started looking at other flights, and then we talked about maybe going to Brazil. And then he tells me, okay, make an itinerary and look at hotels and flights and everything and send it to me, and I'll book it. We're gonna go to Brazil. I said, okay, sounds good. So I wake up one day, I said, hey, did you book the travel? And he was like, no, I haven't, but there's something I need to talk to you about. I go, what's up? He goes, so I talked to a doctor because my back has gotten really, really bad, and it turns out I have 2 herniated discs, and I'm gonna need to get surgery. And I said, okay, like, that's fine. And he said, I'm gonna have to get surgery December 21st. And I said, oh wow, okay, well, that's fine. We don't need to go on a trip. I'll just come to Denmark and I'll help you recover and everything. And he said, actually, no, I don't want you to come to Denmark. I want you to be there, but I don't want that to be the first time you meet my parents, and they definitely want to be there. And at this point, I'm like, what do you mean? I'm your girlfriend and we're talking about a future. Why would I not be there when you're getting a major surgery? And I will continue on in part 7. Okay, Danish deception, part 7. So he tells me that he needs to get a back surgery, and he does not want me to come to Denmark because he wants me to meet his parents with him there because there's a serious language barrier, and he wants to make sure that I can communicate with them through him. And he's like, I don't want you to be using Google Translate to talk to them the first time you meet them. And yeah, and at first I was really upset because I felt like he wasn't treating me like I was his family. And I remember having a conversation to my mom about it because I was really frustrated. And she asked me, she said, do you think his parents know about you? And I remember I got really defensive because I told her, in what world would his parents not know about me? And I told him, you know, I really want to be there. I was still kind of like pushing on him for like the full day. And I remember like that was like one of our first like little fights. At this point, we had not fight at all. Like, we have not had a single fight in the last 4 months because it's December of 2022. And so I told him, I said, listen, I really want to be there for you. And he was like, honestly, I don't want to like fight about this anymore. Like, let's just put this to rest. And I remember being frustrated because I also didn't have plans for Christmas because my family was going to be traveling, and I had planned to spend Christmas with him. So I remember I reached out to my best friend, Natalie. I was talking to her about the situation, and she said, why don't you fly to New York, spend a couple days with me, and then we'll go spend Christmas in Boston with my family. And I said, okay, like we can do that. And so I brought up the option to my ex. He said, I think that's a great idea. I obviously don't want you to spend Christmas by yourself. And so I said, okay, that works. And I'm obviously extremely sad because at this point I hadn't seen him in weeks, and now I don't know when I'm going to see him again because he's getting the surgery on December 21st. So I make plans, book my flight to New York, and a couple days before I leave, he told me, you know, maybe what we can do is you can come to Denmark maybe a couple days after my back surgery because the doctors say that I need to be up walking a couple days afterwards, and I think it's just my mom that's gonna come. So what we can do is you can come meet my mom and we can go see like the Christmas lights, and at that point I'll be able to translate and everything. And so I said that's fine. So I was like, I'll fly to New York, go to Boston, spend Christmas with my friend Natalie, and then I'll also have like an extra bag packed for like things to wear in Copenhagen, and just make sure I'm prepared to figure out what the plan is whenever he tells me. And so I think we had decided that it was December like 26th or 27th that I was gonna go to Copenhagen and then spend like a week there. So I go to New York, have a great couple days with my friend Natalie, and then on like the second day I'm in New York, I get a message from him, and he said, oh my goodness, my dad's back in the hospital. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. He's like, his infection numbers are bad again, his blood poisoning again, and he ended up getting diagnosed with leukemia. And I just, I wanted to be there for him. And I said, like, do you want me to come? Like, I want to be there for you. Like, I don't want you to feel like you have to navigate through these things without having like your partner there to support you. And he said, right now, I just need to like focus on my family, and I'm grateful for you to be here, but I also don't want you to meet my dad for the first time in a hospital bed. And I'm obviously frustrated because I really want to be there for him, but I also don't want to be too pushy because I'm like, this is your family, your dad's in the hospital. I don't want to put too much on him. And so we made the decision that I was just going to be kind of like on standby, which was fine because I was with my best friend Natalie, and I love her so much. And so I was having honestly a wonderful time with her and her family. And so we had left New York, went to Boston. Obviously, I'm still in constant communication with him, trying to figure out what's happening. And he sends me a message. I think it's on December 23rd. He sends me a message and he says, I'm so angry. I just got into a fight with my sister. And maybe like 5 minutes later, he gives me a call and I'm like, what happened? He said, we're sitting in the hospital room and my dad is obviously laying in the bed, and my older sister looks to me and says, so where are you spending Christmas? And I said, not with you, bitch. And it turned into a huge fight. They start screaming at each other in the hospital. He storms out. He feels so disrespected. His mom's upset. His little sister's upset because like, they're already spending some of their holidays in the hospital, and like now like they have all this tension in the family. And so I remember just being like so confused as to like why his sister is like this awful person. Like, why is she treating you like this, especially at a time when your dad is not doing okay? And so he calls me. He's like, I'm just so upset. Like, I want to get away. And I said, well, let me know what you need from me. Like, I'm literally a plane ride away. And he said, well, I obviously, like, now that I'm like don't want to be around my family, I would love to see you. And I said, okay, well, I can book a flight to Copenhagen and come stay with you. And he said, I don't know, I just kind of feel like I just need to get out of Denmark. And at that point, he was obviously in his hometown in Aalborg, which is 4 hours north of Copenhagen. And so he took a train back to Copenhagen. He's spending Christmas completely by himself, so sad. And we're still trying to iron out what the plans are. And he, again, tells me, I want to leave Denmark. And I was like, are you sure? Because at this point, like, I knew that I wouldn't say we were having like financial issues, but I knew like obviously there was like a little bit of tension with like all of his expenses that were adding up. And so I was like, it might be easier for me to just fly there and I can just stay with you. And he's like, I just really want to get away. And I said, okay, where do you want to go? He said, have you been to Paris before? And I said, no, I actually have not been to Paris. And he's like, well, let's do Paris. And I said, okay, I'm absolutely down to do Paris. And so I look at flights. I book a flight from Boston to Paris with a layover in Iceland, and I leave on the 26th, and I get to Paris on the 27th, and I see him. He meets me at the airport. We arranged our flights to make sure we landed around the same time. And something I need to add is before I had gone to Paris, he had told me that he had made a transfer from his business account to his personal account. And obviously in the States, when you make a transfer like that, it's just like a click of a button. Like I have a business account, it's a click of a button. But he told me that in Denmark, when you make a transfer from your business account to your personal account, it actually has to go through the IRS. They take out the taxes and then they deposit the money into your personal account. And I'm over here thinking like that's so crazy, but I also know like Denmark is a foreign country that I don't know anything about. I didn't question it for a second. And so he said, I'm just gonna ask my mom to give me a quick little loan so I can obviously cover everything with Paris and whatnot. And I said, okay, just let me know what she says. And then he basically came back to me and said, she said that she will only give me the money if I spend a couple more days with the family. I said, well, you should do that. Like, I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to take you away from your family by any means. And he said, I don't even want to be around them right now. It's just like not good for my mental health. And then I said, okay, well, what do you need from me? I said, I can cover like the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. And at that point we had been on 2 trips together, or no, we'd only been on 1 trip together to the south of France. And then Paris was going to be our 2nd trip. The rest of the times he had now visited me in Dallas 3 times. And so I told him, I said, I can pay for the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. He said, are you sure? I said, yeah, of course. He's like, I just don't know what I would do without you. Like, I just feel like I keep hitting these roadblocks and you are there to pick up the pieces every single time. And I'm so grateful for that. And I said, I'll always be there to support you. So now we can go back to landing in Paris. We meet at the airport and he told me, he's like, letting you know, I'm not in the best mood. I've been just like really upset. And I said, I am here to make you happy. So we land in Paris, we see each other, we're so happy. And we had the most spectacular trip in Paris. Like we were just exploring. It was my first time there. And it was obviously I paid for a lot of that trip and he paid for a little bit of the trip too. So we both kind of paid. And keep in mind, he still owes me $6,000 at this point. I am not concerned about the money. I don't know why I should have been concerned. I should have been noticing these red flags like, bro, like, where's my money? But again, this is someone that I am planning on marrying, and money at this point, like money comes and goes, and I wasn't focused on that. I was just focused on us. So we finish our trip in Paris, say our goodbyes, and we start just, getting depressed as we always do when we say goodbye. And I board my flight to Dallas, and he asked me, what are your thoughts on us meeting with an immigration attorney just to get an idea of what the process entails? And I said, absolutely, I would love to do that. Obviously, I had Googled and looked into a few things, but nothing concrete. At the time, one of my best friends was working part-time for immigration attorneys. So I reached out to her. I said, hey, can I get her contact information? And she said, yeah, of course. She gives me her contact information. And I call her, we set up a meeting, and obviously, still the time difference. He had a work trip in Norway that he was at. And at this point, also, little side note, we had started sharing our locations while we were in Paris. So I had his location at this point, and I could see that he was in Norway. And he also FaceTimed me from the hotel room. So he was in Norway, 100%. And we had a call with the lawyer, and we were discussing the process, and she tells us it's gonna take 18 months for you guys to get all of this process after the time you get married. And I was like, 18 months? She's like, everything is super backed up because of COVID. I always wanna let my clients know this stuff so that they are fully prepared. And I just felt like that sounded like such a long time. But we finished a conversation with the lawyer, And I then call my ex and we're talking, debriefing on everything. And there's two different types of ways to get permanent residency in the United States. There's consular processing, and then there's another way where you basically apply for the visa and you're living in the States full time while you're processing the visa. So obviously, because he was still working a lot and traveling a lot for work, and because of his dad's health, we decided we would do consular processing, because why not? But then we start having the discussions on, okay, but the clock starts after we get married. And that's when he says, well, I would marry you tomorrow. And I was like, well, I would marry you tomorrow. And he was like, wait, really? And now the time has come for me to drop the first of many bombs on you guys. This man is actually not my ex-fiance. He is my ex-husband. So I will end right now and we will pick back up in part 8. The Danish Deception, part 8. I was not gonna leave you guys hanging, but I do have a wedding tonight, so this will be the final part of the evening. And just wanna let you guys know, I need you to bear with me. I do have a job, I do have a life. I'm trying to do this at my own pace, but I also wanted to say thank you all for being here. This is not easy to share with the world, but your support truly means so much to me. All right, so yeah, we were not just engaged, we were married, and we are now divorced. So once we made the decision to get married, I remember we had a phone call over the course of like 6 hours. In one day, we talked on the phone about all the things that we wanted to get out of life. We talked about kids, we talked about religion, we talked about everything. And at the end of that day, he told me, do you still want to get married? And I said, absolutely. I'm in love with you. I want to build a life with you. I want to have a family with you. So the decision was very, very simple. And so he already told me about a month prior that he had reached out to his realtor about putting out feelers about selling his home. Because at this point, now that we're getting married, he's like, I'm going to just try to spend as much time in Dallas as possible. And I was absolutely okay with that. And so in the beginning of January, he had told me that his realtor got an offer off market for his place. And I was like, that's great. And he was like, I'm going to probably take a loss. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get as much as my down payment back. And I was like, how much are you going to end up getting back? He said, probably around $500,000. I was like, well, that's, a good solid base for us to have. And I was more than okay with that. Keep in mind, he still does owe me money at this point. So they end up going under contract. The plan is for the house to sell by the end of January. And everything seemed like it was going smooth. And then one day he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst day ever. And I'm like, oh, now what? He's frantic. He's like, there's a fire in the control room, the electrical control room at the apartment complex that he bought. And he's just like, I don't know what to do. He's like, there's no power. Like, no one has power. He's like, I just paid this guy $2,000 to bring generators to power up the whole entire apartment. I have an electrician coming. And he's like freaking out. And he basically used all of his money he had to put towards like the generators and paying the electrician for as much work as they could do. And I was like, okay, like what now? And he was like, I need help. At this point, he has now asked me for help. He said, can you send me $5,000? And I said, yeah, of course, I can help you. Again, love is a powerful drug. I hate myself. I hate this. I hate that I was so willing to help him, and it is what it is. But I send him the $5,000. He tells me that his insurance is going to cover it. He's going to be able to pay me back. And also, like, I'm mindful of the fact that his house is supposed to close at the end of the month. And so a week go by and we start talking about plans for the wedding. And so at first we wanted to go to Vegas, and then we looked into it, and Denmark does not recognize wedding marriages that are done in Vegas, because you can get the marriage certificate and get married in the same day. Same thing with Colorado. Shout out to Denmark. I love that rule. But we were like, it's fine. We should just save money. Let's just do it in Dallas. And then we can go do a little weekend trip to Broken Bow, Oklahoma, which is like this cute lake town. And that can be our honeymoon. And he was like, okay, that works fine. We can do that. At this point, he has his flight booked to come back to Dallas in the end of January. Now we're in 2023. And he tells me that one of his really close friends that owns a plumbing business, and my ex was actually godfather of this man's son. This is confirmed. And he came to him and said that his partner in his business is like doing some like shady stuff. He's like scared that he's gonna get like implicated. He wants my ex to buy out his partner, and he's asking him for a loan of $250,000. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money. And this time he asked me, and you know, we're about to get married, so now I feel like I can insert my opinion about the situation. So I asked him, I'm like, is this just a handout or is this gonna be a good investment? And he was like, well, I think it's gonna be a really good investment. Like, he has a bunch of ideas of how to expand the business. And to me, I was like, well, if you can help a friend and have a good investment, I think that that makes a lot of sense. And as you guys can already tell, I'm a very giving person. I've been very giving my entire life. I get it from my parents. They're very generous and selfless. And so when it comes to helping friends and family in need, I've always done it. If I can do it, I'll always do it. And so to me, I'm like, we have this money coming in. Let's invest it. And you know, I own this house here and we don't have any big purchases coming up, so it's okay. Like, I wasn't really stressed and pressed about it. And so basically I was like, okay, the house is gonna close at the end of the month, and then he'll be able to like pay me back the money that he owes me, and he'll be able to help his friend, and everything will be good to go. So he ends up coming back to Dallas. We get our marriage certificate. We set our wedding date for February 10th. And I remember the night before our wedding, he got really, really bad food poisoning, which I feel like should have been another sign that this was 100% the wrong decision to make. But instead I was like, hey, in sickness and in health, like, whatever happens, we're gonna make it through it. And at this point, he doesn't really have any money. I remember he looked at me, he goes, I'm sick, I'm broke, you wanna marry me still? I said, I don't care if you're sick and broke. I love you for you, and we're getting married, and I'm so excited and ready for it. So the morning of our wedding, obviously he couldn't afford a ring at that point. And so I remember he got on one knee. I like woke up that morning and he's down on one knee next to the bed. And he was like, I know this isn't the proposal you dreamed of. And I promise you, I'm gonna propose to you one day with a real ring, and we're gonna share this with the world. But I wanna ask you, will you marry me? And I said, absolutely, I will marry you. And so we went to the courthouse. I remember I was wearing a dress from Fashion Nova because I didn't care. I was just excited to marry my person. And we got married, and I mean, I truly thought this was one of the best days of my life. I was so happy. I was grinning so big. I still have the pictures and the videos from this day. And we went to Broken Bow afterwards, and we just had a great weekend in a little cabin in the woods. And it's just this cute lake town, so it's perfect. And we brought Smokey. I remember we got burgers. I made a lasagna. We just stayed in and hiked, and it was a really, really wonderful honeymoon. After the wedding, he stayed in Dallas for about a week, and then he goes back to Denmark. And he had said that the house had closed and that he was just waiting for the funds. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in Denmark. Again, I have no idea how this stuff works. And so while he's in Denmark, he says the funds came through. He transferred the money to his friend for the investment in the plumbing business. And he said that he was about to set up the transfer for me for the money he owed me, which was about $10,000 at that point. And so a couple weeks go by, I still haven't received the money. I'm not super pressed about it because I'm like fully trusting him at this point. And he ends up booking his flight to come back to visit in March. And this trip was a trip that my dad and my mom were coming back to Dallas to come visit. And he already planned to ask my dad for my hand in marriage. And so he's about to come visit, and he calls me maybe like a couple of days before he's about to come to Dallas. And he said, I received the worst possible news today, and I will continue on in part 9. Hope you guys have a great night.
You know, with this man, you know the saying, when it rains, it pours. It feel like every minute there's an issue popping up, and it's all about money. But Anybody else realize how eager he was to get married? Yet in all of those talking, I've never once heard him said that where he would be working once he made that move. I'm not sure if she left out that detail or maybe I overheard that detail. Y'all can let me know if that was mentioned, because from what I've gathered, he never once explained how he planned to earn an income while living in the US. I'm just saying. Maybe he was planning to rely on all of those investment properties back in Denmark, the same investment that he couldn't liquidate, he couldn't touch, and it wasn't even pulling in enough for him to even buy her an engagement ring. Yet somehow he's on his knees, proposing and planning multiple trips, might I add, open the clock that as well, that he cannot afford. So guys, on to make this make sense, me don't know. And all in that same breath, he could ask her for money the second time around, and I realized how much easier that was for him. That part really stood out for me. Listen, Islanders, I'm just as invested as you are in this story. So if you're still here, just remember to like this video and let's keep the conversation going.
The Danish Deception, Part 9. Okay, so he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst news that he possibly could have. The IRS has told him that he owes $318,000 in taxes. In addition to that, his dad owes $12 million in taxes. And at this point, I did not have a lot of information about his family money because I've always been the type of person, like, if your parents have money, that means your parents have money. That does not mean you have money. So I didn't even ask details about his parents' finances, but obviously I'm like, if his parents owe $12 million in taxes, they got money. And he said that the person that was doing his taxes for years and years and also doing his dad's taxes was one of his childhood friends that owns an accounting firm. And he's like, we've been paying a lot of money in taxes over the years, so someone must be committing some sort of fraud at this point. And so I'm obviously freaking out. This is a lot of money that he owes. So he said, you know what, I'm going to use the rest of the proceeds from selling my home. And in addition to that, he told me at this point he owns 3 different watches. He owns 2 Rolexes and a Patek watch, which if you're not a watch person, these are very expensive watches. And so a couple hours go by. He's like, I sold my Patek watch, and like he said, he sold it at a loss. He just needed to get the money. He said he's short about $30K. And so he tells me that he's going to reach out to his parents, and his parents are like, we don't care. Like, this is not our problem. This is your problem. Figure it out. And he starts to just like, continue spiraling. And so he tells me he's going to reach out to 2 of his childhood friends, one of which he was with this friend whenever we met in Croatia. So I knew they've been friends for a while, and then another childhood friend. And he told me, I've helped out these friends so much in the past, and it's almost like he was communicating to me that he was owed this money from them. I've never asked friends for money before, so this is like not anything that I'm comfortable with, but I was like, hey, if you feel comfortable doing this, go for it. I had not offered him a cent. So he comes back, says he's going to get $10,000 from one friend and then $5,000 from another friend. And I was like, that's so nice of them. He's like, I've honestly helped them so much in the past that like, I'm grateful that they're helping me when I'm in need. And so at this point, he's short $15,000. And so he just comes right out and asks me, like, can I borrow it? And I did not say yes right away. I said, listen, I have to pay my taxes too, because I was working at an accounting firm. Obviously that's W-2 income, but I was also doing real estate and I did very well the year before. So I owed a pretty penny in taxes, and it's March of 2023. So my taxes are coming up pretty soon. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm not comfortable giving you this money because, like I have to pay taxes too. And now my savings is like really starting to I'm starting to feel like the financial impact, and it's starting to stress me out. And he said, I hired a law firm. They've already looked into my tax records. They've already found indicators of fraud. I think I'm going to be able to get this turned around really quickly. And my biggest worry and concern is that if I don't pay this tax bill, it's going to affect my chances of getting a green card. And that's when I start to panic. And now I realize that I was just in a very toxic cycle of emotional manipulation. But after some time, he talks me into loaning him the $15,000. And I remember I only could send him like $3K at a time. And so I remember it was like over like the course of 5 days. And like every day he'd be like, hey, don't forget to send the payment. And everything about this felt so wrong in my soul, but I did it anyways. And this was not something that I kept quiet about. Like I told my parents, I told my siblings, like my ex got this crazy tax bill, and they were all aware that we were going through this like financial hiccup, and I didn't like want to be presented as these people with money. So I was very upfront and honest about it. And like, you can ask a lot of my friends, like I told a lot of my close people about this situation. And quick side note, I did not tell them that I was loaning him money. I just told them that he owed a lot of money, and I told them about the overall situation. But at this point, no one knows that I have given him any money. So I ended up giving him the money. He's so grateful. He's like, thank you so much for helping me out. And so about like 5 days later, he flies to Dallas to come and visit. And my parents came to visit maybe a couple days after he came. And at this point, he's staying in the living room, not in the bed with me, but he could not go to a hotel because we're like trying to be mindful with spending. So my parents definitely started to bond with my ex a lot more over this trip. Like I remember my dad brought him this Nigerian Igbo cane that my ex had been admiring, that my dad had one. He surprised him, brought him one from Nigeria. And he actually took my dad out and asked him for my hand in marriage, even though we were already married. And my dad said yes. And my dad also broke kola nut in front of the family and like welcomed my ex into the family. It's just, I mean, it was really special. Obviously we were dealing with a lot of financial stress, but I want you all to know that like I was happy a majority of the time, regardless of the stress I was going through, which is just insane to understand. But after a week, we ended up going to Cabo for one of my childhood friends' wedding. And I had paid for the portion of the wedding already because I had been planning on going by myself. And then obviously I got into a relationship, so I just had to pay like a little extra to add someone to the reservation. But we decided to go a couple days early and celebrate like our honeymoon. And so basically, our flight comes and he's staying in the living room. My parents are sleeping in the guest bedroom. And I wake up and I get a text from him. And he says, hey, can you come downstairs real quick? And I said, of course. So I go downstairs. I'm like, what's up? He said, one of my friends, the friend that he had received $5,000 from for the tax bill, reached out to me and said he's freaking out because his wife really wants to buy this house. And he's short a certain amount of money to purchase this home. And obviously he was like, I feel so bad because he loaned it to me because he was trying to help me out. And my biggest strength and weakness is empathy. And when I saw him hurting because his friend was not able to do something because of the money he had loaned my ex. And at this point I felt like the friend had loaned us the money. It wasn't like he loaned my ex the money because we were married. And so I do something so stupid and idiotic. I end up loaning him an additional $3,000, not even a week after I had already given him $15,000. So I actually ended up giving him $18,000 in the month of March of 2023. Yes, I'm sick to my stomach. So I can send him the money. We end up going to the airport, fly to Cabo. We have an amazing trip. And at this point, I had just hard launched him on my Instagram Valentine's Day prior. So at this point, I hard launched him after we were already married. And we were in Cabo, and I'm like posting more photos of him on my social media. And I'm going through my Instagram story views, and I'm looking at the names, and I'm seeing all of these Danish names. And I can tell they're Danish names because there's a different Danish alphabet. And so I'm clicking some of the profiles, and a lot of them you can see like my ex is like the mutual, like follows them. And so I brought it up to him like, hey, all these Danish people are watching my story, but I thought it was weird that no one was like following me. I'm like, these are your friends. Like, and I wanted him to maintain the same friendships in Denmark, even though he was moving to the States, because I never want to be the type of person that takes a man away from like his friends and family. And so I remember I'm clicking profiles, and I click a girl's profile, and I look at the first picture and I see my ex's dog. And that's something that I actually haven't mentioned. My ex did have a dog, and every time he came to visit, he had a friend that was watching the dog. And whenever he sold his place and decided that he was going to spend more time in Dallas, his dog ended up getting adopted by some people because he's like, I just am not home enough. And at first I told him like, bring the dog to Dallas. Like, I wanted the dog to come. He's like, no, it's fine. Like, that does not make sense to do. And I supported his decision. And he told me that the ex could not take the dog because she was in med school and was constantly out of the home, and she just did not have the capacity to take care of the dog. But I see his dog, and it's like a duck-toller retriever. I think that's how you say it. I saw his dog as a puppy on this girl's profile, and I click the tag, and my ex is tagged. And so I look at him, I go, is this your ex-girlfriend? He was like, oh yeah, it is. I was like, oh, so she's watching my stories. He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, that's a little weird. And I remember checking like throughout the course of like every day for like a week, and like all these Danish people are still watching my story every day. And I'm like, don't you think this is weird that there's like 15 Danish people watching my story every day? And he was like, honestly, I just feel like they're a little bit salty that I like moved on. I'm moving to America. Like, I think they might be a little salty. And he said, you should just block them all. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is like a very toxic group of people. And so I was like, is that what you want me to do? He said, yeah, just block them all. Like, they're not here for the right reasons. They're just looking to like creep, and they're probably just talking a bunch of shit. So I said, okay. And I decided to block them all. And so basically we come back from Cabo, he stays for about a month, and then he goes back to Denmark. And at this point, he had come to visit me so many times. And so I decided, now's my time to go spend time with him in Europe. And with his dad's health and his work, it made sense for me to just, go out of my way to try to spend time with him. And I could work remote at the time. And so I board a flight, and I head to Denmark for the first time, and I land in Denmark, and I will continue on in part 10. The Danish Deception, part 10. So I land in Denmark after a couple of layovers, and my ex is waiting after baggage claim. He's waving a Danish flag, and I'm just so excited to be in Denmark for the first time. And so we land, we go to one of his friends' homes because we're staying there for the night. We change, and we go directly to an Easter lunch with him and all of his childhood friends. So I walk in, and everyone is just so nice. And it's his childhood friends and like their wives and girlfriends. And everyone was just super kind to me. We were drinking, having fun. After a while, I was super jet lagged. So we ended up going back to his friend's house. That's where we stayed that night. And the following day, he gives me the hometown tour. So he shows me where he got baptized. He shows me his elementary school, and we're just exploring. And I just feel so grateful to like see his roots, see where he grew up. And after the day of exploring, we go to his parents' house. And this is my first time meeting his parents. And I am so nervous. I've always done really well with parents, but this is, different situation because number one, there's not a whole lot of Black people in Denmark. So they're not used to meeting people that look like me. Also, this man has made it very clear that he's moving to America. So you can only imagine how a mother might feel about the woman that's moving her son 5,000 miles away. So I was really nervous, but I'm not even kidding. The second I walked in, me and his mom instantly connected. And I think we bonded over our mutual love for my ex. And so it was his parents and his sister and her boyfriend that she had just recently started dating. We're all at this dinner. She cooked a very traditional Danish meal. It's called flæskesteg. I remember I had seconds, I had thirds. I think that made her fall in love with me even more because what mother doesn't want a girl that's going to eat their food? And so I brought her like a bunch of gifts, her and his father. I brought them gifts from Dallas, and we just really bonded that first day. She brought out all these photo albums and was showing me like my ex's childhood photos, and it was a really special night. And I remember my ex kept being like, are you sure you're okay with staying here? Because one thing I will say is they lived in a very humble home. And listen, I know there's billionaires out there that drive Honda Civics, so I don't judge. I'm never the type of person being like, why are you guys staying in this small house? Spend your money the way you want to spend your money. So I didn't think anything of it, but I was a little bit surprised. And also Denmark is not the type of place that has all these like big houses. Like a lot of the homes are small regardless of if you have money. But again, didn't think anything of it. So we have a great dinner. The following day, we start going and having these like day trips all over Denmark and going to explore. And it's always me, my ex, and his parents. And one day we went to this area called Skagen, which is the most northern part of Denmark. And it's really beautiful. And it was just fun to go and explore. And we're driving home, and my ex starts yelling at his dad. His dad is yelling back. They just start going at it. And obviously they're speaking Danish. I have no clue what they're saying. My ex pulls over. He gets out of the car, storms out, starts like walking away. I get out of the car. I chase after him. I'm like, what's happening? What's happening? And he was like, my dad basically just said that he's over today. He just wants to go back and watch his game. And I was like, and he basically said he was really upset because he felt like his dad wasn't making an effort to get to know me. And that's when I realized that him and his dad had a really, really toxic relationship. And I also noticed that like they basically exchanged like 1 to 2 sentences a day. I also noticed that he wasn't as close with his sister, his little sister, because I mean, they would talk all the time. And so I thought that was a little strange too. But I don't know, I'm still trying to really understand this family dynamic. But what I do know is that he's a mama's boy. He's close with his mom, which, that was really, really important to me. There were a few things that I took away from this trip. The first being that he is a little bit embarrassed of his family's home. He kept saying, do you want to go stay in a hotel or Airbnb? Do you want to stay here? And I'm like, why would we not stay here? Like, if I went to go visit my parents and I wanted to stay in an Airbnb, they'd be devastated. I was like, of course we're staying here. And he was like, I know it's not like nice. It's a super old house. They haven't renovated it. Like, I don't understand. They have all this money. Like, why don't they do it? I'm like, it's fine. Like, don't worry. We'll be okay. Another thing I noticed was that I did not meet the older sister. No one spoke of her. And I knew at this point she had 1 kid at this point. So they talked about her a little bit, but it was kind of like the elephant in the room. Like, no one really talked about it. And, I know they don't have a relationship. They can't be with each other in intimate settings. But overall, like, I did have a good trip with him despite the tension. So after a week, we traveled to Copenhagen, and I remember getting to Copenhagen and I'm immediately just so happy to be there because this city exceeded my expectations. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. And we ended up staying in a hotel, like a cheaper hotel by the water. And I can stay anywhere. I'm good. I don't need to stay anywhere bougie. And I remember him being like, I hate that we have to stay here. Like, it's not nice. I'm like, I don't care. Like, we have a bed, we have a place to stay. It's okay. And so we spent that whole week just exploring Copenhagen, and then we get ready to travel to Nigeria for my grandmother's burial. And so at this point, we're staying in this hotel, and I remember there was like a laundromat at this hotel, so I was doing laundry, and he said, I'm gonna go and get a few things for my storage unit, because he's moved out of his place at this point. He has a storage unit. And so he comes back home and he has like this Rolex box, and he's like, oh, this is one of my Rolexes. I want to show it to you. And at this point, I had already seen his steel, what's it called? The Batman. I already had seen that watch. He had brought it out for Cabo. So I've seen one of his watches. To Patek, he sold. I never saw it. So now this is the second watch he's bringing out. And he opens it. And it's, again, I did not know anything about watches before this, but now I know it's a day-date presidential watch with a green face. So he ends up telling me this is like a $50,000 watch. I was like, this is nice. And keep in mind, we're about to leave for Nigeria in like a day. I'm like, why'd you bring it out? And he's like, oh, I'm going to bring it to Nigeria. I go, you're going to do what? And he's like, I'm bringing it to Nigeria. I'm like, you cannot bring a $50,000 watch to Nigeria. And he's like, yeah, I can. And I'm like, this does not make sense. And he said, no, like, this is a special occasion. Like, I want to bring it out for this. And so I told him, okay, I feel very uncomfortable, especially like us being in the village and you're wearing this like expensive watch. You're just asking yourself to get robbed. I just did not understand it, but whatever. He ends up packing the watch. We get ready and we hop on a flight to go to Nigeria and meet my family for my grandmother's burial. Keep in mind, he had paid for all the hotels, everything in Denmark, and he paid for all the hotels and flights for Nigeria. And so we hop on a plane, go to Nigeria. I'm super nervous because I just don't know what to expect and how he's going to react. But we go, we meet up with my family, and he does so well. And it was funny because everyone wanted to take photos with him, and he was meeting my extended family, like my grandmother. I never thought I would bring a man home to meet my grandmother. I felt like I fell deeper in love with him, watching him just immerse himself in my culture and be there for my family while we put my grandmother to rest. And it was just a really amazing, beautiful trip. Honestly, there was nothing crazy that happened. And he tells me while we're in Nigeria that the law firm has settled the issue with his taxes and they're filing a document for the accounting firm to pay out a settlement, and it'll be paid out soon. And then he'll be able to transfer me the money that I'm owed. And so I'm like, oh, I'm breathing deeply. And it's awkward because I want to bring it up to him all the time, but he's also paying for everything. So I feel like I don't want to put too much pressure on him, even though I should have. So we come back to Denmark, and at this point, we are trying to figure out what our plan is, when we're going to come back to the States. And he says, you know what, like, let's just go back to my parents' house in my hometown. They were actually on a vacation, so the house was empty, and we can figure out what we want to do next. And I said, okay, that sounds good. So we go to his parents' house, and at this point, I'm still working remote. So I remember I was at the dining table working, and he walks up to me, and he says, I have some really, really good news. I was like, what's up? He said, my realtor just reached out to me and said there's a very wealthy family that is interested in purchasing this apartment complex. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is the best news in the world. And he said, there is one caveat, and I will continue on in part 11. The Danish Deception, part 11. Okay, so he tells me that his realtor has found a buyer for this apartment complex, and there's one caveat. So apparently it's a very wealthy family. He did not know who this wealthy family was, but this family, the way they draft up the contracts, whenever they have to buy a property for tax purposes, and there's like a certain cutoff for when they need to acquire a property, they have like their own contract drafted up that basically requires the buyer and the seller to put money into escrow, so that if the seller changes their mind of selling the house, they get liquidated damages. Basically, make sure the deal goes through. I have never experienced anything like this in my real estate career. Obviously, Denmark is a different country. I didn't really know how real estate worked there. So not only is it different rules and guidelines, but it's also, I've never worked with like a super ultra wealthy family before to understand that this might be a requirement or something added in their contracts. And so I remember being like, how much is it going to be? And he's like, oh, it's going to be like $120,000. I remember just like being like, well, we don't have this money. Like, there's no way we can make this work. And so he said, I'm going to be able to come up with a loan, get a loan from a bank. I've already called them. I can get a loan from them for like $100,000. So we're just going to be short another amount. And at this point, my accounts are dwindling. And because I was in this long distance relationship, I was not focused on doing real estate at all. Like, I had taken a full step back from real estate. But I did have a career where I was making well over 6 figures. So I still was like making a pretty steady income. But my savings had been dwindling down. So I didn't have a whole lot of money left. So I remember at this point, he's like, we should make this deal work. And I'm seeing this as a way to get out of our financial position. And let me just say, my ex, if he wasn't such a narcissistic psychopath, he'd be such a great actor, because the way he sold this stuff to me, like, it was insane. So I remember he said that he was going to take his watches to a store to see if he could get it sold within 24 hours. Obviously, that might be kind of difficult. And so at this point, he's like, how much money do you have? And I was like, I really don't have a whole lot of money to give you. So I remember I gave him like a small amount, maybe like $3,000, because I wanted to make sure I had enough money for like bills and miscellaneous. And I just wanted to have a little bit of cushion. And I was getting stressed out, but he ended up coming up with the money. He says the deal goes through and that it's going to close in 6 weeks. And so he tells me what I think I'm going to do is switch my address from Denmark to the States, especially since I have been living in the States more, and I'll be able to save money on taxes. And at this point, I was like, is this tax evasion? He goes, this is absolutely not tax evasion, because I am spending more time in Dallas than I am in Denmark. And I said, okay, well, if you've done research and you feel certain about this, then I believe you. So the deal goes through. It says it's going to close in 6 weeks. And so he said, we should take a trip to celebrate. And I'm like, we don't have any money. And he was like, well, we can just use your credit cards, because, you know, like, we'll be able to pay it off whenever the money hits. And this is probably one of the most like idiotic decisions I made. Y'all don't have to tell me this is stupid. I'm fully aware. But we ended up going to Portugal for a week, and we used my credit cards the majority of this trip. He had a little bit of money, because keep in mind, he is working as chief commercial officer for this tech company. And that was 100% real. And he was making about $400,000 a year. Again, 100% real. I, at certain times, have verified the money hitting his account from his company. So he's making money, even though we're having a lot of financial stress, he's still bringing in a steady income. I'm still bringing in a steady income. So he was able to pay a little bit of the trip and I was able to pay a little bit of the trip. So we go to Portugal. We have the most spectacular week. I remember that was the week that I decided I want to get married in this country. I love it here. It's so beautiful. I was working still at this time, and with the time difference, I was basically working from like 5 to midnight. And there was one day while we were in Portugal that I was just complaining about working. I'm like, I'm so over this job and I'm not happy with what I'm doing. I was just complaining about it. And he just said, why don't you quit? And I remember looking at him like, what do you mean quit? And he said, well, we have this money coming in and I want you to be happy. I want you to do something that brings you joy, and real estate brings you joy. And I really hadn't been doing a whole lot of real estate that year. And so I told him, I said, well, it's going to be like kind of a transition. I'm not going to be making a lot of money at first. He said, well, we're going to have a cushion. And luckily I make money. I'm going to be able to afford all the bills and you can just focus on building your business back up. And so I was like, are you sure? He said, yes. And let me tell you, everything about this decision, it felt right, but it also felt wrong. And let me tell you, I do not regret quitting my job. I regret the timing because we were not in a great financial position and I was making like $150,000 a year at this job. So it was a very steady, stable income. And I trusted him to be my provider, and that was stupid. And I have never relied on a man for anything in my entire life. And I will never do it again, like never in a million years. But you know, you live and you learn. And I made the decision to put in my 2 weeks notice. And yes, I know that was idiotic. Y'all don't have to tell me. And so we go to Portugal, come back to Denmark, and we're in Denmark for maybe a day. And then we travel back to Dallas. And at this point, your girl is hurting financially, hurting. Because now I'm accruing like a little bit of credit card debt. My savings is like nothing. And at this point, I'm fully trusting him. And I believe him when he says, we are going to overcome this circumstance very, very, very soon. And keep in mind, at this point, I have not caught this man in a single lie. And obviously, I gave out my trust way too easily. But in my mind, I was thinking, why should I question him when he's never given me a reason to? Which is crazy because I feel like he was giving me all the reasons with all these red flags. But we go back to Dallas, and I remember his sister and her boyfriend came to visit us for a week. And we had a good time with them, but I felt like he was super annoyed with them the entire time. He was complaining. He was just like, I just feel like they're being super cheap. They don't want to do anything. And it just felt like, again, I thought him and his sister would be a lot closer. It was weird. So we have a great trip with them visiting us. And then we go to Miami and meet up with his best friend and his girlfriend. And this was the best friend he was with whenever I met him in Croatia. So we're in Miami, and for the most part, we're using my funds for this trip because he's obviously put a lot of his money into, most of his money into this escrow account. And he paid for a little bit of stuff, but he didn't have a whole lot. And I'm expecting this money to hit like any day now. So a couple of days after Miami, we went to Denmark to celebrate his mom's 70th birthday. We had promised her we would go. So we actually booked a round trip flight from Copenhagen when we came back home in June. So now it's August of 2023 and we're in Denmark. And I remember we're at his parents' house and he comes to me. He's like, hey, I just got off the phone with the IRS and they said they flagged the transaction from the apartment complex. And at first, I'm like pissed. I'm like, I asked you if this was going to be a problem. He's like, it's not going to be a problem. They're probably just going to take out like some taxes, not the full amount. They just need to review it and then we'll figure it out. But I'm not concerned. You shouldn't be concerned either, even though I was super concerned. He said they set a hearing date for September 10th. At this point, it's the middle of August. So I'm like, okay, so now I have to be struggling for another month. And so I'm frustrated, but he's also like trying to calm me down, but also like gaslighting me for feeling the way I'm feeling. And so I'm just, all my emotions, I'm just stuffing them in all the way. So we celebrate his mom's 70th birthday, and this is when I meet like his entire extended family, like dad and mom's siblings, all their friends, and I meet the older sister, and she's there. At this point, she's pregnant with her second child. She's there with her first child. I meet her, and she is just such a nice, kind, wonderful human, and I just can't picture her being this evil, crazy woman that beats his mom. And so I remember just feeling a little at odds about that, but you know, I'm still fully trusting my ex 100%. So a couple days after his mom's birthday, we're all hanging out at his parents' house and we're grilling. And I remember we all start to notice kind of around the same time that his dad does not look like he's doing well. And we're starting to get a little bit concerned. And that's when my ex's mom makes the decision, like, we need to take him to the hospital. And so we pack his bags, we load him up, we go to the hospital, and I'm freaking out because I don't know if things can take a drastic turn or not. And so we're waiting at the hospital, waiting to see what the doctors will say, and I will continue on in part 12.
At one point, she mentioned that he was supposedly paying for all of these trips, even though he still owed her money. Anywhere between, by my calculation, between $18,000 and $20,000 by this time. And she was saying that she was afraid to bring it up. My question is, where exactly is he getting these money from to pay for these trips? Because from where I'm sitting right here on my advantage point, it seems like he's using her money to fund everything. Guys, at this moment, I'm still waiting to hear that a single dollar made it back to her account. So I'm still a listen for hear that. And of course, as I've been saying, when it comes to him, when it rains, it do what? Pours. So this latest excuse or delay isn't surprising at all. It's almost predictable at this point. I'm not gonna be too hard on her or even to judge her too harshly, because I understand what it feels like to be young and in love and just hopeful and just genuinely want your relationship to work. Sometimes you truly believe that you are building something meaningful, so you're investing with that person because of that belief, only to realize that later that person is only taking you for a ride. And as I always say, that you are a fool to what you don't know. So I can really empathize with her. Of course, guys, let me know in the comments, if you were in her situation, how would you have handled things differently so far?
The Danish Deception, part 12. So we are in Denmark at this point, and we just took his dad to the hospital, and I'm freaking out, very worried, don't know what's going on. After the doctors do some testing, they basically determine that he's still dealing with blood poisoning and he has like really high infection numbers, but they're not super concerned. And so we all take a deep breath and we're happy that it's not as serious as we thought it was gonna be. And so after a couple days, he's released from the hospital, and it's now time for me to head back to the States. And so obviously I'm feeling all these emotions as I'm leaving. I'm sad because I'm leaving him, because again, we are still very much in love with each other, want to be with each other 24/7. So the goodbyes are still really, really tough. And at this point, I didn't know when he was going to be coming back to Dallas, because he had a couple different work meetings going on. And so I fly back to Dallas, and obviously feeling all the financial stress. Like, this is probably one of the roughest moments of our relationship, especially because we weren't together physically. So the day of his meeting with the IRS, I remember I was a big ball of nerves. Like, I couldn't even sleep that night. You have to keep in mind that I go to bed and I wake up knowing that I'm waking up to news. I don't know if it's good or bad. So I wake up and I call him. I go, how did it go? He goes, worse than I possibly could have imagined. I almost like expected it to have gone bad. I'm like, if it had gone good, I would have been more surprised. And I'm like, what now? He said, well, they scheduled a second hearing for my business account January 10th. And currently my personal account is also under investigation. So they have put a hold on my assets for the next couple months while they continue to investigate. And there's another hearing scheduled for my personal account in October. So basically they froze his assets and told him that he only had like a specific amount of allowance that he was able to use from his money every single month. And I have never heard anything like this. I've never known anyone that have had their assets frozen, and I didn't know how this worked. And obviously at this point, I'm definitely feeling like all the red flags. I'm like, this does not make any sense. But there's not a whole lot I can do. And at this point, I'm just like, the only thing I can do is trust him. There's no one in my life that I was talking to about any of this, because I felt a lot of need to protect him and he wanted me to protect his image. And I remember telling him, like, I really want to talk to my family about this. Like, this is really stressing me out. And he's like, no, don't. Like, they're going to view me differently. So he very much talked me out of being able to disclose this stuff with my close people. So the last thing I want to do is just ramble about shit that does not matter. So I'm going to be honest with you guys. Not a whole lot happened between September of 2023 and November of 2023. The only thing big that happened was that I wanted him to be in Dallas. He wanted to be in Dallas. So I booked him a flight to come to Dallas. I am at this point fully financially supporting us. Like I think he's getting like maybe like $4,000 a month that the IRS is like allowing him to use. And keep in mind, the Danish IRS is not called IRS. It's called SCAT, some other stuff. I can't even pronounce it. So that's why I'm saying the Danish IRS. So just a little side note. But October comes around. He's now in Dallas. He's been in Dallas for about a month. And we're struggling financially, but still so deliriously happy and in love, which is insane. But I cared about the money, but I loved him more than that. And our relationship was just based on this deep love that we had. And so the money was like almost secondary to the love that we shared. And so basically October comes around, he has the hearing, I'm nervous, and ends up working out in our favor. And his account opens up in October. And I'm so happy. He like immediately sent me, I think like $9,000. And I was like, oh my gosh, like this is amazing. Like we're gonna be able to like come out of this. And he said his business account, that was where the 10 million was supposed to be. That was supposed to be opened up not opened up. He was supposed to have a hearing set for January 10th. So that was when we were gonna figure out what was gonna happen. And I remember asking him, like, what do you think is gonna happen? He's like, well, I've been like looking at research and there's a chance that they might put in like an 18-month to 24-month hold. I go, 18-month hold? And he said, yeah, but I don't think that's what it's gonna be, but you know, we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. Again, have never caught him in a lie at this point. And so basically his personal account's opened up. So we're alleviated of a little bit of the financial stress, but it's still like a little bit stressful because obviously I had quit my job and I was doing real estate full time. And let me tell you, y'all, I was working my ass off, but it almost was like I was restarting my career because I hadn't been working in real estate much for that whole entire year. So I was 100% relying on him for maybe like the month of November, I would say. But the rest of the months I was still finding a way to make ends meet. I was still making a little bit of money from like doing like campaigns on Instagram, other things. So I still was like making a little bit. So December rolls around and his 90 days of being in the States is about to be up. So he went back to Denmark the beginning of December. And so my plan was to go and meet him in 2 weeks. So we're gonna spend 2 weeks apart. And so he's in Denmark for about a week and he sends me a message and he says, my dad's back in the hospital. And I was like, no. And so at this point, the plan was for me to go to Denmark and spend Christmas with his family. And this is gonna be my first European Christmas. And I was so excited for the Christmas markets and all the things. But obviously that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is making sure he's okay, making sure his dad gets better. And so I'm going through all these emotions. Number one, I'm missing him. Number two, he's dealing with all of this and we have each other's location. So I can see that he's physically at the hospital in his hometown. So I can confirm that. And so obviously the plan was for me to come in 2 weeks. And he asked me, he's like, what are your thoughts if I move up your flight for you to come in a week? And I said, obviously I need to tie up some things for work, but I would love to be there for you. And he said, okay, like then let's do that. And so I moved up my flight. My sister was watching my dog and I leave. And at this point, the plan is for me to be gone for now 3 weeks. I was originally gonna be gone for 2 weeks. Now it's 3 weeks. And we're still feeling a lot of financial stress. But at this point, like I had like 3 deals in the pipeline. So there's money that's gonna be coming in. But obviously we're still stressed out because like money's coming in, that does not mean the money's there. So we were like up to date on like bills, but still 100% stressing out. And so originally the plan was my ex said that he really wanted to go stay at this hotel called Hotel d'Angleterre in Copenhagen for 1 night before we went to his hometown to like be with his family. Cause his mom had said, I want you guys to just enjoy 1 day in Copenhagen in the Christmas markets before you come home. And so we were like, okay, we'll do that. And so he hadn't booked any of the hotels or anything. And like the day before I'm flying out to Denmark to go see him, he tells me that he just got charged this huge insurance payment for his 2 apartments. Obviously he sold the apartment complex, but his 2 singular apartments that are rented out, he got hit with an insurance payment. And basically it wiped out like everything he had. So again, I'm annoyed. At this point, I'm just like sensing that a lot of this stuff is just bullshit, but I also am just like, it's the holidays, his dad's in the hospital. So I almost feel bad like coming at him whenever he's already dealing with so much. And he had said that his mom had given him money for like hotels, dinners, things in Copenhagen. She was fully aware of like the insurance payment and the financial position he was in, and she wanted to help. And again, she just wanted us to enjoy Copenhagen for one day before we came back. So we take the train back to Aalborg, and a good family friend picked us up from the train station. We went home, we had dinner, and then immediately we go to the hospital, see the dad, and like he looks sick, but he looks like he's like in decent spirits. And they said he was going to be home for Christmas, and so we were really, really happy about that. So over the course of the next couple days, we're going to the hospital like two, sometimes 3 times a day, just to like take his mom there, check on the dad, make sure everything's going okay. And then the dad comes home, and like obviously he's super weak, and we're like helping him around. But regardless, we had a wonderful Christmas. And even though like we didn't have a lot of money, and I remember like I got him very, very cheap Christmas gifts that year, and same thing for me. I actually told him like, you don't even have to buy me anything. Like the gift is being here with your family. And he got me a few small things, but regardless, it was fine. And the day after Christmas, we had gone to a champagne party at one of his friends' homes. And, you know, I was excited. It wasn't very often that we like went and like hung out with like friends of his. It was very, very rare. And so we went and we were having a good time. And obviously I didn't know a whole lot of people that were there, but his best friend, the one that he was with when I met him in Croatia, he was there. And we were just chatting outside. And before we had left the house, my ex had told me, I really don't want to go out tonight. Like, I just want to go to this party and then come home. And I said, that's totally fine. And so we're at the party, we're outside just hanging out. I'm talking to his best friend. My ex is inside the home. And his best friend tells me, he goes, you guys should come out tonight. Like, please come out. And I was like, honestly, I'm down to go out, but my ex doesn't want to go out. And that was really weird for him because he always is down to like go out and have a good time. So I already thought it was a little strange. And then his best friend looks at me, he goes, oh, he probably doesn't want to run into any of his enemies from his past gambling addiction. I looked at him and I said, what gambling addiction? And his best friend looks at me and goes, you didn't know that he had a gambling addiction? And we will pick up the rest in part 13. The Danish Deception, part 13. So just to recap, I was spending Christmas with my ex and his family in Denmark, and the day after Christmas, we go to a champagne party, and that's where his best friend told me that he used to have a gambling addiction. So when I hear this, I am just full panic mode. I'm questioning everything, and I'm freaking out. I remember it was so cold in Denmark, and I was outside, not even wearing a jacket, and I was sweating because I was just like so overheated. And so I asked him, I go, I had no idea. And at this point, his best friend is like mad. Like, he's angry. He's like, are you serious? Like, you didn't know? And I was like, yeah, no, I had no idea. He was like, he told me that he told you. I go, he absolutely did not tell me. And I've loaned him a lot of money over the course of a year and a half. And he said he owed me money. I was like, he was like, he paid me back the money he owed me, but he did take money from me at one point. And yeah, it was bad. It was like 10 years ago. And so immediately I'm like, can you go inside the house and get him? So he gets my ex walks out. He goes, what's wrong, babe? And I said, do you have a gambling addiction? I remember I screamed it in his face. I did not even care that I was causing a scene. I was just so mad. And he looks at me, he goes, I mean, I did, but it was like 10 years ago, which did check with what his best friend said, that it was 10 years ago. I was young, I was dumb, I was stupid. I would never, ever go back to that. And I'm like, well, let's play back all the times that I've given you money. Tell me how to make this make sense. And he's like, I have truly just had a year of so many downs, and I promise you, I would never in a million years gamble away your money. And I don't know what to do to prove it. And I was like, well, this insurance payment that you just told me about, I'm gonna need to see proof of that. At this point, I'm like, I need to see proof. Been drinking all night, and we get home and I'm just ripping him to shreds. Like, and honestly, he's taking it. He tried a little bit to gaslight me, and I just was like, you're not gonna gaslight me. You're in the wrong, you lied, you have an addiction, and you didn't tell your wife, and you're the problem. And so we spent a while just fighting. I actually ended up going to bed that night, and the next morning I'm obviously still very angry, very hurt. And he was working in the office in his parents' house. And so after he finishes working, I'm like, we need to go for a walk, because obviously his parents were home and they didn't know what was going on. And his parents are really old at this point. I just like didn't want to bring like any chaos or anything, any drama to the family, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like I should have brought the whole family into what was going on, but I guess my natural instinct was to protect him. And so we go on a walk, and obviously I'm angry, and he like pulls up this document showing me the invoice from the insurance, and it aligns with like the amount that he told me that he had to pay. And so I'm still angry, hurt, all the feelings. And he goes, look at me right now. And I looked at him. He goes, do you really think, you know me, do you really think I'm capable of doing this to you and taking your money and throwing it away? And I looked him in the eye and I was like, I mean, no, because at this point I had never ever seen a side to him that would ever hurt me intentionally or unintentionally. Like I feel like he always had my best interests at heart, and that he was just a guy going through hard times. So maybe it's because I'm brainwashed at this point, but I end up deciding to believe him. And especially because he showed me proof. I also asked to see his bank statements, and everything checked out. And so I let it go. And I said, okay, well, do not ever lie to me again. You're my husband, I'm your wife, and you're gonna be honest with me going forward. And if I catch you in a lie again, like we're gonna have some problems. Already had plans to go to Budapest for New Year's, that following New Year's, and we found some really cheap flights and a cheap hotel. Honestly, we didn't spend a whole lot of money on that trip, and that's part of the reason why we went. But we went there for New Year's, had a good time. As you can probably imagine, I paid for that entire trip. After Budapest, we went back to Copenhagen for one day, and then I went back to Dallas, and he stayed in Copenhagen because he had a bunch of work meetings. I'm home and obviously stressing about this upcoming hearing with the Danish IRS, SCAT, or whatever it's called. And I knew it was on January 10th, and I kind of wanted to wait and see if he would bring it up, because a part of me was like, I feel like he's lying about all of this. And so January 9th comes around, and long and behold, he says, oh, my hearing is tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, he's telling the truth about that. Because if he had just like breezed past the date, I would have felt like, okay, he's lying about this whole everything, the business account. And so he tells me the next day he has a hearing. Again, I go to sleep, ball of nerves, wake up the next morning, ask him, how did the hearing go? And he said, they ended up deciding to put an 18-month hold on my account. And I'm like, oh, this is so frustrating. Like, I'm just so frustrated. I feel like nothing is going our way. And he said, listen, it's only 18 months. You're doing well at this point. Like I was doing well with real estate. And he's like, I have my job, and I don't foresee any crazy things happening. So we'll be fine. Don't worry. We'll be okay. And obviously at that point, I wanted to trust him fully, but I also didn't. So I told him I need to see proof of this. And that's when he shows me email confirmation from his lawyer confirming that there was an 18-month hold on this account. And I saw the email. Fast forward to February 10th. It's our anniversary. And so we decided we're going to go out that night. And I remember we like talked originally about maybe going on a vacation. But then we ended up canceling the vacation just because we wanted to save some money. And so we ended up just being here for our anniversary. And so we went to a nice restaurant here in Dallas, one of our favorite ones. And we go to dinner, and he's ordering like really expensive wine. Like I think he ordered like a $400 or $500 bottle of wine. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, it's our anniversary. And I'm like, I know, but we need to be saving money. And then afterwards, one of my good friends was at a cocktail bar and said, hey, you guys should come and meet us. And we were like, sure. I asked him if he was down. He said, yeah, let's do it. So we go. And we go to this cocktail bar. My friend is there. She's celebrating a birthday of another one of her friends, someone that not super close friends with. And they're with like a big group of girls. So I just went to go say hi to her, see her, say hello. And before I know it, my ex is like, I'm going to buy everyone around his shots. And we're at a cocktail lounge, just like kind of expensive. And I'm like, is that really necessary? Like, I feel like, and I looked around and everyone had a drink in their hand. I'm like, we don't need to do that. He's like, oh no, it's her birthday, let's do it. I'm like, you don't even know who that girl is. Like, why does it matter? And I remember just being super annoyed because I knew he had just spent like $800 at dinner, and we're at this cocktail lounge, and I realized like he's running up a bill here, and he's just chugging old fashions. And he wasn't the biggest drinker. Like he drank, and sometimes he would get like really drunk, but it was like pretty rare. And most times he could drink and handle his alcohol very well. And so tonight was really weird because I'm like, we're celebrating our anniversary, and you would think that he just like wants to be intentional with our time spending it together, and instead it just feels like he's just slamming these drinks. And I was so confused by why he felt the need to get this drunk. And so he's having a conversation with my friend, and I'm like seeing him, and he's like slurring his words, and then he's talking to my friend, and I see like a little bit of spit come from his mouth and like land on like her shoulder, and she like wiped it away. And I was like, what? That's disgusting. And so he's drank his like third old fashioned, and then I look up and he's ordering another one. And I look at him, I say, are you sure you should order another drink? And he looks at me, he goes, who do you think you are to tell me when what I can and can't drink? And I said, excuse me, I'm just saying, do you need to have another drink? Like, do we need to get belligerent tonight? And before I know it, he's basically just going off on me, saying that I'm disrespecting him and I shouldn't be telling him that he needs to slow down and that he's a man. And I'm just confused because we've never really like had arguments like this before. And I'm like, what's your problem? And he's like, you know what, let's just go. And I was like, okay, let's go. So we get into the Uber, about to go home, and I'm like, what is your problem? He's like, I just don't like it when you disrespect me in public like that. And I was like, I didn't disrespect you in public. It's not like I yelled, hey, you're drunk, stop drinking. I literally told you right next to you, like there was no one else around. I just said, hey, maybe you should slow down on the drinking. Y'all, I don't know what happened next, but this huge, intense fight spiraled out. We get into the house and we are now screaming at each other. He's telling me that I disrespected him. And now I'm getting mad because I'm like, you're drunk right now. Like, what's going on? Like, you never behave like this. The fight escalates and he ends up walking out of the home. And I'm like, where are you going? And he said, don't worry about me. I'm going to get a hotel tonight and then we're going to see where we stand. And I was like, what does that mean? And we will continue on in part 14. Part 14. I have Smokey here because I truly need emotional support to tell this part of the series. Okay, so he leaves the house, he goes to a hotel, and I'm so baffled and confused. And like the messages he's sending me are just so insane. And this is a side to him that I've never seen before. And I remember I called my best friend Sarah that was living in Germany at the time because of the time difference. She was awake, and I'm just bawling my eyes out. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And like, she comforted me a lot, but I just was hurt and upset and angry. Just why is he treating me like this? And so the next day he says that he's going to come back and get some more of his things and go back to the hotel. And so I'm like, we're still doing this? And he comes over and I'm like, can we have a conversation? He's like, what's there to talk about? Like, I don't know what to talk about. Like, you disrespected me last night. And at this point, I'm like, let's have a conversation about it. And he's like being extremely stubborn about the situation. But over time, he finally is like, okay, it's fine. Like, I'll unpack my bags, I'll stay. And I'm obviously pissed off that he just dropped $1,000 on a hotel room, which he spent like $1,500 the night before for our anniversary, and he just dropped another $1,000 on a hotel room. It's just like spending money so unnecessarily, and it's making me so mad. But I was like, I just want to keep the peace, so I let it go. And even though I'm still very confused at why he's behaving this way. So a couple days go by, and I get a message from one of my really, really good girlfriends, and she says, hey, I've been wanting to reach out to you for some time, but did you know that your ex owes my husband $200,000? And I remember I was like eating lunch. I was next to my ex, I was eating lunch, and I'm just like, I read this message and I couldn't breathe. Like, I literally could not breathe. And I look at him and I go, what is this? And he was like, oh, well, you know, we were working this crypto deal where we were selling watches at a profit, and he's being super picky about how much profit he wants to get. I'm trying to find the right buyer, but I'll find it and we'll be fine. And I was like, so you kept that, you have this money that you owe this man and you lied to me about it? He's like, well, the money's currently in watches and it's gonna be fine. Like, I just need to sell them. And so I was like, okay, even though like it's like red flags after red flags, I'm like, there's something up. So I'm really upset at this point because you don't borrow money from a friend, this amount of money from a friend, and not discuss it with your wife. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm really upset with you that like you didn't talk to me about this, but you know, it's fine. Well, I didn't say it's fine. I just said, this is unacceptable. And I remember that day we really didn't communicate much with each other. We weren't like screaming or fighting with each other. I just like really decided that I wanted to distance myself from him. What he did not know was that I was going to message my friend separately and ask her to ask her husband if the story that was communicated to me by my ex was true. So I asked her, and she responds to me and says, no, this is not correct. And at this point, it's the husband that's communicating. And for the purposes of this playlist and series, I'm going to refer to these individuals as Crypto and Crypto's wife. So Crypto is the one that's responding, and he's saying, no, none of this is true. He told me he had the watches sold a long time ago. He told me he was going to transfer the money, and I've been asking him, and he's been giving me the turnaround time. And, you know, when his dad was in the hospital, I was trying to be respectful, but also like, you know, this is affecting my work because he works very much in crypto. And so I'm reading these messages and I'm still reading it. And I get to the end, and he said, and just so you know, I had someone look into the wallet that I sent money to, and it's been linked to a gambling website since 2023. And that's when I realized that he was gambling. And in that moment, I just fully collapsed to the ground. I remember I was in the kitchen, and it was like I couldn't even stand anymore. Like I just collapsed to the ground, and I'm just like crying. And he's like, what is it? I'm like, you're lying to me, you're gambling. And he was like, no, I'm not, like still lying. And I'm just like, just tell me the truth. Be honest with me for once in your life, tell me the truth. And he's like, I promise you I'm not gambling. And then I grab his face and I pull it to me and I scream in his face. I said, tell me the fucking truth. And he looks at me and he goes, okay, I've been gambling. And honestly, I was just quiet. Like it was just 30 seconds of just silence. And this next part is gonna make you all a little confused, but I actually had a showing 30 minutes after that exact moment. So I went upstairs, I changed, and I grabbed my keys and I left the house and I went and showed a house. And it was the most bizarre thing ever. Like I was in front of clients smiling, even though like everything around me felt like it was crumbling. So he's obviously texting me like, please like come home after your showing. Like I want to have a conversation. And I'm saying, right now, I just feel like I can't talk to you. So I went to a park and I called my best friend Natalie, and I told her, I was like, hey, I have some news for you. She's like, what's up? You can talk to me. And I told her, I said, he has a gambling addiction, and I just completely lose it. Sorry, you guys, I get emotional at this part. I just completely lose it. And like, Natalie's my best friend. I love her so much. And just being able to like have someone finally to like be open and honest about what was happening made me feel so good, because I felt like I could just release everything. And she was 100% there for me. She lives in New York, but she was like, whatever happens, I don't give a fuck about him, I give a fuck about you. So where do we go from here? And I was like, I don't know where we go. Like, I'm with this man that I love more than anything in the world. I find out he's been lying to me. I find out that he's stolen money from our friends, and I'm just like completely wrecked. I'm like, I don't know where to go from here. And she's like, something you need to know is that this is the rest of your life. This is it. This isn't something that just goes away. This is addiction. And she had experience with a gambling addiction specifically and has seen the damage it's caused. And so she said, this is the rest of your life. Whatever you decide, I will support you, but this will be the rest of your life. And so after that, I go inside the house and he's like, I want to talk. And I'm like, I like still was not ready to talk to him. But I decided to call Crypto's wife, who's my good friend. And I talked to her on the phone, and the first thing I said, I just started bawling my eyes out. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I felt so much guilt, like that I didn't know that all this stuff was happening, and I had no idea. And I just told her I'm so sorry. And let me just take a moment and tell you, I don't know if Crypto and Crypto's wife are gonna come forward, but they are two of the most beautiful people I've ever known in my entire life. And after what they went through, like, they had every right to like go to the police and ruin our lives. And instead they had empathy and they had love for me. And they were just like, whatever we can do to support you, like, money comes and goes. Obviously we'll figure that out later, but what can we do to support you? And I just was like, I don't know how to be with someone that lies to me and that I don't trust. Like, I don't know what to do. But you know, at the same time, like, I got married. We said our vows and we said in sickness and in health, and this is a sickness. And I have no experience with addiction at all. None, zero. Like, I don't even know where to begin. And so I just start doing research and like looking at like podcasts and reading books. And at this point, I'm still very much distancing myself from him. And then I look up Gamblers Anonymous meeting, and I find one here in Dallas, and it was an open meeting happening. And I told him, I said, you know, it's still really hard for me to like talk with you, but let's go to this GA meeting. And so we go to the GA meeting. Everyone's like going around circle, telling their stories. I'm just bawling my eyes out during this whole entire thing because I'm hearing like the saddest stories, and I'm hearing like the most beautiful success stories. And so in a way, it like made me understand the depth of what I was going through, but it also gave me hope. And so I, for some reason, still felt like there was like a lot that I didn't know about him. Like, there was stuff missing in my gut and my soul. And I kept asking him, is there anything else you need to tell me? Is there anything else you need to tell me? He said no. At this point, I am still in constant communication with Crypto and Crypto's wife. And Crypto tells me, I was wondering, how would you feel about me hiring a PI to look into his past? And I said, 100%, please do it. And we will continue on in part 15.
Oh, this finally makes sense, and my heart genuinely goes out to her because this explains why the money could never materialize. He had a gambling addiction, and at that point, to me, she became another means of funding his habit. It is unfortunate, but when somebody is battling with addiction and they realize that they have the resources and you're willing to help, they'll often take advantage of that, and they're not gonna stop until they exhaust every single avenue, as he just did. There's always an issue with money where he is concerned, and I am truly relieved that she eventually uncovered the truth, even though it is devastating, and she's discovering it while legally being married to this man. And all I can think of is that this just unfolded within a year and a half at this point. This is a lot to process, and I'm not going to fault her timing of marriage, but in my opinion, I believe that if she had waited a little bit longer, then maybe it would have revealed some of these red flags a little bit sooner. Mask often slips with time, like when he was drunk on their anniversary at their anniversary dinner, and he spoke to her in a way that he has never done before. That alone was a glimpse into who he truly was behind that facade. But here's a question, guys, that keeps circling in my mind. Where was he getting the money from initially? Because he realized a pattern that even though they are struggling financially, he's always wanting to go on a trip, like always. It's like he has this constant urge of leaving the country, even when they were pinching pennies at this point. So it really makes me wonder if he was just simply moving around money. And in Jamaica, we would say borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, because I don't know, it just seems like he was just constantly rotating funds just to keep up with the illusion. But let me know what y'all think.
The Danish Deception, part 15. So before I dive back into the series, there's a few things I wanted to say. The first being that I am giving you guys majority of bad, and there was a lot of good times in our relationship. I would say I was happy 90% of the time, despite the financial struggles that we're going through. And he was what I thought was a very selfless and caring individual. And the other people in my life would also attest to that. There were a lot of times that he did not have money in his account, but when he did, he was very, very generous with it. He was the type of person that would buy whatever people need, would treat them, and I viewed him as selfless. He also was the type of person that would drop anything at any time to help someone in need. So because of those reasons, I truly believed he was a good quality human. I now know that a lot of those things were self-serving, but I wanted to make a note of that so that you guys didn't think it was just like all bad and all like money exchange every single day. It was not like that at all. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the comments. Obviously, I've gotten some negative ones and some positive ones. I want to speak on the positive ones first. Thank you so much. I did not expect to be receiving this much empathy and compassion, and I just want to say thank you. It means the world to me, so thank you so much. And I wanted to speak on the negative ones as well. Obviously, you know, I made some choices that I deeply, deeply regret. I wouldn't be doing this series if that was not the case. And there's not a single comment that's worse than anything that I have told myself already. Listen, I was a Black woman on The Bachelor. I have a thick skin for that reason. So these messages and these comments that are negative, it doesn't faze me at all. Honestly, I couldn't care less. I am prioritizing protecting others over my own self-preservation, and I will never regret that. But what does bother me is there's other victims that are reading these comments and they are feeling like they need to keep silent because they're worried about how other people will perceive them. And when you silence other victims, you are now giving the power back to the predators, and that is what I'm not okay with. So I challenge the people that are making the negative comments to reflect on what you're saying and to make sure we're all keeping the big picture in mind. We are trying to make sure victims can stand up and find their voice, and we can prevent this from happening to other people. That's all. Okay, I know enough talking. Let's get back to the series. So Crypto tells me he's going to hire a PI to look into my ex. I was 100% on board with this. I did not tell my ex this was being done. So those few days where I was waiting for the results, I remember just being so nervous. I'm like, I don't even know what's gonna come up. Like, I feel like, do I even know this man? And so after a couple days, Crypto sends me a text and he says, okay, here are the preliminary findings. The first thing was that there was no criminal history found whatsoever. So that made me feel a little bit good because I was like, okay, maybe this situation with Crypto is kind of like an isolated incident and it's not like as bad as I think it is. Like, he didn't like con like a ton of people in Denmark. And then the big thing that he found was that my ex did not go to the Olympics, not once and not twice. And when I found this out, I was sick to my stomach. And the first thing that I felt was embarrassment because, like, why did I not look this up? And I think the reason why I didn't look it up is because the way he downplayed it, like, oh, I didn't play, I was like backup of the backup. It just was like an afterthought to me. It's also why I didn't like bring it up to other people. There's a lot of people that didn't even know that he mentioned that he went to the Olympics because I didn't really talk about it because it was like I said, it was an afterthought. And so I was just deeply upset by this information. Just to know that someone could lie about something like this, I was like, this is truly sick. When I received this message, I was at an open house, and luckily it was a vacant house and there was no one in this home, so I had my time to do some research. And I started looking through our WhatsApp messages and videos, trying to just reflect on all the things that he told me. And I see the photos that he sent me of his apartment in Copenhagen, the one that he had sold a year prior. And so I downloaded the photos and then I reverse Google image searched them, and it pulled up an interior designer's home in Germany. And that just fully sent me completely, because obviously this is a house that he just purchased and sold and made that $500,000 in profit, and half of it went towards the tax bill and half of it went to his friend's plumbing business. And so I'm just like, this is so sick and disgusting. I can't believe someone would have the audacity to lie about this. So I go back home. He actually was at the gym, so I'm just home spiraling, waiting for him to get back. And he walks in, and the second he walks in, I immediately say, I need you to sit down, we need to have a talk. And he automatically looks kind of annoyed. He's like, what now? Because obviously we'd been really going through it the past week with like finding out about his addiction. He's been going to GA meetings. I've been wanting to talk about his addiction all day, every day, because I want to get as much information as possible. And so he's just like, I'm drained, I'm tired. I'm like, sit down, we need to talk. So he sits down and I say, did you go to the Olympics? And he goes, yes, I did. I go, no, I'm gonna ask you one more time. Did you go to the Olympics? He goes, I went to the Olympics. So I say, okay, well, I'm going to give your mom a call and I'm gonna verify it with her. So I pull up my phone and I dial her number. It actually rings once. And he goes, okay, I didn't go to the Olympics. And I just remember just sitting there and just being like, who lies about something like that? And I told him, on top of that, you also lied about the apartment that you were living in. I was like, this is sick. And at this point, I'm spiraling because I don't know what's real or what's fake. And so I tell him, listen, I saw the email from your lawyer about the business account, so I feel like I got the proof I needed for that, but I do need proof about the other 2 apartments in Copenhagen. He said, absolutely. And that's when he pulls up the lease agreements, and obviously the lease agreements are like all in Danish, but he's like translating it for me. There's like the name, there's the address, there's the amount they're paying, it's their lease term, all these things. And so I was like, okay, I felt like this was proof. And so at this point, I like don't know where we go from here. And like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like 100%, I was thinking about just picking up the phone, calling my family and just being like, this is happening, I need to leave him. But I'm still so in love with this man. I can't picture a life without him. Despite everything that he's put me through, I just felt like I could not say goodbye to him. And I really just felt like this disease is the enemy, not him. So we need to work as a team and fight it together and overcome this. And I felt like we were capable of anything at this point, you know? And especially like with the challenges that we had already gone through, I felt like we were invincible, like we could overcome anything. That's the mentality that I was going into it with. And so obviously I'm talking to him about my reservations. I was like, I don't know where we go from here. Like, and I did tell him that I didn't know like how to move forward. And that's when he just like starts crying and he's just like, I love you so much. Like whatever I can do to prove to you that I will be the man that you deserve, I will do it. And he was like, I am sick to my stomach about what I did to Crypto and his wife. I saw him and he was, you know, living such a great life. And in my mind, I thought like I could take some of his money and like make more money. And then I could give him this interest and then we would have some money. And I was like, listen, this is all delusion. And at this point, I've done a lot of research on gambling addiction. And it's like, it's all a delusion centered around this dream world where you're going to provide these cars and nice and luxuries to the people that you love when you get your big win, and it never happens. And so I just said, listen, you need to know, and I know you already know this, I don't need these things. I don't need the big house, the fancy cars. I don't need any of this. I don't. Like, I'm happy just being here in Dallas with you and just hanging out with Smokey on the couch watching movies. I don't need any of this. And I did feel so ill and disgusted, but I'm still so in love with him. Despite the lies, despite everything, the love was still 100% there. And so I communicated to him, I said, listen, things have got to change or you're gonna lose me, plain and simple. And he said, I will do anything I can to keep you. And like, this is my first time seeing him cry. And as you guys can assume, I'm a very empathetic person. So at that time, I just went over to him and hugged him and we both just like cried together for like an hour. And it felt like the breakthrough I had been waiting for our entire relationship, because I'd never seen this emotional side to him. And I felt like, okay, like we've had this breakthrough, now we can move forward. And so we had already had a trip booked to Colombia because he only could be in the States for 90 days. So we're like, where can we go that's affordable and you can reset the 90 days without having to fly all the way back to Denmark? And so we went to Cartagena, Colombia, and it was a very affordable trip. And I know a lot of you are thinking like, how are you traveling? He was making a very steady income. And once I found out about the gambling, like his account was like stacking back up. I had told him like, we're going to reach out to Crypto. We're going to set up a payment plan. And I had told Crypto about the trip to Colombia that we had already booked so that I didn't seem like we were being disrespectful towards him. I had a feeling that he had the ring for some time and that he was going to propose, and he knew that he could not propose to me with everything that was going on, and he needed to take time. And by the time we were going to Colombia, I felt like we were getting our lives back on track. We were obviously stacking up our money again, and I felt like he was being open and honest with me. He would talk to me about his addiction. He was going to GA meetings every single week, but I still did not feel comfortable accepting a proposal unless he made amends with Crypto and Crypto's wife. And so I told him the day before we went to Colombia, I said, we need to go and have a sit down conversation with Crypto and Crypto's wife. And obviously I realize now that my ex should have been the one to suggest that we go make amends with Crypto and Crypto's wife. But regardless, we go there the day before we go to Colombia, we go to their house and we sit down in front of Crypto and Crypto's wife, and I will pick back up in part 16. The Danish Deception, part 16. Okay, let me recap a little bit for you guys. So it is now April of 2024. I found out about his gambling addiction in February of 2024. So we've had a very, very solid good 2 months. I feel like he's being honest. I have a feeling he's ready to propose because I knew he had the ring, but he knew I wasn't ready to accept that proposal from him, even though we were already married, but it still was like symbolic to me. So I wanted us to be in a good place. So I had a feeling he wanted to propose in Colombia. And so I set up a meeting for us to make amends with Crypto and Crypto's wife. So we go to their home, we walk in, I'm already feeling so emotional. And we sit down and we just, at first we're just sitting, talking, catching up. And then finally, and you can tell it's like the elephant in the room for like the first 30 minutes that we're there. And then finally, I was the first one that spoke. I was just like, I just want to speak on behalf of myself and say that you guys are just two amazing human beings, and the empathy that you showed us, even when it wasn't deserved, will never go unnoticed. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say I'm sorry for not being more vigilant and realizing the situation that we were in. And then my ex began to talk, and he basically just said, I know that I did these things, but it almost was like I was a different person. Like it felt like I wasn't in control of myself and my actions. And it was just, you know, he was just speaking from the heart and just saying like this addiction took over me and I almost didn't know right from wrong. And Crypto and Crypto's wife both took turns talking, and they were just so understanding. And, you know, they communicated, we understand this is a disease and we still care about you both, and we still want to have both of you in our lives. And it just felt like it was a great conversation, and I felt like we can move forward from here. We're going to set up a payment plan and everything's going to be okay. And so the next day we go to Cartagena, Colombia, have a spectacular time. And I was kind of expecting the proposal throughout the trip, and I didn't know when it was going to come. And then there was a night that we went to dinner, and then we went out for a drink, and then we came back home. And the hotel we were staying at had a rooftop that was like overlooking the city. And so we went up there with a bottle of wine, and we're just drinking wine and just talking. And I, at that moment, just felt so grateful for him and for his sobriety and for his honesty. And before I know it, I look down and he's down on one knee and he tells me, I know this isn't your dream proposal, and I know I've let you down a lot, but I will make it up to you, and I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be the man that you deserve. And at this point, I'm just hysterically crying, and I'm so happy. And it really did feel like the happiest moment of my life, and the yes was so easy. There was not a doubt in my mind. It kind of felt like it did whenever we got married. There was no hesitation, but it felt much more deeper this time around, because now I know about his flaws and I know about his struggles, and I know he's not this, you know, perfect individual, which nobody's perfect. We're just imperfect people that come together and try to have a relationship. So after Cartagena, we come back, and, you know, we're just trying to enjoy ourselves, enjoy being engaged, sharing it with our family and friends, because at this point we can actually tell our friends and family like we're spending forever together. So we are so just happy to be able to take it all in. And Easter comes around, and I remember I was making a roast, and I had one of my friends was over, and my little sister, and I'm making a roast, and we're eating on Easter Sunday after we went to church. And my ex gets a message from his mom, and she's like, I need you to call me right now. And she never does that. So obviously we're freaking out, and I'm like, what's going on? He goes upstairs, and he's gone for maybe like a couple minutes, and I can hear him talking in Danish. And then he comes downstairs, and I'm like, what's happening? He was like, well, my dad's back in the hospital because he was going to therapy and like fell and broke his hip, and he went to go get a hip replacement surgery. And after the surgery, like he was like, you know, recovering fine, and then out of nowhere his heart stopped, and they had to resuscitate him, and he's fine now, but his mom just wanted us to know. And so I'm like freaking out, and we didn't really know what was going to happen when we went to bed that night. So we wake up the next morning, we get the news that he's doing just fine, and I just remember feeling so relieved because we didn't know what we were gonna wake up to. To this day, I don't know why his heart stopped, but regardless, we were just happy he was doing good. So over the course of a month, his dad's health is, you know, he's still doing good. Me and my ex are doing really, really good. We just got engaged to the world. Finances are getting better. He's being honest with me. He's still going to GA meetings, and I feel like things are getting better. And so we traveled to Panama for my 30th birthday, and we were with my sister and some of my friends and my ex, and he was actually the only guy on this trip, which was 100% unintentional. And we're on our way to Panama, and while we're in the air, obviously my phone's on airplane mode, and we land, and I take the airplane mode off, and I look at my phone, and I have all these calls from his sister and his sister's boyfriend. And so I'm a little bit confused. I open up the messages, and I see that she's saying, "You need to call me immediately." Immediately, I was like, oh, something bad's happened. And so I look at my ex, I show him the messages, and obviously he has similar messages as well on his phone when he turns it on. And so he was like, "There's nothing we can do. We're sitting on a plane. Let's just get off the plane, and then I'll call her." So we get off the plane, and we just kind of step aside. He calls her, and he's like, okay. And he's talking in Danish, so I don't really understand what's going on. And then he gets off the phone. I was like, "What happened?" He was like, "Oh, his heart stopped, and they weren't able to resuscitate him." And I was like, what? And I was like, "Your dad died?" And it was the most uncomfortable position for me, because he did not show any emotion at all. And I was like, "Are you okay?" And I just remember just holding his hand. I was like, "What can we do? What can I do for you?" He's like, "Honestly, let's just go through customs and let's get to the hotel, and then we'll figure it out there." And it was the most bizarre situation ever, because it's his dad's death did not faze him at all. And I am someone that's very, very close to my dad, and so I put myself in his shoes, and I'm like, I'd be wailing on the floor, screaming at the top of my lungs. And so, I know everyone deals with grief differently. I just wanted to support him in any way I could. So we go to the hotel, and his mom calls him, and we're on FaceTime, and she's just bawling her eyes out. And I saw one tear come from his eye. And that's when I realized it felt like he was more sad that his mom was sad than he was, and that his dad died again. This is me just making assumptions. I don't know for a fact that was what he was feeling, but I did feel a little bit strange. And at this point, I'm looking at flights to go back to Dallas so that we can get on a plane to go to Aalborg, Denmark, to be there for his family. And so I'm looking at flights, and he's talking to his mom on the phone. He gets off the phone, and he was like, "We're actually gonna stay." I go, "We're gonna stay?" He's like, "It's your 30th birthday. I just talked to my mom. She does not want us to leave. The funeral's not gonna be for a week, so we're just gonna enjoy our time here, and then we're gonna go back home." And I'm like, this is so weird. How am I supposed to celebrate my birthday when my father-in-law just passed away? It just felt so wrong. And I just remember we tried our best to have a good time on the trip, but it was just we were sad every day. And there was one night that my ex got really bad food poisoning. We had to get a doctor into the room to give him an IV. It just felt like everything was going wrong. And so I am not gonna lie, I need to go back to Panama and experience it again, because that trip was not it. And I wanted to make something very clear. He paid for everything for that trip to Panama. So flight, hotel, and all the meals for everyone, including me and the girls that were on the trip. So we go back to Dallas for one day, and then we head to Denmark, and it was so nice being there for his family. It was so emotional, and seeing his mom cry, just be so sad, it broke my heart. Again, I'm not sensing a whole lot of emotion from my ex, but like I said before, everyone processes their grief in different ways. But we go to the funeral, and I remember I'm sitting in the front row holding my ex's hands, and I look up at him, and I see he's starting to cry at the funeral, and that's the first time I've seen him cry. And so I was like, okay, there's emotion there. I don't know where the emotion's coming from. Is it coming from losing his dad, resentment, from regrets? I really don't know, but I definitely could sense there was emotion there. And so after the funeral, the next couple days, I was just spent a lot of time with his family, and I spent a lot of time with his older sister, because she was around, because the mom wanted all of her kids and grandkids to be around her. Obviously, she just lost her husband of 50 years. And so I started spending a lot more time with the older sister, and I'm not picking up on a whole lot of bad vibes. I thought she was super nice. I thought her kids were so cute, and I love babies. I love little kids, so I really started to bond with her kids. And so it was a good trip. Obviously, there was definitely some tension, but regardless, I think everyone got along, and we were able to just support each other while they all grieved like losing their father and slash husband. So after being in Denmark for about a week, I had to go back to Dallas because I had some listings that needed to go live and I had to work. And so I'm back home in Dallas for maybe like a couple days, and I get an email from immigration saying that I have a notification, and I will continue the rest in part 17. The Danish Deception, part 17. Okay, so I get a notification from immigration, log into my account, and lo and behold, the petition was approved. And I remember I was relieved for a few reasons. The first one is that, obviously we get to start building life here together in Dallas, but also if there was any skeletons from his past, I feel like it would not have been approved. So I almost felt like relief whenever I saw that. And so I called him, and obviously he was excited. We called our lawyer, asking her, what are the next steps, and she said, well, you can stay in the States next time you come, and we can file for a work visa and a travel visa, but you're not gonna be able to go back to Denmark. And at this point he was like, since my dad's passed, like I can work remote. Work's been a little bit slow, so I can work remote. Obviously I might have to pull some all-nighters, which isn't ideal, but it's worth it to be with you. And so I said, okay, that's fine. After a couple of weeks, he comes back to Dallas, and he comes with his mom this time. This is her first time in the United States. And I remember just being so excited, and I wanted her to have the best time because, she's just lost her husband of 50 years. And I go to DFW to pick them up. I had a big sign saying, welcome to Dallas. And I also got his mom some flowers. And it was just such a special moment. She had like this American flag draped around her, and she's just like so proud to be in the States. So we come back home, I cooked dinner, and we just spent the week exploring Dallas. And then we had gone to Key West for about 5 days. We did Miami and Key West with his mom. And I will say a lot of that trip was paid for by his mom. She wanted to cover a lot of it, which was just so sweet. And then I remember I paid for the flights, and then he paid for a bunch of stuff while we got there, but she paid for most of the hotel. So we all kind of paid for a little bit. But I know y'all haven't forgotten this man still owes me money. And so I remember we were in Key West, and I said, hey, are you gonna start sending me some funds? And it was awkward because I wanted to bring it up for a while, but then, we went to Panama, he paid for everything, and then his dad passed away, and I didn't, it's just, now it's getting kind of awkward for me to bring it up. And so he's like, yeah, I'm gonna send you some money. We go through the trip in Key West, have a good time, come back to the States. He still hasn't sent me money. He's giving me kind of the turnaround, and I'm getting a little antsy, and I'm getting very triggered. And so we're in the living room, and he says he wants to just go on the balcony and get some fresh air. And I start creeping. I walk up to the window, and I'm trying to look over his shoulder at his phone, and he doesn't know I'm looking. And on his phone, I see there's a gambling website, and my stomach is in knots, and his mom is currently in the living room with me. So there's nothing that I can really say, because again, I'm still wanting to protect him. And again, I will repeat this one more time. I wanted to tell everyone about his addiction and our issues. I wanted to tell the world, but he very much said everyone's gonna view me differently. With the excuse with his mom, he was like, she's an old woman, you're gonna stress her out, and she's not gonna be able to do anything about it, and now she's just stressed. So he was able to manipulate me into not bringing it up to anyone. And so his mom is here, and I don't say a word. Instead, I send him a text, and I just say, and it's weird because he's in the same, he's 5 feet from me, and I send him a text saying, I see a gambling website on your phone. I'm gonna need to see your bank statements as soon as possible. And he tells me, I'm only on this website because that's where I can watch sports for free. And I was just like, huh? This makes no sense. Obviously, I'm detecting all the bullshit. So I say, I want to see your bank statements right now. He pulls them up, and at this point, he has his Revolut statements, which I don't know if you guys remember, the very first time I sent him money, I downloaded an app called Revolut. Kind of like Venmo. He uses that for a lot of things in the States because you basically get the local currency rate if you use Revolut, and he had a physical card that was tied to his Revolut. So I wanted to see that. So he printed out, or didn't print out, he showed me the statements directly from his phone for Revolut, and then he showed me his Danish bank account and the transactions. And I went through everything with a fine-tooth comb over the course of months, and did not see anything alarming at all. So obviously I saw this gambling website on his phone, but I checked his bank accounts, I didn't see anything. So I let it go, but I was very clear, I better not ever see this on your phone ever, ever, ever again. So his mom leaves after having a great trip, and at this point I'm still like waiting for these transfers, and I'm like, what's going on? And he keeps telling me that he has things to pay for. Like he said he was helping his mom out with something, and then he said that he had another insurance payment, and there was a few things that he said he had. And then finally I'm like, okay, I'm done with the bullshit. Like, you need to start transferring me some money. And so basically he tells me that he's transferred a certain amount. He has a transfer limit that he can transfer to his Revolut, which is how he can send me money. And he's hit his monthly transfer limit. I don't really know what that means, but he said he hit it. And so I'm still very frustrated, but he basically says that he can't send me any more money until August timeframe. And during that time, his best friend came to visit, and the same best friend that was with him whenever I met him in Croatia. And what my ex didn't know was that I was in communication with his best friend, talking to him about the gambling, the issues. I didn't tell my ex that I was talking to him, but I just wanted to speak to someone from his past. Obviously, keep in mind that I don't have a lot of people to talk to, so it just made me feel a lot less alone. But basically, I'm putting more pressure on my ex, being like, hey, like, you need to start sending me money. And keep in mind, I'm also paying for like most of the household bills, and now like he's here full time. Like, you gotta pitch in, bro. And I'm not here to be your sugar mama, even though I have low-key been your sugar mama unintentionally. So I'm getting frustrated, and we get a notification that his work visa has been approved. And so I'm excited about this because this means that he can get a social, he can get a bank account. And something to keep in mind is when you're married to a gambling addict, you wanna make sure you take full financial control. And that was hard for me to do because with his Danish bank account, he had like a 2-factor authentication that scanned his face. So I couldn't just like log in whenever. But with Chase, I was like, all I need is a password. So we go to Chase, he opens up a bank account, and he says, I'm just gonna make a transfer from my Danish bank directly to my Chase bank, and then I'll be able to start sending you money via Zelle. And I'm like, okay, perfect, that works. Because he had like this limit on Revolut, or I couldn't remember the details, but I remember it didn't make sense. And every time I pressured him like for it to make more sense, he would gaslight me, and so we wouldn't get anywhere. And so I was getting very frustrated. But I'm like, okay, now you have Chase. So he tells me that he makes a big transfer to Chase, and that he is waiting for that to hit. And a couple days go by, I'm like, what's going on? He's like, oh yeah, okay, the transfer hit. And he shows me an email from Chase, and it said like, we need to verify your identity. And he's like, oh, Chase is asking for this verification, and because I haven't done this verification, my account's locked. I'm like, okay, stop bullshitting. I know Chase. I go to Chase. I've been banking at Chase for a long time, and I felt like he was bullshitting. And so he said, you know what, let's go to the bank and talk about it, because I mean, I know I have money in there because I made this transfer like a while ago. And I said, okay, let's go to Chase. And this is when I start like thinking to myself, you know what, I'm gonna play a game. We're gonna go to Chase, and I'm gonna try to get out of the car and go into the bank with him. If he says, no, you should just wait in the car, I'm gonna know he's hiding something. And I really just wanted to see how he would react. So we go to Chase, he gets out of the car, and I start to get out of the car. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna be in and out, babe. You can just wait in the car. And I'm like, red flag. And you know what? I let him do his thing. I let him go inside. I'm like, okay, let's see what he comes back with. So he comes back and he says, hey, I'm able to take out, like, it was like $1,000 he's able to send to me. And he's like, here's like $1,000. I go, at this point, he told me he was gonna send me like 5,000. And so I'm like, what's going on? Are you lying? He was like, no, I'm not lying. I was like, well, I'm tired of carrying this relationship on my back, and I'm over it. And that was like, this is when I start really standing up for myself and telling him that I'm just done with the bullshit. And he gets so angry with me. I remember he had his gym bag in the car because the plan was for us to go to the bank, me drop him off at the bank, or me drop him off at the gym, and then I was gonna go to a showing. I drop him off at the gym, and he slams the car door. He goes, don't worry about picking me up, I'll walk home. And I get home and I'm like, can we please talk about this, because I wanna squash this. He goes, the way you talked to me was so disrespectful, and I'm not okay with it. There's money in that account. And I said, listen, I'm getting triggered. Like, I feel like you're lying about a lot of things, and it's making me feel like you're gambling. So I just need you to tell me the truth. He's like, I am telling you the truth. And like, you disrespected me, making me feel like less of a man, that like you've, supported us more than I have. And I was like, I'm not trying to make you feel like less of a man. I'm just telling you that I'm tired of carrying this on my back. And he storms off. goes upstairs, goes in the guest bedroom, closes the door, and he refuses to talk to me and like locks the door. And I'm like, what is going on? I remember just being so angry because I'm like, you're the one with the addiction. You're the one that's hurt me. And somehow you're finding a way to put it all on me. And that's not okay. So I remember being really upset. And so basically I had a work event that night and I was trying to decide whether or not I wanted to go. And then finally I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go. I need to get out of the house. So I go. And at this point, it's really hard for me to hide my emotions. And a lot of the people at my last real estate firm probably remember this event. I showed up and I just was like bawling my eyes out. And like a lot of people didn't know what was going on, but I was just really, really sad and struggling a lot because I just felt like I was being gaslit. And I remember there was one of my coworkers and we were sitting in a corner at this event. And I actually ended up telling her about my ex's addiction because I just, in that moment, needed to talk to someone about it. And she was so sweet, so welcoming. Shout out to you, you know who you are. And so basically I go back home and he's upstairs in the bedroom, not wanting to talk to me. So I'm like, can we please talk? He's like, I don't want to talk to you. And I was like, okay. So basically I'm on the couch and it kind of worked out because we have some really good friends that they have cars that they use for Toro that they own. And we had picked up one of their cars because they were out of town earlier that day. And their car was outside and the keys were right on the counter. And so I was like, you know what? I know the PIN code to his Danish card. I bet it's the same PIN code for his Chase card. And so what I did was I grabbed the key to the car, my friend's car, and I like kind of sneakily snuck out of the house because I didn't want him to hear the garage be like, where's she going? So I snuck out of the house. I went to Chase and I put his card in, I put in the PIN code and it was accepted. And I clicked the lovely button that said check balance. And what was in his account? 34 cents. And we will continue on in part 18.
Surprise, surprise, 34 cents at this point. I'm not lie, ladies. Men don't lie to us, women oftentimes lie to themselves. And I'm still not going to be too hard on her because trust me, you really can't see what you really don't know. And as I said, you're full to what you have never experienced. I'm going to give her some grace right now. But I'm so happy that she started, putting the pieces together, even though it took her some time. But if I'm to be honest, it's a little bit too late for me personally because the sis gave that man way too much grace, like Olympic level grace, pun intended at this point. But anyway, at least now she's, started taking control and doing some digging to see who this man really is. And did you guys notice something that every single time that she confronts him is like an instant defensiveness, straight into the whole gaslighting, the whole emotional manipulation, and that she's seeing a different version of him that she doesn't normally get, which to me is the one behind the mask. And I always tell you guys, I am no psychiatrist, but the traits are definitely treating to me and definitely showing some narcissistic patterns. A whole mix of lies and sprinkle, of the truth, enough just to keep her confused. And when you finally confront them, the first thing they do is a counter attack. So he's coming like, you're disrespecting me, you're misunderstanding me. Sir, nobody not disrespect you. Come on now, man. You're just being exposed at this point. What is worse is a lifestyle that these people are traveling like they're on maybe like a 90-day fiancé world tour edition. They went to Panama, Colombia, and just everywhere else in between. Meanwhile, this man's bank balance is 34 cents and just pure vibes. And honestly, the minute that they went to the bank and he told her not to come inside, as she said, I knew something would have been off. That was a big red flag waving like Independence Day. But listen, guys, to each their own. But me personally, I am just too paranoid for all of this mess. So guys, let me know, as I say, how would you handle her situation? And if you were her sister, her friend, if this was your daughter, how would you have advised her had you known that this was happening? Anyway, guys, let's continue.
Danish Deception, part 18. Where did we leave off at? Oh yeah, 34 cents. So I look at his bank balance and it's 34 cents. And at this point it's 1 a.m., which is why I was super sneaky with the way I got into my friend's car and went to the ATM because I didn't want him to hear the garage and be like, where's she going? So when I came home, I literally popped melatonin and went to bed. I didn't even want to open that can of worms because it's late at night. So the next morning I wake up, I look at him, I go, I have something to bring up to you and you better not lie. And I don't even think you're going to be able to lie. He goes, what is it? Then I pull up the phone because I, took a picture of his bank balance. I'm like, this is actually the balance in your bank account. And he just looks at me and he's at a loss for words. And for a narcissist, that's the most beautiful thing in the world when they have literally nothing to say. But I remember just looking at him and saying, you're a liar. You don't have any money in your account. You're supposed to be the one responsible for bills. And I know you're gambling. And he told me, I am 100% not gambling. I promise you the transfer was supposed to hit and it didn't hit. And I felt like if I told you I didn't receive the money, you would have thought I was lying. So let me get this straight. Instead of telling me the truth, you lied to me because you were afraid that I was gonna think you were lying. Makes perfect sense. So at that point, I'm just so irritated and just honestly disgusted by him. And I told him, well, listen, I don't want to be around you today until you tell me the truth of what's going on. Because at this point, I felt like he was gambling and I just didn't want to talk to him. So I luckily had a few showings, went to the showings, and my best friend Onyeka, who lives here in Dallas, calls me. And I'm not even kidding, I answer the phone and I immediately start crying. And she's like, come over. I said, okay, I'm on my way. So I go to her house and I sit her down and I tell her everything. And this was just a very, very, very heartbreaking time for me because this is now another close friend that I'm letting in. And I'm telling you all, when I let it out, I let it out. And it was just so heartbreaking. And she was such a good friend. She just listened to me. She didn't tell me you need to leave him, even though at this point, I felt like there's no way he's going to change, but I'm still so blinded by love and still very much brainwashed to think that this man is everything to me. And I decided to go back home and I had a conversation with him and I said, listen, I'm just going to start distancing myself right now. I don't know where to go from here. I feel like you're always lying to me and it's getting really, really difficult. And so it was a couple days and, we're still like getting along, but he can definitely tell that I'm pulling back because I still know that there's something he's hiding. And something to keep in mind is that he has a Danish phone and he has a US phone because when he got his work visa approved, he got a US number. Especially when he was applying for jobs, he didn't want to put like a Danish phone number, which makes sense. And so for the most part, he was using his US phone while he was here. He would use his Danish phone like at nighttime. But his US phone was what he used to communicate with everyone. So the Danish phone, he actually leave that out all the time. And so he was downstairs, I was upstairs. I see his Danish phone on the nightstand. And I'm not ashamed to admit that at this point, I had been going through his phone very frequently. So I open up his phone, go to the Safari page, open up, see the gambling website that's just right in front of my face. And I am just gut-wrenched. And I can see how much money he can gamble and what he's betting on. And I kid you not, first of all, it was $5,000 that he was gambling. And second of all, he was gambling on the most random sports in the most random countries that I'm like, what is this? Like, this makes no sense. And I go downstairs with his phone and I'm bawling my eyes out at this point because I'm angry, I'm hurt, I'm exhausted, I'm so tired. And at this point, I'm asking myself, like, how can I still be in love with this man when he causes me this much pain? Like, and the craziest part was that he was still lying. He said, I told you I watch sports on that website. And I was like, you're an idiot. Like, you are an idiot. Like, you're gambling. I can see the money in there. So either you want to be honest with me or get out of the house because I don't even want to look at your face. And so he keeps trying to lie to me, keeps trying to bullshit me. And then I'd say, you know what? I'm just going to pack my bags and just go to my friend's house. And then he said, okay, I'll leave. I'll go to the gym. I'll go run some errands. So he leaves the house and I'm sitting there. The first thing I do is call crypto and I'm literally in tears. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I don't even know what to say. And he said, Onyeka, this is literally not your fault. You are doing everything you can to be a supportive spouse to this man, and it's not your fault that he cannot stop lying to you. And he had told me previously, like, we had owed them $200,000, but he said the amount of crypto that my ex had borrowed from him at that time was 160K. And so he said, listen, because that's the amount that he borrowed at the time, obviously the crypto had gone up. I think it had gone up to like 300K at that point. And when his wife had brought it up to me, it had gone up to 200K, gone up even higher. He said, how about you guys just pay us the original amount that was borrowed? And I said, I just feel like that's not fair to you. And he said, I promise you I'm okay. Another reason to just love crypto. He's amazing. And one thing he said to me was that if you're not seeing him want the progress for himself, that's when there's a problem. So you need to know when you've had enough, and you need to know if he's not taking this seriously and taking his recovery seriously. And I agreed with him. And you know, I will be honest, like I, in that moment, was not ready to leave him. I still was fully in love with him, still fully brainwashed into thinking that he was this great person. So Crypto said we could skip that month's payment and then pick back up the next month, because he knew I was, you know, carrying everything on my back, and he didn't want me to bleed myself dry because of my ex's issues. And you know, it's kind of messed up that I was even the one that was having these conversations with him and not my ex. And I just took ownership because I've never owed anyone money before. And I wanted to do what was right, and I wanted to be respectful of him. And so I also told him, just so you know, like he has a business account that's going to be opened back up in July, because, you know, it had an 18-month hold. So once that's lifted, we'll be able to pay you back the rest of the money that we owe you. So keep that in mind. We're going to obviously pick back up on the payment, so you will be made whole. And he said, okay, that's totally fine. And so we left it at that. My ex comes home and I sit him down, and this is the first time that I bring up divorce. And I tell him, right now, I don't know if I can be in this marriage anymore. And I really am contemplating filing for divorce and calling my parents and telling them everything. And he said, please, like, I cannot lose you. I'm going to get better. He said, I want to get better. Like, I want to get better for me and for you. And so I said, at this point, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sit back and watch you, and I'll decide if I want to stay with you. And he said, okay, I'll prove it to you. So over the course of the next, I will say 4 months, this was October 2024. And over the course of the next 4 months, like I said, I'm not going to just sit here and ramble. I'm trying to get to the good part, guys. I promise. I remember his mom had to come back to visit us for Thanksgiving. She met my parents. It went great. The following month, my mom came back, spent Christmas with us. Things were going good. And I remember when January hit, I was like almost a little bit excited, because I was like, this is the year the business account's going to open up. And it had been about 3 months since his relapse, and I felt like he was making a lot of effort to get better. He was going to GA meetings, he was going to therapy, he was having money in his account, all the good signs. And he had the 2 apartments in Copenhagen and was putting in a notice to kick the tenants out so that he could sell those apartments. So basically the plan was to use the business account to pay for our wedding, to pay off crypto, and then we were gonna sell the 2 apartments, and that was gonna be like our base to start like investing and build our foundation here in Dallas. And we had kind of delayed wedding planning because, you know, we wanted to be smart financially. We're not gonna plan a wedding a year after all this stuff happened. And also, like, you know, we wanted to prioritize paying back crypto. But we were looking at the numbers, and with the business account, we were gonna be able to make crypto whole, and we'd have some extra money for the wedding. And in addition to that, you know, we were both making an income, so we were starting to talk about wedding plans. Obviously, I'm Nigerian, and my parents are very traditional, and I love my culture, and I was excited to do a traditional wedding. And I was talking to my parents about what I wanted, and I was like, maybe we could do a wedding in Nigeria. And, you know, they were really excited about it. They were hyped to plan it. You know, they loved my ex, and, you know, we were getting excited. And so my mom said that they were going to go starting to look at venues and all the things. And at this point, I kind of figured that my parents were going to cover the traditional wedding, because we were going to cover the white wedding. When I say white wedding, I mean white dress. So traditional wedding, the Nigerian wedding, white wedding is like white dress walking down the aisle. So in case you hear me say that, not because I'm marrying a white guy. So I'm talking wedding plans with my mom, and she brings up finances, and that's when she proceeds to tell me that my ex has told her that he's going to pay for both weddings in full. And I'm sitting there just confused because I'm thinking about the money that we have coming in and our 2 salaries. And I'm like, okay, we're good to pay back crypto and we're good for our white wedding, but we don't have any wiggle room to pay for an additional wedding. So I call him up, and at this point I'm angry. I go, why did you commit to paying for a wedding without telling me? And I will continue on in part 19. The Danish Deception, part 19. And I don't want to waste y'all's time, so this part's actually going to cover between January 2025 and July of 2025. Okay, so I call my ex and I'm just so confused. Why did you commit to paying $10,000 for this wedding? I just do not understand. And he said, well, you know, I really just wanted to help your parents out. And now I understand narcissists have this need and desire to be admired. And that's where it came from. It wasn't just him wanting to be a good person. But I was super frustrated and we talked about it, went back and forth. I'm like, we don't have to do this. Like, my parents are very generous. I know they'd be more than happy to like pay for the wedding. But he said, no, like, let's just give them something. Let's give them 10,000. I was like, I just feel like we don't need to do that. He's like, no, let's do it. So I call my mom and my dad and I said, hey, are you guys comfortable with us paying 10,000? And they're like, absolutely, that's fine. Like, we'll cover the rest. And they loved my ex and they were excited for this wedding. And side note, I had communicated to my parents about the business account. So I told them, we're going to end up paying you in July, if that's okay with you, just because we had a bunch of expenses. They didn't know about like the payments of crypto and everything, but I just said, hey, we're going to pay you in July. I hope you're okay with that. And they were more than fine with that. And so we put that to rest. I need you guys to remember that 10,000 that was promised to my parents. There's a reason why I'm bringing it up. It's going to come back in the end. So now it's January of 2025. We are in this year, you guys. I promise this is coming to a close tomorrow. So get ready. But it's January 2025. We get the news that his green card has been approved. And we're so excited. And I remember just being over the moon. And one of the biggest reasons why we were excited is because our very, very best friends were getting married in March in Spain. So we were so hyped and excited to go celebrate them. And at first we didn't even know if we could go to the wedding. And so when the petition got approved, it meant that he can like travel out of the States. And so we're getting super excited. We weren't just going to Spain. We were also going to go to see his family in Denmark because his little nephew was getting baptized. And then we were also going to go to Portugal for 2 days to look at wedding venues. So this was a very, very exciting trip for us. And before you guys come for me, we were in what I thought was a great financial position and we were up to date on our payments with crypto. So it was okay for us to go on these trips. So we have such an amazing time at the wedding. It was a very small, intimate wedding. There's 30 people there. It was perfect. And afterwards, we went and saw his family, went to his nephew's baptism, spent a lot of time with his extended family too. That was wonderful. And then we went to Portugal to look at venues. And I remember I set up a couple tours and I made sure to be very mindful of cost because obviously I wanted us to be smart and I didn't want us to go over budget. And I remember having a conversation with him, telling him that, listen, I do not want this wedding if it's going to jeopardize your sobriety. So if we need to wait a year, if we want to renew our vows at year 5, we can do that. I do not want this wedding to put any pressure on you. And he said, you know, the business account's going to open up this summer. We're going to be okay. I promise. I don't want you to stress about that. And so I believed him and I trusted him. So we look at a couple different venues and we find one that we really like and it's very reasonably priced. The deposit was only like 1,500 euros and he said that his mom was going to actually pay for it. And I said, hey, that's fine. That works perfectly for me. So we get home and he said, you know, I just feel like it doesn't make sense for me to have $60,000 to $70,000 worth of watches. So I think I'm going to sell my watches. And I asked him, I'm like, are you 100% sure? He said, yes, like it's unnecessary, especially with like us like trying to accomplish all of these financial goals. And just having these expensive watches just does not make sense. And so I 100% supported him. And so he packed up the watches in the boxes and then he left the house and came back and was like, okay, I just took him to a showroom. I'm waiting for them to sell. Obviously, I don't have the money yet, but hopefully they'll sell within the next, I don't know, like a couple weeks to a month. And I said, okay, that sounds good. So that was April of 2025. And in May of 2025, we decided that we wanted to build up his credit score so that we could maybe buy a house within the next couple of years. and his credit was basically zero because he had just moved to the States. And so I had a credit card that we had just paid off. It had a zero balance. And so I was like, okay, let's add you on this card. And so we added him, and he had no plans to even really use this card. It was just, for me to use for like groceries. We were just really trying to build up his credit. And so I looked at the balance one day, and it was super high, and I was so confused. And I started going through the details, and I saw that there was a cash advance for $7,000. And I was like, what is going on? Mind you, I'm not home. I had just finished a showing, so I'm in my car about to head home, and I call him, and I'm like, what is this cash advance? And I go, you better tell me the truth immediately. I do not want any bullshit. And he comes out and he tells me, I relapsed again. I've been gambling again. And that was the very first time that I just came out and asked him, and he said yes. And keep in mind, his last relapse was October. This was now June. And so obviously I'm hurt. I'm sad, but I'm also like so grateful that he told me the truth. I remember the first thing that came out of my mouth was, thank you so much for telling me the truth, because I just was grateful that he didn't automatically lie about it. So I come home, I'm obviously very upset, but I'm trying to meet him in a peaceful way because he is trying to be honest with me. So I walk into the house and I'm like, tell me everything. And he said, okay, well, I took a salary advance in May and I tried to recoup it. And I actually ended up selling the Rolexes and taking that money and gambling it away. And so I took the money from the cash advance to try to win it back, and I haven't spent it yet. I still have some of that, and you guys, this was such a weird experience because I was so angry and hurt that I was still going through this, but this was the first time that he was being open and honest with me, quote unquote. So I was grateful for that. So I told him, I'm like, okay, well, I just have to ask you a question. Is this because the business account doesn't exist? Like, I just don't understand why you would relapse when this money's coming. He goes, babe, like, you just don't understand gambling. Like, it just, sometimes it happens and there's no rhyme or reason. And so I said, okay, I just need to confirm with you again, is this business account exist? He said, 100% it exists. And I'm sorry, I promise you, like, if this feels different, like, just being able to like come forward to you, be honest with you. I feel like I really am changing and I want to be better, and this money is going to hit. We're going to have our dream wedding and everything's going to be okay. And so I believe him and I trust him. And then fast forward to July, I ended up having a bachelorette party for one of my good friends, Tracy. And while I'm at the bachelorette party, I knew the date of the hearing with the Danish IRS for his business account to open up. I knew that was going to be while I was on the bachelorette in the middle of July. And so I remember I was on the bachelorette and I woke up early on the second day I was there because I knew that was the day of the hearing. And I get a text from him and he says, call me when you can. And we will pick up the rest in part 20. And tomorrow is the grand finale. And I hope y'all are ready because it's about to get absolutely insane. The Danish Deception, part 20. So after today, all the parts will be fully completed, and I need y'all to just bear with me. This was a very traumatic and emotional experience for everyone that was involved, and so you're gonna see tears, and I'm gonna try to keep my composure as much as possible. So I'm on this bachelorette trip in the Bahamas, and the second day I'm there, I know that's the date of the hearing with the Danish IRS about the business account. And I'm very, very nervous. Like, obviously I had money in my bank account, but this business account was supposed to be what was gonna go towards crypto and paying for the wedding. And so I just wanted everything to happen the way it was supposed to happen. So I wake up that morning, he tells me, call me when you can. I pick up the phone, I call him, I step outside, and he actually has good news. And the good news is that the business account doesn't have 200,000, it actually has 300,000, and he hadn't been able to log into it for 18 months. And so he was very surprised that the account actually had more money than he thought. So I was so over the moon excited. I told him, I said, thank you so much for, making smart choices and, helping us build this foundation for us to start our lives together in Dallas. And he had told me he was on the phone with the bank for like 45 minutes, ironing out the plans. They closed down the business account and they were gonna just transfer him the amount of money that was owed to him. And so obviously I don't take his word for shit at this point. So I asked him, I'm like, can you send me a screenshot of the phone call? Like, I want to see the phone record. And so he sends me a screenshot and it shows that he was on the phone for 45 minutes. I type in the number in the screenshot that he sent me, and I put it into ChatGPT, and it said it was linked to his bank in Denmark. So I was like, okay, this is real. Why would you spend 45 minutes on the phone with the bank if this wasn't real? So at this point, I'm like, okay, finally there's truth to something he's saying. And I felt so much relief. So after the Bahamas, my ex sends a text to my parents, and I'm in the group chat too. And he's saying, hey, I'll be able to send you the money by the end of this month. Can you please send me your banking information? And my mom says, of course, here it is, gives her bank information. Now we're at the end of July, and I asked him, hey, has the money hit? Has the money hit? Still hadn't hit. So what he said was, what I'll do is I'll send your parents the money on August 1st after I get paid from my job. But regardless, like, that money is gonna hit at some point in August. And I said, okay, that's perfect. So beginning of August comes around and he tells me, hey, I just sent the money to your mom. And I said, okay, perfect. Can you please show me the screenshot? And he said, yes. And he showed me the screenshot, and it said that the payment was scheduled for August 9th. So August 7th and 8th comes around. I tell my mom, hey, you're going to receive the money by August 9th. And she said, okay, sounds good. So August 9th comes around and I ask her, hey, have you received it? And she said, no, I still have not received it. And so I was like, okay, that's weird. A couple of days go by and I'm like, have you received it yet? She said, I still have not received it. So now it's like August 12th and I'm on FaceTime with my mom, just chit chatting. And then I ask her, I go, hey, have you received the transfer from my ex? And she goes, no, I still haven't received it. And I'm on the couch with my ex and I look at him, I go, that's so weird. My mom still hasn't received the transfer. And he goes, that is weird. I go, can you pull up the screenshot again? He shows me the screenshot again. And it says that the payment is now scheduled for August 14th. And I'm a little confused because why is it scheduled for August 14th now? It was August 9th before, and that doesn't make sense. So I asked him, I'm like, that's weird. He goes, that is weird. I don't know what's going on. And so regardless, at this point, it was like August 12th. So I was like, okay, we'll just wait and make sure she gets it by August 14th. So August 14th comes around. I call my mom, hey, did you receive the transfer? She still hasn't received the transfer. And I'm just like, what is going on? This is so weird and bizarre. But I'm not super concerned at this point. I just think that there's something weird going on. So August 15th comes around and he tells me that he doesn't know what's going on, but what he's gonna do is cancel the transaction and then send the 10K to me. And then I will then send the 10K to my mom. And I said, okay, perfect, that sounds good. So that Saturday, I went wedding dress shopping and my very best friend, Rebecca, was in town visiting and she was with her 3.5-year-old daughter, who's the sweetest. I've known her since she was little newborn baby. She's so sweet. And this is the first time that my best friend, Rebecca, is coming to visit me in Dallas with her daughter. And so I was just so excited for them to be here and go wedding dress shopping with them. So we go wedding dress shopping on a Saturday, and my ex had told me that his mom wanted to pay for the wedding dress, and I was like, are you sure? He said, absolutely. Her birthday was actually the day before I went to go wedding dress shopping. And so he's like, I don't want to call her like on her birthday to ask her for money for your wedding dress, even though she's the one that brought this up and said she wants to pay for it. And I said, it's okay. I'll just pay for the dress. And then whenever your mom sends you the money, you can just send it to me. And then obviously I want to call her and tell her thank you, because I was surprised. I did not expect her to even offer to pay for it. So I was flattered. I thought it was so sweet. So I go pick out the wedding dress and I'm just so happy. I find the dress that I love. I put in the deposit for the dress. So Sunday comes around and my ex says that the $10,000 for my mom is going to hit his account on that Monday. And I said, okay, sounds good. I am starting to feel some red flags, but you know, I'm just like, let's wait till Monday and let's see how this plays out. So we go to church that morning on Sunday morning and we get back, and this is so interesting that I always have to mention this. After church, my ex comes to me and he tells me, you know, I really want to learn more about the Word of God. And I'm a Christian and I've always been a Christian. And he always told me, listen, like, despite my beliefs, I always will support you and your faith. And our kids will be brought up as Christians. We'll go to church. I'll always go to church with you. But this was the first time that he told me that he wanted to learn more about the Word of God. And I remember just being so excited. I was like, that's perfect. We're going to start doing Bible study like once a week together. And I was really, really excited for it. That day goes by, and the next morning, it's Monday. Keep in mind, my best friend and her daughter are still visiting me. So the next morning, my best friend, Rebecca, she is at home because she has some work calls. And so we take her daughter to the park with Smokey, and we're just walking around, and I ask him, like, has the $10,000 for my mom hit your account? And he said, no, it hasn't. And I told him, I go, listen, I'm feeling very triggered. I feel like you're lying to me. It should have hit your personal account by this point, and it hasn't, and I'm feeling extremely, extremely triggered. And he said, well, I don't know what's going on. I promise, like, the money's there. It's going to be fine. And I was like, well, I don't know. I just feel like you're lying to me. So if there's anything that you want to come clean about, now's the time. Just do it. And he said, what's the point of talking to you if you're just going to think I'm lying? I go, well, why do you think I always think you're lying? Because you lie all the time. And he says, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't walk together. I go, okay, maybe we shouldn't. So he walks back to the car, and I walk my friend's daughter with my dog, and I just like walk away, and we walk for a while, and then we go back to the car, and he's in the car talking to his mom. And as soon as I get in the car, he gets off the phone with his mom. And I was fully planning on telling her thank you for the wedding dress. And I thought it was weird that he hung up really quickly. And so that's another red flag. So we get home, and obviously we're fighting. I feel like he's lying to me. He's upset that I'm not believing him. And he ends up leaving the house because he's like, I'm going to go to Costco. So while he's in Costco, obviously I'm just spiraling. And this is a moment where it hits me. I'm like, what if everything's a lie? And I don't know why, like, my subconscious has been thinking this all along, but this is the first time I fully am asking myself this question. And so I'm laying in my bed, and I start playing with the app Revolut, and I start looking at it. And that's the app that he sent the money to my mom. And obviously he sent me screenshots. I sent the screenshot to my mom to verify it's going to be hitting on August 14th. And so I start playing around with the app, and I just, I wanted to see what it would be like if I wanted to send a big payment. And the way Revolut works is you have to load the money into Revolut before you can send it to anyone. So I'm just playing around with it, and I do a test transaction, and I'm trying to send $10,000 even though I don't have 10K in Revolut to send. So I click schedule payment, and I put just whatever date, and I see the next page, which is the review page. And that's when I realized that that was the same screen that he showed me and that I sent to my mom, saying that he sent the payment. And what he did was he cropped out the schedule payment button so it looked like he had sent the money, but he really did not. So at this point, my entire body is shaking, and he gets back from Costco, and I can't say anything because my best friend and her daughter are staying with us. So I'm trying to keep it chill, and keep in mind, this friend does not know anything that's going on. So after we unload the groceries, he's like, I'm gonna go upstairs and change and get ready for the gym. So I follow him upstairs, and I ask him, I said, I'm gonna ask you one question. Did you send that money to my mom? And he said, of course I did. I go, I'm gonna ask you again. Did you send that money to my mom? And he said, yes. And I pull up the screenshot that he sent me, and then I go back to Revolut, and I show him the exact same screenshot where he cropped the schedule payment button on the review page. And he said, our screens are different because I'm using a version from Denmark and you're using a version from the US. I go, you're using your US phone. So at this point, his lies are just getting bad. I'm like, you're lying about everything. I go, let's have a chat, and let's let all of this come to light and be done with it. And he said, I don't have time for this. I don't want to listen to this. And then he storms out of the house. And I will continue on in part 21. The Danish deception, part 21. So a lot of the things that transpired over the next couple of days happened over text. So I have my old phone. I'll be reading a lot of the messages because it's hard to really convey everything just based on memory. So I send him a screenshot of the test transaction that I did, and then the screenshot that he sent me for my mom. And I literally put them right next to each other. And I said, here's a side-by-side comparison for your reference. You've been caught red-handed, but if you want to keep lying, by all means, do your thing. And you can clearly see that you dragged it down to remove the schedule payment button. And then I had the test transaction with the schedule payment button circled. He says, I am telling you, Onyeka, I made the transfer to the account she gave me. I would have come clean right now if I had it. At this point, I think we should call off the weddings. We are not working as a team, and I don't want to keep fighting over this. Your mom will get her $10K as soon as I get it back. No, let me rephrase that. We are calling it off. I'm doing my best for everyone. Now it's time to focus on my own mental health. I will stay at a hotel for a few nights. This is all too much for me. Once I get the money, we can discuss if there's a future, but the weddings are off. So at that point, I'm just, what is happening? This is just, I'm so confused. Obviously, I had just bought my wedding dress and I was planning this wedding, but the weddings weren't even like on my mind. I just knew that he was struggling with something really, really big, and I wanted to know what it was. And the weddings, at this point I was like, let's cancel the weddings. I don't even care. I was more focused about his well-being and making sure he was gonna be okay. So I do another test transaction, but this time I actually loaded money into Revolut and then I sent it to myself. And so I said, FYI, this is what it looks like when you actually make a transfer in Revolut. And I did like a couple $100s, just a small amount. And I said, the lies need to stop. Aren't you tired and exhausted? Do you think I want that for you? He goes, don't worry about me. I'll go to Denmark either tonight or tomorrow. I have enough miles to book it. Then we'll figure out the business account and you'll be made whole. After that, we can figure out the next steps. So to answer your question, yes, I'm tired, but I'm more than tired. I am done. So I sent him this message. You think you leaving is what I want? We don't need space. We need a relationship that's open and honest. You say you want to focus on your mental health. Keeping up with your lies and taking on the stress is destroying your mental health. You say you want to work as a team. How can we if you can't be honest with me? I'm here for the good, the bad, the ugly, but we can't work through any of this until you can give me the honest truth. So he gets back from the gym and he walks in the house. He walks past me. He walks past my best friend, goes up to the room. I follow him into the room and I go, hey, can we talk about this? He said, what is there to talk about? I told you I'm done. And I go, what does that mean? He says, I want a divorce. And at this point, I'm just stunned because never once has he mentioned leaving me or divorce or anything. So I'm shook at this point. And then he proceeds to tell me, he said, you prioritize your friends and family above me in our relationship. I've never felt like this is my home. I'm a guest in this home. My stuff is in the guest closet. And I'm like, your stuff wouldn't fit in the master closet. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm just sitting here just so confused. And he said, you only love me when there's money in my account, which is crazy because there was tons of times where there wasn't money in his account. And I'm just still trying to talk to him. So I'm like, I love you. You're the love of my life. He goes, you were the love of my life. And I feel so hurt, but I'm also like, this can't be him talking. This has to be the disease. This has to be the addiction that's talking. And so I'm still trying to communicate to him. And he's like, you know what? Don't worry. I'm going to fly back to Denmark. I'm going to get the money from the business account, make sure you're whole. And I also have received an offer to be a CEO of a company in Denmark making $1 million. And so now I'm just like, oh my gosh, he's for sure spiraling. Like, this is 100% the addiction. And it's insane because at this point I should have just been like, okay, go buy and be done with him. But I'm very much still fighting for the relationship because I don't think that there's anything crazy big that we can't navigate and come through together. So we're not making any progress in the conversation. So I leave. I go to my friend Rebecca. I said, let's go for a drive. So we take her daughter, we go to the lake, and I tell her everything. And I just break down, and she's in shock because she had no idea that I was dealing with this along with most people. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want him to leave me. And at this point, it's crazy because I had definitely thought to myself, like, what life would be like without him, and almost was like mentally preparing myself for it. But I always thought it was gonna be on my terms. But the fact that he was leaving me just like put me in like this like fight or flight, and I just wanted to fight for him. So while we're at the lake, he sends me a message. He says, are you all gone? If yes, do I have enough time to pack my suitcase? And I go, we drove to the lake. And I said, I love you. We're gonna figure this out. Let's take some space, but flying to Denmark is not the answer. And he says, I have made up my mind and I'm not changing my decision. We are both exhausted. Our individual peace has been at stake for too long and we need to protect that. We tried. God knows we fought for it, but the battle is over. Let's find peace each on our own. Let me know when you're heading back. I packed the first suitcase. I might do the other tomorrow. It's a bit difficult for me as well. So after being at the lake, I go upstairs trying to talk to him, and he is just not even wanting to be within like 5 feet of me. And I'm like, let's talk about this. Like, please, like, tell me what's going on. Like, you wouldn't be spiraling like this if there wasn't something that's going on. Like, I'm your wife, like, we can get through this. And he said, no, I'm done with you. I'm going to leave tomorrow. I booked a flight. And I will never see you again, and I will only talk to you when it's about getting you your money. And at this point, I'm just like, what? Like, it's now been an hour and he still has not backed down from this idea that he's leaving me. So out of pure desperation, and I have never experienced this level of desperation before, I go into his work bag and I take his passport and I look at my friend Rebecca and I said, he's not leaving. I'm gonna get to the bottom of what's really going on. And she looks at me, she goes, do you, girl? Like, I support you. So we go onto the patio just to get some fresh air. And I look at the doorbell camera and I see that he's left. And he had 2 big check luggages packed and then his carry-on. And I see that he only left with his carry-on and his work bag. And so I send him a text. I go, take your space tonight and remember that I love you and I'm grateful that you're my husband and I will never stop fighting for you. Good night, my love. And at this point, I'm angry, but I'm being nice because I've done so much research on addiction. And I know whenever an addict is spiraling, the worst thing you can do is fight them back. So I'm just trying to be calm and be peaceful so that he can find a space to be able to come and be honest with me. And he said, wrap your head around the fact that I am not your husband anymore. We are done. Today has shown me that I won't have anything to do with you other than settling my debt. After that, I can breathe again. So obviously I had a horrible night. I cried myself to sleep. The next morning I wake up and my best friend says, hey, I'm gonna go to my other friend's house. She had another best friend that lived in Dallas, so she was visiting the both of us. And I was more than okay with that because I didn't think this was a good environment for a child anyways. And I knew he was gonna come back to the house and I thought that was for the best. And so I drive her to her friend's house and my ex had messaged me like, I'm gonna need the house until 1 to grab my things before I go to the airport. And I remember being like, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna drop her off at her friend's house. And he doesn't know that I'm like trying to intercept him so I can have a conversation with him. He also does not know that I have his passport. So I drop Rebecca off at her friend's house and I come back and my ETA is like 12:30. And I know he said he was gonna leave around 1. So I was like, okay, I'll have some time to intercept him. I get home and everything is gone. His bags that were packed are gone. And I don't know if anyone's ever experienced being left by a spouse without knowing, or even a partner in general, but it is the most devastating feeling in the world. And especially someone that you shared your life with, they're there one day and the next day they're gone. It is just gut-wrenching. And I honestly at that point just start screaming. And I sent him a text and I said, I have your passport. He said, what the f with you? I go, please come home, babe. You fight for the people you love, and I love you, and we will get through this. And he said, this stunt literally cost me thousands of dollars. My decision is made. Remember who is fighting who. And I said, we just need to talk through this. I know you're hurt, and I'm sorry for my part in this, but you're my husband, and we will fight through this. We're building a life here with friends and family. He said, I am over it, but don't worry. All your troubles will go away. Now it'll just take a day longer and cost me more money. Ridiculous. I don't care anymore. I really don't. I say, I don't believe that. You wouldn't have married me if you wanted to give up that easily. He said, well, okay, but I'm getting a temporary passport, so I'll be leaving, and you made sure to take my green card too. So even if I wanted to come back, that's not possible. Take care. And you think I'm giving up easy? You're delusional. I said, I can mail it to you. And at that point, I'm freaking out because I did take his green card. So I get in the car and I said, I can bring you your passport and I can bring you your green card. I'll go to the airport. He goes, don't worry, I'm on the phone with the consulate. They'll figure it out. I don't need you. And I said, I'm on the way with the passport right now. I'll be there in 20. He said, I'm not going to see you. Trust me. I said, okay, I'll turn around. But I also can leave the passport at the front desk so you don't have to see me. He goes, don't worry, getting issued an emergency passport. Don't you leave my passport anywhere. This is the most insane situation I've ever heard of. And guys, this is my favorite text in the entire thread. Call on your friends and family. You prioritize them, now they can show up for you. And just to be very clear, I do not give a f if you tell everybody everything. So here I am telling everybody everything. So after that message, he says there's no coming back from this. And I text him back and I said, okay, I will accept that now. And I had reached full acceptance because the fact that he had told me that he doesn't care if I tell everybody everything means that he must really be done with this marriage. And so I reached acceptance, and I'm in my car, and I remember I sent a text to my sisters and I said, my ex just left me. And I also called my best friend Onyeka, and I told her, I said, he just left me. And I stay on the phone with her until I get home, and I get home and I just plant on the couch and I'm just hysterically crying and just completely wrecked, completely heartbroken. Like, the man that I love has just left me and I'm never gonna see him again. And so obviously it took some time for my sisters to read my text, and they both came over, and I realized, like, now's the time to come clean and tell everybody what's really been going on in our lives. And so my sisters are sitting down next to me, and my best friend Onyeka is also on the couch, and I look at them and I tell them everything about the gambling, about the lies, about the money. And my little sister looks up at me and she says, well, he actually took $3,000 from me. And we will continue on in part 22.
Listen, as someone who was a people pleaser, yes, recovering people pleaser here, and I'm an empath, I fully understand why she was begging him. Trust me, I can relate to that. Even when he was saying that he was done, trust me, I get it. Because it's when you love someone, it's like you're wired to fix, to nurture, and you just want to hold things together. You want to fight for your relationship, even when it's literally crumbling in your hands. Here's the part that many people don't understand. If this man is truly a narcissist, she begging him, it doesn't mean anything. It is like he's now in the discard phase of the whole relationship, because in his mind, she's no longer a partner anymore. She was just his supply, and that supply has run dry. To me, this is why it was so easy for him to get up and pack up and walk away without no guilt, no reflection, no accountability, even though he was the one that was constantly lying, constantly manipulating her, and promising money that never appeared. And listen, Islanders, I love her vibe, I love her energy, I feel for her, but I'm just going to whack her one last time, respectfully. After the back-to-back issue with money, after all the suspicious behavior, after all the times you caught him in a lie and you realized I couldn't trust him, why would you trust him again to send the money to your mother? I'm so disappointed. The moment he said to me that he was going to withdraw it from his account and send it to my mother, I would have been like, no, sir. I am coming to the machine with you and we're going to withdraw that money together. You're going to give it to me and I will send that money to my mother myself. I'm not give him no more money, no more chance. Because once he made that statement, I knew for a second that her mother was not going to see a dollar, not one red cent of that money. And you know what really kills me? Is all of this energy that he used to defend his lies, the backup of the foolishness, the twist up narrative, the screenshots. Is like an Oscar winning performance at this point, but zero effort in it, to be honest. And that's the thing, with narcissistic personalities, because when the mask falls off, then suddenly you become the villain. It doesn't matter how well you treated them, it doesn't matter how you poured into the relationship. In their mind, you served a purpose and your purpose has expired, so then they're already to discard you, and most of the times they're already scouting their next victim. It is absolutely heartbreaking, and as I said, guys, I truly feel for her. But anyway, I know me I chat too much. I know you guys are as locked in as I am, so let's continue watching to see how the story wraps up.
The Danish Deception, part 22. So my little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3,000 from me. And I am just silent for like 5 seconds. And I want you all to picture a horror movie in your mind and picture the screams in that horror movie. I can guarantee you the screams that were heard from me were 10 times worse. It was the most heartbreaking moment of my entire life. My little sister is like, she's my world, and to know that he took advantage of her was just, it was so heartbreaking. And in that moment, I 100% fell out of love with him, and it was like the spell that was on me had been broken. I went from survival mode to clarity in a matter of seconds. He asked my little sister for money 2 times. The first time was back in May. It was for a birthday present for me, which is crazy because he did not get me a birthday present that year because I asked him not to because I wanted us to save money. He paid her back, and he actually paid her back with interest, but it took him like a month and a half to send it back to her. And then he asked her for money again in the beginning of August, saying that he was planning a surprise for me for our wedding in Nigeria. And again, he's having issues with the transfer between his Danish account and his personal account. And she sent him the money, and that amount was not paid back to her. So I sent him a text and I said, "You took $3,000 from my little sister. I hate you. No wonder why you left. You're a coward. I don't know how in deep you are, but please know I will make it back from this. You were right. There's no coming back from this. You're a pathetic waste of space." And he responds, "You're right, but don't worry. You'll get what's yours. You can start the filing process so we can be done with this." I said, "Glad we're finally on the same page." He said, "Me too. I'll need my passport back Thursday. Can we find a way to make that work?" I said, "Absolutely, whenever you pay us back." And I said, "You're the most disgusting human I've ever met." He said, "That's a mature comment, but that deal works. What's the exact amount I owe you?" And I said, "Love how you use the word mature as you flee this state, LMAO. I mean country. I mean continent." He goes, "I'm not fleeing, Onyeka. I'm going to make sure you get what's yours. That's all I've been trying to do. You can believe that if you want to or not." Well, I'm just scream crying at this point, just being like, no, 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 no. And it takes me some time to like gather myself. And then I realize, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's not the only one. So the first person I call is one of my close friends, Chris, and him and his wife, Thea, they're pregnant with their first kid and they're buying their first house. Obviously, money's tight. And I called him and I said, "Did you give money to my ex?" And he goes, "Yeah, I did." And then I just started scream crying on the phone. And then I tell him everything that's happening. And it was so heartbreaking because like I had to tell people these things, and then I would be so emotional, so wrecked. And then I would gather myself, and then I would realize that there's another person I have to call. So after I called Chris, I called my friend Rob and asked him, "Did you loan money to my ex?" And he said, "Yes, I did." And again, I'm scream crying. He borrowed money from Rob 2 times. The first time he said that he was buying an Aston Martin DB9, and he was trying to shuffle funds between his Danish account and his American account. It was taking a while. That amount of money was paid back, and then he came back and asked money from Chris and Rob and said that he was trying to surprise me with this super rare Rolex. And he was trying to surprise me with it for the wedding, and the store just got it, and he didn't think they were going to get it again before the wedding. And so that's how he got money from them the second time around. Then I messaged him, "Chris and Rob too? What the fuck?" And he said, "You don't have to remind me. I am aware. That's why I need to go back and fix it." And then I text him in all caps, "Who else?" And then he doesn't respond. Then I called one of my friends that I've known since high school, asked him, "Did you give my ex money?" He said yes. He had loaned him money as well. And then I made a call to my cousin and I asked him, I said, "Did you loan my ex money?" And he said yes. And we are the godparents to his son. And that one was like so heartbreaking because this man trusted us to be godparents to his child, and you did this to him. And he's like a second brother to me, and it broke me completely to know that he could hurt people I loved like this. And I was in total shock at this point. I was so hurt. I was so angry, and I did not know what to do. At that point, I'm like, I need to contact his family right now. So I call his little sister, and it's like 11 p.m. in Denmark, but I did not care. I called her, she answered, and I tell her everything, and I'm hysterically crying, and she's just in shock. And her fiance goes to his mom's house, picks his mom up, brings her to their home, and then they call me again, and now the 3 of them are there, and I tell them everything again, and we're all just crying, like all of us. And I don't even know what to say. And they were like, "We knew he had a problem 10 years ago, and he went into treatment and he got better, and like we never knew that he was still doing this." And I
I was so angry because I felt like I deserved to know this when I met them. Like, I feel like they should have told me this right away. And that's when I started feeling a lot of resentment. I know, like, it's not fair to put the blame on them because I know they're not responsible for his actions, but I absolutely felt so much resentment towards them at that moment. So then I tell them, I'm like, he's lied about so much stuff. He lied about going to the Olympics. He lied about the home he lived in. And then I thought to myself, the royal title. So I asked them, I go, do you guys have a royal title? And the look on their face, they were horrified, absolutely horrified. The lie that he had told my cousin was that he was buying a Ferrari. And again, he was having issues getting money from his Danish account to his American account, and he needed a short loan. A Ferrari. Then I texted him, you took money from my cousin too. I'm so sick to my stomach. I wish I never met you. And he goes, Onyeka, I understand. I don't need these reminders. And then I said in all caps, tell me who else. I said, be honest for once in your life so I can finish making these calls and I can heal. And he said, no one is asking you to do that. That's a choice you have made. So over the course of the evening, a lot of people came over, like my cousin, his wife, my sisters were there, a bunch of my friends, and I was just crying. I just really just needed to be around my people while all of this was coming to light and all of this was unfolding. And so it was really rough, but I went to bed that night. My little sister did spend the night with me. And the next morning I decided I'm gonna go on my Instagram and I'm going to unblock his ex-girlfriend and I'm going to reach out to her. So I unblock her and I send her a message. I go, hi, I've finally seen his true colors. I don't know how to understand the depth of what I'm going through. And she responded almost instantaneously. It was like, Onyeka, my heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry. There were so many times I wanted to reach out to you, but I felt like he was filling your mind with lies and you weren't going to believe anything that I said. And so I told her, I said, you know, don't blame yourself, but like, I'm having a really hard time understanding the depth of what I'm going through. Are you available to have a quick conversation? And she said, absolutely, we can have a conversation. So at that point, I'm obviously experiencing so much darkness. I'm waiting for the ex to call me and I just need to find some light in my life. So I call my cousin's wife and I ask her, can I come over? Can I just spend some time with my godson? And she said, of course. So I go over to her house, I pick him up and I just hold him and I'm just like crying and I'm telling him he's 1 year old, so he doesn't understand what's going on, but I'm just saying, I'm so sorry because like your godfather is an evil, evil monster. And I'm just now finding this out. And I just felt so bad for him that like one day he's gonna learn that this man was his godfather at one point. So I'm at my cousin's house waiting for the ex to call me and I just need to just start reaching out to every single person that's ever encountered him. And that was really, really difficult because a lot of these people are also my friends. And so I'm devastating them because everyone loved him. Everyone truly loved him. Everyone trusted him. So I find another friend that he owed $10,000 to. One of my coworkers that I used to work with, she told me that her husband gave him $10,000 too. The lies were, it was a variety of different lies. One person, he said that he was investing in a plot of land. Another person, he said that he was buying a car. The same lie about how his Danish account and his personal account aren't, like, it's not, he's having issues transferring money in between. And let me make something very, very clear. Every single person that he took money from, he told them explicitly not to tell me. And it's in text and it's in the receipts. He said, do not tell her, it's a surprise. I'm getting this car as a surprise. I'm getting this watch for her as a surprise. I'm buying this land as a surprise. It was all a surprise to me, which makes me so, so sick. So I'm on my phone. Again, I'm still waiting for the ex to call me. And I look down and I have a text from his older sister. And she said, Onyeka, can you please call me? I want to talk to you. And we will continue on in part 23. The Danish Deception, part 23. So at this point, I am feeling all the emotions. I'm feeling so much sadness. I'm feeling deep anger. I'm feeling so heartbroken. I'm feeling a little bit of relief because now I know.
there's not a question in my mind on who this person is and what he's done. Like, I know exactly who he is. But the feeling that was taking over me completely, as you guys can imagine, is shame. I felt so ashamed. I felt like I didn't recognize the person that I had been for the past 3 years. And when you fall out of love with a psycho narcissist, it's disorienting and empowering at the same time. And it's almost like walking out of a dark room and experiencing sunlight that you never knew ever existed. And that was when I told myself, I've been living in someone else's reality and I want my own back right now. So I pick up the phone, I call his sister, and it's on FaceTime. I'm bawling my eyes out and she's just apologizing. She's like, I'm so sorry. She said, I felt as though he was living above his means, and this is always a sign, but when he's gambling and stealing from people, and I wanted to have a conversation with you, but I didn't know if you were going to believe me. And he had told the whole family that he had told you about his gambling addiction and about everything in his past. And I told her, I said that wasn't the case. And she said, well, yeah, his addiction got really, really bad about 10 years ago. He owed money to some really dangerous people. They actually threw a brick through his parents' window. And they chased his friend through the streets with a knife. And she's a police officer, so she wanted to protect him. So she actually went and met with these like dangerous loan sharks and figured out a payment plan for them. And then my ex got a job in China, and then he moved to Shanghai and didn't pay anyone back. And he owed money to his parents. He owed money to tons of people. I did not know any of this. I just knew he owed money to his best friend at the time, and obviously crypto. So I thought these were like small, obviously not small, it's a large amount of money, but I thought these were isolated incidents. I didn't know that this was a pattern. And she was like, once he moved to China, he was there for like 6 months, and then I started receiving messages from people in China. So he was conning people in China as well. So we are now at 3 continents. We have North America, Europe, and Asia. And I'm just completely mind blown. I said, well, how in the world did it get this bad? And she said, well, he got treatment about 10 years ago. And the specialists and the therapists and the counselors at this facility, they told the family that he had the worst gambling addiction that they had seen in their careers. And his family said nothing to me. So that conversation 100% deepened my anger and resentment towards the family. I've worked through a lot of that in therapy, but I still just cannot understand how this shit was not brought to me. But, then she proceeds to tell me this is why I don't have a relationship with him, because, I have kids now and I could see he has no desire to change, literally none. And I told her, he said that your family had all this money. She said, that's absolutely not true. We're very average, middle-class family. And I also asked her, I was like, has he ever owned any property in Denmark ever? And she said, he has never owned a single piece of property in Denmark in his life. So I get off the phone with his sister, and then his ex is now available. So I call her and she answers, and I say hi, and she's very, very nice. And she just says, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I know how devastating it is. And she said, do you want to start or do you want me to start? And I said, I would love to hear about your experience and understand what you went through. And she started it off saying, okay, well, we were together for 7 years. And I was like, 7 years? He told me 4. So the first sentence that she said was already a lie that he told. And she said he stole money from me, he stole money from my parents, he stole money from my friends. And there's actually a colleague of my dad's that he took money from after meeting him one time. He met this man once and was able to get money from him. I was so shook at everything I was hearing. Obviously, it was her dog. That dog was hers. It was never his dog. She also told me that the godson of the plumber was never his godson. So that was also a lie. Obviously, he never invested in that plumbing business. That was all stupid, all lies. And I asked her, I was like, 7 years is a long time. Like, what pushed you to finally leave? She's like, I just like realized he wasn't going to change. And, for a while I knew I should have left him, but I felt like I was just in deep sunk cost fallacy. I feel that too. And then I asked her, I was like, when did you guys break up? They broke up on December 23rd of 2022. So do y'all remember that story about his dad being sick in the hospital and him getting in a fight with his sister and the back surgery and all the bullshit? It was all a lie. He was living with her. They broke up. She left him 4 months after we started dating. At this point, guys, I was numb. Like, I couldn't even say this man cheated on me. He cheated on her. I was the other woman. And I was so numb to the cheating. I didn't even, like, it was just like, okay, let's add something else to the list. I don't even think I cried. I was just like, well, what's next? Let's see. And it truly felt like for that 24 hours, I was living the same nightmare over and over and over and over again. So at that point, I'm like, it is time to fight. And for starters, I need a divorce. So I start looking up divorce attorneys on day one. And I actually had 2 meetings with the divorce attorneys while all of this was unfolding. So I truly felt like I was fighting for my life. And at the same time, I'm still reaching out to different people that have met him to see if they've given him money. And so I leave my cousin's house. I go back to my house and I'm with my cousin's wife and my sister and one of my friends. And at that point, I'm like, it is time for me to call my parents. And I was so nervous because I'm like, my parents at this time didn't even know that I was married. So now I have to tell them all these things. On top of that, I have to tell them that I'm legally married. And so I get home, I call my dad and I'm telling him, hey, I need to talk to you. He's like, what's going on? I go, he's not coming back. And I proceed to tell him about the addiction, the money, everything. And then I asked my dad, I go, but please tell me he didn't take money from you. And my dad goes, don't worry about that right now. And then I was just on the floor screaming. Like, this is my family. This is my family. I didn't even know how to pick myself up. And then I heard my dad. I was on FaceTime with my dad and he just goes, you need to be strong. And I immediately get up, sit on the couch, and he looked at me. He's like, you need to be strong. He said, what he took is a drop in the bucket and we're gonna get through this as a family. And that was just, you guys, I have the best parents in the world. So then my mom comes home from work and I talk to her on the phone. My dad had already told her and I pick up the phone and I'm FaceTiming her too. And I'm like, Mom, I'm so sorry. And she goes, why are you sorry? You have no reason to be sorry. She goes, everyone that knows you knows your heart. And I love you. You're my daughter. And we're going to make it out of this stronger than ever. I have the best family, the best friends, the best support system. And this whole tragedy of a situation reminds me of that every single day. And I just, through all the darkness, they are my light. So I'm on the phone with my mom, just talking to her about everything. And then this name pops in my head. So there is this man and his wife is from Denmark and she had found my ex on LinkedIn and was like, it's so rare that I meet other Danes in Dallas. Would love to have you and your wife over for dinner. So we went to dinner with them and they were so nice, so kind. And this man is extremely successful. They were living in a very nice home and he just felt like he wanted to take my ex under his wing and he wanted to find him a great job. And he was also working in tech similar to my ex. So this man had taken him to like car shows. He met billionaires and made so many connections through this man. He just really wanted to be a mentor for him. And so his name popped in my head and I was like, Mom, I gotta get off the phone. So I get off the phone and I call him and I go, hey, it's Onyeka. And he goes, hey. And I go, is everything okay? He goes, how can I help you? And I go, did my ex take money from you? And he says, that motherfucker took $30,000 from me. And I was just so shook. Like, another victim, and this man was just trying to help him. That's all he was guilty of, was trying to help him. And so I asked him, I go, how did he get all this money from you? And he said, well, he told me he was investing in this land. He was building a quadruplex, and he had to rerun the water lines, and he was looking for investors. He said they had 10 to 15 business meetings before this man gave my ex a dime. And he said, listen, Onyeka, I'm a man that's found a lot of success in my life. I have $1.5 million worth of cars. I have $500,000 worth of watches. This man had to work hard to pull one over on me. He said, I have loaded guns in every single room in my house. I didn't know if this man was a part of a group. And I asked him, I go, why didn't you bring this up to me? He goes, well, Onyeka, you're Nigerian. Like, that's a scamming capital of the world. I didn't know if you were in on it. And that's when the irony hit me. I'm Nigerian, and I'm a proud Nigerian. I tell people it's my biggest flex. But the country's not perfect. We have our strengths, we have our weaknesses. But one of our weaknesses is that there's a ton of scammers. Versus Denmark, who's considered to be this prestigious, wealthy, happy country. So the fact that a Danish man pulled this over on a Nigerian, or Nigerians collectively, it just blew my mind. And that's when he says, I'm going to tell you something else that's probably going to blow your mind. And I said, what is it? And we will continue on in part 24. The Danish deception, part 24. So I'm on the phone with his mentor friend, former friend, and he tells me, well, you want to know what else is going to blow your mind? And I said, sure, tell me. He goes, I actually filed a lawsuit against him. And I said, you did what? He said, I filed a lawsuit against him and I served him via courier. And I was like, wait, what? He had filed a lawsuit 3 months prior. And I was just sitting there like, wait, but you got served via courier. Like, I was home. Like, I don't know if I was home, but, and then I remembered a specific day where he walked to the door, received a package, and I asked him, or like an envelope, I asked him, I'm like, what is that? He said it was the incorporation documents for his LLC, which he had just formed the day before. And so I was like, damn, that was fast. He said, oh, I expedited them. No, he was just getting served. On top of that, before the mentor friend would give him any money, he wanted to get some collateral. So my ex, what does he do? He gives him the Rolex watches as collateral, which turn out to be fake. So him taking that $50,000 watch to the village, yeah, he quite literally did not have anything to lose. The absolute worst part was that this man had just lost his job 4 days prior to getting conned, and his wife is sick. Let that sink in for a little bit. So that conversation with the mentor, I feel like that conversation really just shaped me and shaped my mindset. And it was right then when I realized that I need to fight back. So a lot of you are probably wondering, like, why are you putting this story out there? Aren't you embarrassed? Don't you feel shame? Well, yeah, but is it worth me being silent if he can go out and continue to find more and more victims? Do the other victims deserve that? What if someone had done what I'm doing right now? I wouldn't be in this position. So I feel proud of myself that I can sit here and I can share with everyone the details of what happened to me so that we can prevent this from happening to other people. And at the end of the day, silence is abusers' greatest weapon. It's time to take the power back. At that point, I have now cut off all communication with my ex since the day before when I was just going off on him, calling him a coward and a lunatic. And he then proceeds to start sending me messages, begging for me back, telling me how much he loves me, telling me how we can work on our relationship and get back to what we were. And let me just tell you, I have never had my phone blown up to this extent ever in my entire life. You guys want to take a gander? And it was hilarious because you could tell that so many of his messages came from ChatGPT. And I could tell, like, it was so easy to tell. And obviously you guys don't need to see all the messages, but I will do you guys a solid and I will read you my favorite one. Nothing makes sense without you. We had so many plans ahead of us, some of which we can still get to do. Others we will miss, that's okay. We have an entire life together, right in front of us, if you want it. You are perfect and required not to change a single thing. I have many battles to fight and overcome. I will rise from this stronger than ever if you choose to stand by my side while I go to war for you, for us. I'm aware of the fact that a lot of people hate me for what I've put you through, what I've put them through, family members and friends. But I also know that a lot of them are good people whom over time will forgive my actions if I make the right amends. Many of the same people have witnessed my love, loyalty, and generosity, even when I had very little to give. I am devoted to change for you, for everyone around you. I will put all my pride aside and show you that we can come back from this if you'll let me. You might think I sound crazy, delusional to think I stand a chance. I am crazy in love with you. I'll go through extreme lengths to show you that. And y'all, he ended every single message with this one part. I love you. I will always love you with all of my heart. I'll go to the end of the world for you. An actual psychopath. It's funny because I actually put that message in ChatGPT and ChatGPT was like, this is emotionally manipulative. He's minimizing the emotional and financial damage he's caused by saying that everyone's going to make amends with him. He puts you on a pedestal telling you you're perfect so that you'll feel like you need to fix him. He's saying that he's almost like a hero because he's going to go to war for you. I know I didn't talk to my people, but I should have been talking to ChatGPT because he would have known. He would have talked some sense into me. So I hired a lawyer less than a week after everything went down. He was referred to me by one of my friends. You know who you are. Thank you again. And my lawyer was a wonderful, he was so good. We were able to file the petition, file for divorce. And he said, listen, it might be easier to make this thing just go quickly if we can just get him to sign. And it worked out so well because I live in Texas, which is a separate property state. So my house, which I purchased before I met him, was my home for the taking and he could not have any piece of it. And I had not put his name on the deed. I was about to, but I didn't. Thank you, God. Obviously my car was mine. So really he couldn't take anything from me, which made me very happy. So we filed the petition and I didn't hear from my ex for quite some time. And I'm sitting in a therapy session and I get a text from him after not hearing from him for about a week. And he's basically saying that, you know, he still loves me and he really wants me back, but he also really needs his passport and his green card back. And he said, just so you know, it's illegal to hold on to someone's passport and green card. And I was like, you want to talk to me about legality? And then he said, talk to me, text me back. He goes, file a lawsuit with me or work with me. And I'm like, you want to talk to me about lawsuits? And so I reached out to my lawyer. I'm like, hey, what's going on with the docs? Like, you think it's gonna be happening soon? And he was working so fast. Him and his associate were working so quick. And he said, actually, I think I'm gonna have him done this week. But it'd be so much quicker if we just get him to sign. And I was like, honestly, I am down. I will meet with him just one time to get it signed. And I was talking to one of my friends about it, my friend Chris, and he said, Onyeka, I will go meet him for you. And I was like, are you sure? He said, yes. I'm like, thank you so much. So my ex starts blowing me up and I text my friend. I go, please send him a message just to say the divorce documents will be ready for you to sign this week. And then I will be able to provide you with my passport. It wasn't a sign these in order to get your passport. There was no duress. Got to say that for legal reasons. There was no duress. And then he texts me and he goes, this is heartbreaking because I don't think he actually thought I was going to file, which is insane. And then he proceeds to start blowing me up again. Round two. he's telling me he loves me and that he doesn't think we should give up on our rare love and that he got a new job in Dallas and he's gonna provide for me and yada, yada, yada. And I'm still not responding. And then he starts sending me voice memos. And the voice memos are getting kind of creepy because he's saying, I'm going crazy, I'm going out of my mind, I think I'm gonna show up. And like, obviously I feel safe and I'm not scared of him. Like, I will beat him if he shows up. I'm not scared. And he sends me a voice memo saying, good morning, I love you, and I'll see you very soon. And I said, what do you mean see you very soon? So I sent a message to my neighbor. I go, hey, if my ex shows up, I'm gonna need you to tell him to leave. She said, I got you, I'm ready. I'm like, okay, sounds good. So Saturday comes around and now we're like in the middle of September and I'm walking my dog. I had just walked out of the house and I look up and there's an SUV pulling up right next to me. And I look up and there's my ex. And we will continue on in part 25. Welcome to the Danish Deception, the conclusion. So I just wanted to make a quick video to kind of like put a little bow on top of this present I just gave y'all. I'm obviously not a psychologist, but I have diagnosed him myself with narcissistic borderline personality disorder. If you're a psychologist, I'd love to know your thoughts, so comment below. But 100% I think he has that mental disorder in addition to his gambling addiction, which is just a recipe for disaster. I know a lot of you are wondering how the hell did this man con this many people? And this is what I think. Someone might disagree with me. Number one, his looks. He's very charming, charismatic man. I've mentioned that multiple times. He's highly, highly, highly intelligent. He knows how to play with people's weaknesses. Like, I think that's why every single person he reached out to, he had different lies. He was a great listener and it was really easy to connect with him. And because of that, he was able to build so much trust with all of these people. And him being from Denmark didn't help. I feel like that piece was very critical in all of his different cons. I don't know how he conned people in Denmark. I'm sure he had some other way to do it, but yes, I have already received a lot of messages from people saying that my ex also conned them. I actually talked to a girl that dated him while he was with me and his ex. So now there's someone that was added into that mix. I also know that there's a group of people at a company he used to work with and he conned tens of thousands of dollars from that company and he actually ended up getting fired. So I'm learning a lot. Another ex-girlfriend reached out to me. I'm learning a lot. So at this time, I'm going to tell all of you, I'm not collecting tips because I'm building a case. My goal is to get this man in prison. He does not deserve to be a part of society. And I'm trying to build up as much evidence as I possibly can. I'm not going to name his name. I don't need to, but if you have any tips or if you've also been a victim of this psychopath, send an email to danishdeceptiontips@gmail.com. Side note, should I share with you guys the tips as I get them? Could that be like a little fun segment? Maybe comment below if that's something you'd be into. And now that concludes the Danish Deception. Thank you and have a great night.
Narcissist who is a charming, who has a sweet tongue, a nice personality for days, and a gambling problem. That right there is a category 5 disaster just waiting to happen. He's like a walking hurricane at this point. You know, the lies, the manipulation, the financial ruin. So honestly, I'm not surprised that he was basically skimming and scamming and conning so many people out of thousands of dollars. That level of charisma mixed with addiction and narcissism, it's deadly. You know, it's so heartbreaking that someone can be so mentally unwell and they just go around and destroying lives like it is nothing. But I am super proud of her and I'm happy that she finally stood her ground that, you know, you cannot fix someone who has no intentions of being fixed. You can't nurse them, you can't love them, you can't beg a narcissist into healing. It will never happen. They would have to want that for themselves, and most of the times they don't want to be helped, they don't want to be fixed. So you have to just do what? leave them alone, let them be. And the part that really shows me how delusional this man is that after all of this destruction and after all of this disgrace and exposure, this man still had the nerve to try to circle back. Sir, that's the grandiose ego walking around. They tell themselves that you need them, you can't do without them, and you will always come back no matter what. So in that case, they feel like they can treat you however they want, because in their head you'll always be around, you're not gone away. And when they're ready, they'll stroll right back expecting an open arms and a warm meal. And how did I forget to mention the friend the Crypto, who trusted this man to lend him $200,000 worth of cryptocurrency. That's the level of confidence that people had in this man. Nobody hands that level of money to you unless they truly believe in you, and they still scam that friend just as well. To me, guys, him just wicked, allegedly that is. And you see, people love to stereotype Nigerians as scammers, as she said, but look at it, the scammer was the last person that they were expecting. So it just goes to show that you cannot judge people by their nationality or their culture or where they're from, because the scammers come in every shade, they come in every color and every accent. So if you think that wickedness lives in one place, then clearly you are going to learn a very rude lesson. After everything that we have watched, the lies, the manipulation, the emotional abuse, the financial destruction, the charm, the confusion, the love bombing, and then the discard, and then try circling around the back, narcissists will ruin your life and then act offended when you decide to react. The story right here has a lesson, even for just one lesson for every single one of us, which is just to trust your guts and just remember that patterns don't lie. When people show you who they are, believe them. Because if she didn't pull herself together and started sharing with her family members, honestly, it could have ended so much worse. This man was draining her family, draining her spirit, draining anyone who comes close enough to even believe him. Sometimes, guys, people don't understand that the blessing is when a relationship ends. Even when it hurts, it is still a blessing. Islanders family, let me know what is your biggest takeaway from this entire situation. And as I said, guys, let me know what you would have done differently if you were in her shoe. Anyway, y'all, I know this was an extremely long video, but if you still made it to the end of the video, guys, thank you so much for watching and for vibing with me. Thank you, for keeping this space real and honest and just full of good energy. Anyhow, I know y'all must be tired, so we're gonna wrap up the Danish deception. Onyeka, big up yourself. Guys, remember to show her some love and support on her TikTok. It's linked down in my description box. And if you haven't yet liked or subscribed, please go ahead and do so now. And if you want to continue to watch more relatable videos like these, you can go ahead and click that video with the up next video with the right so on your screen and enjoy the day away. As per usual, guys, thank you again for sticking with me until the end. My name is Jody and I aspire to inspire. Until next time, guys, walk good.